Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Check. Check, check.
I will request everyone to kindly settle down. We are going to start in a few minutes. Request everyone to settle down, please. Good morning, everyone. Suprabhat. We are going to begin our day's proceedings. First of all, let me invite the dignitaries on dais. I would like to first invite Neeta Kejriwal, Joint Secretary, Rural Livelihoods, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, on the dais, please. I would request Praveen Raghavendraji, DMD, State Bank of India, on the dais, please, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Prakash Bakshi, former Chairman, NABARD and CEO, Meadow Plus, on the dais, please, sir. Ms. Lee Wang, Chief General Manager, NABARD. Ma'am, if you could come on the dais, please. Mr. Raghavendra Pratap Singh, Director, Rural Livelihoods, Ministry of Rural Development. Sir, on the dais, please. I would request our host, Mr. N. Satyamurthy, Director General, National Academy of RUDSETI. Sir, if you could come on the dais, please. Thank you. I would now once again request everyone to kindly mute your cell phones, please. Please put the cell phones on mute. I request everyone to kindly stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Today it's really a pleasure to have all of you and the dignitaries together for this important conclave on financial literacy. Before we begin the day's proceedings, may I request our cadres, the financial literacy community resource persons, to kindly come to the dais and felicitate and formally welcome our dignitaries on the dais. So I'll request first our Joint Secretary, Madam Neeta Kejriwal, to be formally welcome and felicitated. A presentation of a shawl and a pot. Thank you. Next, I would request Mr. Praveen Raghavendran, Deputy Managing Director, State Bank of India, to be felicitated, please. Next, we would request Mr. Prakash Bakshi, former Chairman NABARD and CEO Meadow Plus, to be felicitated, please. Next, I would request Ms. Al Living, Chief General Manager, NABARD, to be felicitated, please. I would now request our Didis to felicitate our Director, Mr. Raghavendra Pratap Singh, Director, Rural Livelihoods, Ministry of Rural Development. Next, I would request Mr. N. Satyamurthy, Director General, National Academy of RUDSETI, to be felicitated, please. Mr. Murthy and his team has worked tremendously to put together this whole event. Thank you. Now I request Mr. N. Satyamurthy, Director General, National Academy of RUDSETI, to formally give a welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants for this conclave. Mr. Satyamurthy, please.
So a very happy good morning to all of you and warm welcome to Bengaluru. So National Academy of RUDSETI is a national resource organization for the RUDSETIs which has been duly recognized by the Ministry of Rural Development. First of all, on behalf of NIR, I thank the MORD officials for giving us an opportunity to hold this national conclave at Bengaluru. Thank you, madam, for your cooperation. So on behalf of MORD and on behalf of National Academy of RUDSETI, I heartily welcome our Secretary, Sir, Mr. Shailendra Kumar Singh, who is participating through VC. And I heartily welcome our Joint Secretary, Madam Neeta Gajriwal, for this conclave. Welcome, Madam. And I heartily welcome Dr. Sri Mr. Praveen Raghavendra ji, Deputy MD, SBA. Welcome, sir. And I heartily welcome Madam Leewang, Chief General Manager, NABARD, for this event. Welcome, Madam. And I also heartily welcome Mr. Raghavendra Pratap Singh, Director, All Division MORD, for this program. Welcome, sir. So on behalf of National Academy of RUDSETI, I also welcome our CGM, Canara Bank, Dr. Sri Mr. Devananda Sahuji. Welcome, sir. And I also welcome Mr. Shantanu Pansesji, CGM SBA. Welcome, sir. And also welcome our mentor and who is overseeing NIR activities, Mr. Murali Krishna ji, GM Canara Bank. Heartily welcome, sir. And I also welcome Mr. Ramesh, GM, Bank of India. I also welcome Mr. Jagannath Seddi, GM, Union Bank. And I also welcome Mr. Manoj Kumar Sahu, DGM, UCO Bank. And Mr. Venkatesan, GM, Indian Bank. Welcome, sir. And I also welcome our Madam SRLM, Karnataka, Raghapriya Madam. And Hardeep Singh Chopra ji, PD, Rajasthan. And I also welcome other senior officials from SRLM, various SDRs, various directors of RUDSETIs, various FLCs, and FLCRPs across India. Once again, I am on behalf of NIR, on behalf of MORD, I heartily welcome you, all of you, for this annual conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy, for your welcome address. Moving forward to the sessions, I would now request Ms. Neeta Kejriwal, Joint Secretary, Department of Rural Development, to kindly share the objectives of this conclave and also introduce NRLM for those who have not seen or who have not been briefed about this mission. Madam, please. So, ma'am, the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to see you all here. Mr. Praveen Raghavin, DMD, State Bank of India, Mr. Prakash Bakshi, former chairman, NABARD, Ms. Levang, CGM, NABARD, Mr. Satyamurthy, DGNAR, and my colleague, Mr. Raghavin Pratap. All the senior officers from various banks, from the State Rural Livelihood Missions, our partner organizations like CRISIL, Grameen Foundation, IFMR LEAD, officers from RUDSETIs, from the FLCs, the Financial Literacy Counseling Centers, and of course, all our community cadres, our own financial literacy CRPs who are present today. So welcome everyone to this very important conclave. I'm sure we all realize how important financial literacy is under NRLM. And we wanted to have this conclave to bring in all our stakeholders, bring in all our partner organizations, so that we can give a lot of visibility to this whole effort that we are making under NRLM and the way in which we want to move forward with all our partner organizations to make sure that financial literacy reaches each and every rural poor household. So I'll give a very small background, a brief about Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. So this program has been being implemented since 2011, and it's a mainstay Government of India strategy for poverty elimination. Even though it started in 2011, it was working along with the previous programs, Swarn Jayanti Gram Sarojgar Yojana, and it was only from 2014 that it has really been grounded in all the states. And now we have reached a stage where more than 8 crore rural women have been brought under more than 80 lakh self-help groups under DAY-NRLM. So it's a wide reach. And we hope by the end of 2024 to be able to cover at least 10 crore rural poor households through bringing at least one woman from each of these households under the SAG network. So this program has 4 or 5 major components. The first one is institution building and capacity building. So what we try to do is to organize the rural women from the poor families into self-help groups, and then further federate them into village organizations and cluster level federations, so that we have a very strong hierarchy of the institutions of the women, and there is a lot of other interventions that we can layer on this basic institutional structure that has been put in place. Financial inclusion is very important, obviously, because we're dealing with a section of society where resources are lacking, particularly financial resources are lacking. So how do we ensure that they have access to financial resources and all other financial services which will help them in reducing their poverty, increasing their income, etc. We, of course, being a livelihoods mission and this being very important for increasing the incomes of the rural households, we focus on livelihoods, both farm-based livelihoods as well as non-farm-based livelihoods. And through the access to finances from the banks and all the skill training, etc., and forming collectives for the livelihoods activities, etc., we are trying to promote various kinds of livelihoods for the rural households. And the last component, but equally important, is social inclusion and human development. Social inclusion to make sure that all the vulnerable households, all the vulnerable communities are necessarily brought in under the SAG network. So, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, that is the motto. And human development, because if we want to ensure a holistic improvement in the quality of life of rural poor, only income enhancement will not help. We have to make sure that all other deprivations are taken care of, in the sense that they are made aware about the importance of health, about the importance of sanitation, about the importance of nutrition. So all these things help in not only curtailing wasteful expenditure, but making sure that the quality of life for the rural poor improve. So I'm sure all will agree that this is an equally important area of work under NRLM. So just to give an overall picture, we have more than 8.75 crore rural women now in 81.1 lakh self-help groups that are federated into 4,50,000 primary level federations, which are the village organizations, and then the cluster level federations, we have more than 30,000 of them. And we are working very strongly in trying to strengthen all these institutions, particularly the cluster level federations who can then anchor the entire program going forward. So we've already reached around 96% of the blocks and 80% of the villages. And as I said, by the end of 24, we hope to be able to saturate in terms of bringing all the eligible rural households under the SAG network. In addition to those figures, I think some more figures here. We provide capitalization support in the form of revolving fund and community investment fund to these institutions. These are grants from the mission to the institutions, and we've been able to provide more than 26,200 crores of capitalization support all across the country. In terms of SAG bank linkage, so these are for the women SAGs, and these are figures that come from the banks itself. So we have, from 13-14 onwards, the women SAGs have been able to mobilize more than 5.95 crore, a lakh crore of credit from the banks. We have more than a lakh of BC Sakhis or pay points. These are all trained and certified BC Sakhis. We are working with more than 1.96 crore Mahila Kisans, and in non-farm, besides many other activities, more than 2.1 lakh enterprises have been already set up through some of our sub-schemes. Going to financial inclusion, because this is the focus area for this conclave, there are 5 major areas in which NRLM is working. SAG bank linkage, of course, which is credit mobilization for making sure that they are able to access sufficient financial resources. We also work on financial literacy, and of course we'll be talking much more about our financial literacy efforts, our financial literacy architecture in the next sessions. We work on digital finance, and the main intervention here is working with the BC Sakhis, the banking correspondent Sakhis, who are again members of self-help groups who are trained, who are certified through IIBF examination, and then they are positioned as banking correspondent agents with various banks, as well as CSCs, the Common Service Centers in the states. We are working on insurance and pensions. So as I said, we have to work on areas which mitigate risks for these rural poor households also, and make sure that wasteful expenditures are avoided. So insurance is very important, particularly trying to cover all the SAG members under the PMJJBY and PMSBY, and also trying to bring them under any pension scheme, the Atal Pension Yojana primarily. The last area in which we have now started focusing is financing of individual enterprises of the SAG members. So SAGs as a body have been able to mobilize a lot of credit from the banks. But now the focus also is on trying to make the access of credit available to the individual entrepreneurs, the SAG members. So this is an area of work which we have now ventured into, and it's a very, very important area of work now for NRLM. So coming to my last slide, what are the objectives of this National Conclave on Financial Literacy? So as I said right in the beginning, this is a very important event for us. We have been working for the past few years under in this sector in financial literacy. We have been recognized as an important partner by NCFE also. What we are trying to do through this conclave is to showcase what all we have been doing, what are the activities that we have been doing, what is the architecture, the community-based architecture that we have been able to create. And we have invited all our stakeholders, all the banks are here. There is a lot of scope of working together with the banks, with NABARD, with the Reserve Bank of India, etc., to make sure that these efforts go very much further ahead. And therefore, it is an objective of this conclave to be able to firm up strategies for going forward in this area, and to make sure that we are able to converge our efforts. As I said, we have a huge cadre of community resource persons, and we have the banks, we have the technical knowledge that the bankers have. If we are able to converge all this effort, I'm sure we can take this forward very effectively. And financial literacy is something that RBI also has been pushing for, that this is very important and needs to be taken forward. So with this objective, we have organized this conclave, and we hope to get your suggestions on the way forward. We hope to get your cooperation going forward to make this a very successful venture for all the rural population. So I'll end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving a snapshot of NRLM and also sharing the objectives of this conclave. I would now request Ms. L. Leving, CGM NABARD, to kindly give her address and also share her thoughts on the subject of the day. NABARD has been a pioneer of the SHG movement. So, ma'am, how do you see this whole financial literacy effort and the self-help groups, these two, the self-help group platform being used for accelerating the financial literacy component? So your thoughts on this subject.
Respected Madam Neta Kejriwal, Joint Secretary, Department of Rural Development, Government of India, all other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And I congratulate the Ministry of Rural Development and NAR for organizing this very important conclave. And I also thank the organizers for inviting NABARD to be a part of this. What I would like to share is, I think, more of the big picture of where we are in financial inclusion. Of course, NABARD, as the harbinger of the self-help group bank linkage program from 1992 onwards, it was an experiment in trying to bring in the marginalized, vulnerable, weaker sections of rural women into the formal banking sector. Happy to say that this has been taken up on a huge scale by the Government of India, first through the SGSY program, and then today we have the highly successful NRLM program that is reaching out to all blocks. I think 96 or 97% of the blocks have been covered by the NRLM. And I'm also happy to share that as of 30th September 2022, as per data that is reported to us by banks across the country, we have 1.28 crore SAGs which have opened savings account with banks. And these SAGs are from 14.22 crore households. You see the impact that SAGs are having in the rural space. And with every SAG member that is coming forward to join the movement, you know, we see the whole spectrum of financial inclusion per se. We have the savings, we have the opening of a bank account, we have the financial knowledge that is increasing, and then ultimately leading to the, you know, the end of what I would say as the accessing bank loan, formal bank loan, as opposed to borrowing from informal sources at high interest rates. So this whole gamut of activities that an SAG embodies, this actually is, you know, what financial literacy, financial inclusion is all about. Of course, if we look at the World Bank Findex, the latest Findex, they come up with this Findex data report every 3 years. The latest one is 2021. In India, we have 78%, let's say, of adults who are holding a bank account. So we have 22% of the Indian adults who are still financially excluded. So this is the challenge that we have. And the silver lining, of course, here is that women always were lagging behind men in this financial index, but to 2021, there is no gender gap between women and men in the rate of financial inclusion. Of course, if we look at other countries, we are talking of, being the leader in the World Forum. We have to look at China is at 87%. We have UK at 99.9%. The US is at about 97.8%. So we have a lot of catching up to do. If we look back, in the last century, the government of India and the regulator, the Reserve Bank of India, has been putting in a lot of initiatives, a plethora of activities to usher in financial inclusion. If you look at the start of the cooperatives, if you look at the lead bank system, the nationalization of banks, the self-help group, as I had said, the joint liability groups, which again NABARD had propagated. A lot of activities all point to, bringing more and more people within the fold of the formal financial system. And then, of course, we had the DBT in 2013. Government of India pushed it, and I think Jan Dhan took financial inclusion to a whole new level. But if we look closely at the data, of course, we have 45 crore Jan Dhan bank accounts today, with an average balance of 3,694 odd, if I'm able to recall correctly. But again, we have the finance minister last year who had said that there are 9 crore bank accounts which are lying inoperative, with about 27,000 to 28,000 crore lying in these banks. So these figures speak about the, the lack of financial literacy. And financial literacy is not only limited, the lack of financial literacy is not just limited to those who are poorer or more illiterate. It runs through all classes of society. I could be as illiterate as anyone next door. So this has to be a conscious push, because the difference between a financially literate society and one which is not, can determine the growth of a country, can make the difference between escaping from the cycle of poverty for a household or getting entrapped, with loan sharks and so many other things, especially today with, cybersecurity issues, and so many other things are coming up now. And again, RBI in its report, I think 2021 report, has come out with the data that in India, only 24% of the adult population can be considered to be financially literate. I think that data really needs to be looked into, and we each have to ask ourselves, this is a national imperative. We talk of so many things, being educated. Why are we not pushing this need for financial literacy? India has Asia's first stock exchange. But where are we? We are one of the lowest in our financial literacy rates. So a lot of challenges are there. And happy to listen to Ms. Kejriwal when she said that, for SAGs, the push should be towards livelihood and micro enterprises. Rather than go for group loaning, the stress now has to be on individual loaning. So, there is the gradual coming up of SAG members as individual, responsible, well-informed borrowers from the formal system. So, again, I would repeat that challenges are huge. Here I would like to quote what Mr. Arun Puri, the editor-in-chief of India Today, once said: "A conclave cannot change the world, but it can definitely change the way we look at a problem." So here's wishing the conclave a very noisy time, a very argumentative time, but that will bring out doable, actionable outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for clearly outlining the agenda on financial literacy in front of us, and at the same time also highlighting some of the glaring gaps in this whole effort. And completely agree with you, a conclave cannot change the world, but of course a conclave can actually make a good beginning for a longer journey which is ahead of us. Thank you, ma'am. I think your thoughts during the deliberations during the day will also be very insightful for arriving and achieving the objectives of this conclave. Thank you once again, ma'am. We would now request Mr. Praveen Raghavendra, DMD NABARD. Sir, State Bank of India, one of the largest banks in this country. Your thoughts on today's subject, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Nita Kejriwal, JS MORD, the CGM NABARD, the former Chairman NABARD, Director MORD, and the other dignitary on the dais, and all other participants and my colleagues from various banks. Very good morning to each one of you. Let me first compliment the MORD for arranging this conclave, SAKSHAM, today on financial literacy. And also, Madam, I thank that you invited the State Bank also to participate in this conclave. So this financial literacy, I will begin with the one famous quote, and that is that financial problems are not fixed with money, but with financial education. So financial literacy and financial education is very important. And a country like us, where we cannot afford to grow economically if we cannot make the people financially literate. So we believe that knowledge and discipline are the key aspects through which financial freedom is possible for all of us. And this knowledge and discipline can only be attained through financial literacy. The objective for conducting of financial literacy is to facilitate financial inclusion through provision of two essentials, that is literacy and easy access. It aims at imparting knowledge to enable financial planning, inculcate saving habits, and improve the understanding of financial products, leading to effective use of financial services by the common man. So we are also glad that the NRLM and DAY-NRLM have been playing instrumental role towards the success of financial literacy programs in the country. It works towards achieving universal financial inclusion of all the poor households which are organized into SHGs. Also, it works on both demand and supply sides of the financial inclusion. On the demand side, if we see, it promotes financial literacy among the poor and provides catalytic capital to the SHGs and their federations. On the supply side, NRLM coordinates with the financial sector to deliver credit and related services to SHGs and their federations. It also works towards universal coverage of rural poor against life, health, and asset-related individual and community level risk. Through their well-structured three-tier training program, a pool of master trainers selected from district officers of SRLMs, RUDSETIs, and FLCs, who are trained and created to train, equip, and certify the Tier 2 trainers, financial literacy community resources personals who are competitively selected from SHG workers. The banks as providers of financial services have an inherent gain in the spread of financial inclusion and financial literacy, as it would help them capture the untapped business opportunities. And financial literacy efforts are the future investments for the bank. Banks provide a bouquet of banking services comprising of a small overdraft facility, variable recurring deposit account, KCC, remittance facilities to the account holders in order to make the accounts transactions. SBI has always been at the forefront when it comes to financial literacy. And taking forward the government flagship program based on Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile Trinity, JAM Trinity what we call, we have opened around 13.68 crore Jan Dhan accounts in the country, thus promoting financial literacy among the unbanked populace. And with 68,000 CSPs all across the country, our bank provides basic banking facilities to more than 650 districts through BC channel. And the low-cost channel has been a major driver of financial inclusion with more than almost 13.68 crore accounts and 25 lakh transactions taking place almost daily. One data I'll just like to share that in the BC channel in the year 21-22, almost 50 crore transactions took place. And there were many transactions which are taking place on a daily basis, around 20 to 30,000 transactions where the loans are getting repaid through this channel. We are delighted to be an integral part of National Charter on Financial Literacy, which aims at increasing focus on rural households, especially women in the country. And also, we have played a very instrumental role towards this direction. Out of 13.68 crores Jan Dhan accounts, we have opened around 7.62 crores of Jan Dhan accounts for women. We are also the torchbearer for social security schemes, and we have carried these schemes to the doorsteps of marginalized section of the society, particularly the rural women. And this is cemented by the fact that till date, around 200.55 lakh women, 465.75 lakh women, and 54.22 lakh women have already been enrolled in Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, and Atal Pension Yojana schemes, respectively. We are also one of the pioneers in SHG credit linkage and has one of the highest market shares among PSBs. SBI has been continuously awarded the National Award for the SHG bank linkage in the last 4 consecutive years, starting from 17-18 to 2021, which has been instituted by the MORD. As on date, under the issues of NRLM, around 37 lakh SHGs have been credit linked with an outstanding of 1.72 lakh crores. And SBI's share is 17.50 lakh, the SHG credit linkage ecosystem. With the PSBs, the market share being around 29%. With the main objective of imparting financial tier literacy and facilitating effective use of financial services by the common man, we have set up 341 financial literacy centers across 29 states and 3 union territories. And these FLCs are functioning from LDM offices, branches, RUDSETIs, and other premises. In addition to the financial literacy centers, all rural branches have been advised to conduct one financial literacy camp every month. The financial literacy centers and rural branches of banks are advised to adopt a tailored approach for different target groups: farmers, micro and small entrepreneurs, school children, SHGs, senior citizens, and conduct one camp per month for each target group. In addition to the target group, the financial literacy centers are also advised to conduct special camps on going digital, disseminating the digital financial literacy among the target group. You know that many payments are being made through UPI, and we have seen that the number of transactions made through UPI platform, it is increasing day by day. And it has made the life of the people also very easy and comfortable. So this is also one of the area where we are focusing through the financial literacy centers. We are also providing facilities in the financial literacy center for credit counseling to all segments of the societies, and also about the various financial products, including deposit, loan, insurance, digital products, pension-related products to help them. Over the last 3 years till date, we have conducted 73,217 such camps providing financial literacy to around 33 lakh participants. Self-help groups focuses on organizing the rural poor, particularly women, into a small registered or unregistered groups through the mechanism of social mobilization and providing the groups the necessary education and training to build their entrepreneurial capabilities and skills, along with the provision of income generating assets through a mix of bank credits. So Bank Sakhi, BC Sakhi network also ensures SHG members have access to the banking facilities in the form of helping them in the opening of saving bank account, facilitating credit linkage, promote financial literacy, and provides access to social security schemes. The 3 F's of financial literacy through SHGs that we are promoting is financial inclusion, financial upliftment, and formal channels of lending. So what we will like to say that what is the way forward for financial literacy through SHGs. The SHG financial literacy through NGOs, there are many NGOs in the country which are actively engaged in promoting and nurturing the SHGs. Through NGOs, we can promote financial literacy to SHGs. Also, SHGs financial literacy through MFIs. There are many microfinancial credit like Grameen, Samasta, Arohan, Srinidhi, and many more. This area has further scope to promote financial literacy among SHGs. BC Sakhi and Bank Sakhi, I have already told. Though NRLM had introduced Bank Sakhi long ago, the channel remained unutilized by the banks till now. So I'll request all the bankers who are present here that we should use this pool of Bank Sakhi and Bank Mitras enrolled by NRLM as a formal channel for financial literacy among SHGs. Also, training and capacity building of SHGs, that will ensure that they are provided with the requisite skill for managing their livelihood, for enhancing their credit absorption capacity and credit worthiness through financial literacy programs. RUDSETIs will also play an important role, and in SBI, I'll tell that more than 250 RUDSETIs we are having, and through which also we are providing the training programs and building programs for the SHGs, thus promoting financial literacy among women SHG members. Also, the digitization of SHGs, variety of new and innovative digital tools are being emerged for self-help groups and thus helping to achieve the target of financial inclusion. These are helpful in the dissemination of information, easy access to financial services, and connectivity among SHG members. Recently, our bank, we are working with in close coordination with the RBI Innovation Hub, how to make the process of SHG financing through digital channel. And that is going to come very soon because the technology team and their technology team, we are working towards it. So in a nutshell, what I wanted to say that there is a lot of scope, and through this workshop, I think during the day, we'll be discussing a number of items because here people have come from various geographies, various fields, and then we will see that how we can take it forward this and can help the country to reach the 5 trillion economy that is the vision of our country's Prime Minister. So that's all from my side. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Thank you, sir, for elaborating the steps taken by State Bank of India. We always look forward to State Bank of India on these kind of initiatives to take the lead. Going forward, I would like to inform you all that in this conclave, our Secretary, Rural Development was supposed to join, but because of some pressing reasons, he is not able to join us physically, but he is available online. So may I now request our Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, for his address, please. Secretary, sir.
A very good afternoon, good morning to all the participants in this conclave. JS, Srimati Neeta Kejriwal ji, DMD SBI, Shri Praveen Raghavendra ji, former Chairman NABARD, Shri Prakash Bakshi ji, CGM NABARD, Madam L. Leivang ji, EG NAR, Shri N. Satyamurthy ji, our Director Rural Development Shri Raghavendra ji, senior officers of banks, SRLMs, our partner organizations, their representatives, officers of RUDSETIs, financial literacy CRPs, ladies and gentlemen. Achieving inclusive growth and improvement in the qualities of lives of the poorest of the poor in the country, especially in the rural areas, is the predominant agenda of Government of India and all state governments. Financial inclusion is a key driver for sustained and balanced economic growth, which helps reduce economic inequality and poverty and ultimately ensures inclusive growth. Financial education or financial literacy is considered an important component of promoting financial inclusion. Financial literacy has emerged as a focus area for policymakers, not just in India, but across the globe, as it helps the households in taking informed decisions about availing of various financial products available in the market. In my address today, I will try to dwell upon 4 basic aspects of financial literacy. First, what is implied by financial literacy? Second, why is it necessary? Who all need to be made financially literate and on what aspects? And finally, how to spread financial literacy. So let's come to the first question, what is implied by financial literacy? It's not a new term to us present here. We all have heard a number of definitions of financial literacy. OECD defines it as a combination of financial awareness, knowledge, skills, attitude, and behaviors necessary to make sound financial decisions and ultimately achieve individual financial well-being. It essentially refers to the ability of the individual to make informed judgments and to take effective decisions regarding the use and management of their monetary resources. In spite of the fact that we Indians have one of the highest saving rates in the world, large number of people do not have regular saving habits. And even if they do have, large amount of those savings are parked outside the banking system, prone to inherent risks. This is also a major area of concern. The other area of concern often is people taking excessive loans. We have had experiences where poor people have taken loans from microfinance institutions that they do not have the capacity to service. Farmers have taken loans that they have not been able to repay. Adoption of insurance or systematic investment for old age is still very low, more so in the rural areas of the country. Financial literacy is not about information on financial products or services, but impacting financial behavior of the individuals by imparting appropriate information to enable them to take the most beneficial decisions. Now let's come to why financial literacy is necessary. Financial inclusion essentially involves 2 elements, one of access and the other of awareness and information. In developing countries like India, where the access to product itself is lacking, both access and awareness simultaneously need to be emphasized. If individuals are not familiar or comfortable with any financial product or do not possess the skill to manage it, they will not demand them. As per the Financial Literacy and Inclusion Survey 2019, done by National Center for Financial Education, only about 27% of all adults, both urban and rural in the country, can be considered financially literate. Talking of rural areas, the proportion of financially literate adults is only about 24%, while just 21% women qualify to be termed as financially literate. Other key statistics to consider are: A, 88% women still hold their savings in cash. B, though 78% women hold savings accounts with banks, prevalence of other products like recurring deposits or term deposits are low at just 13% and 9% respectively. C, penetration of products like pensions is still low in rural areas, especially among women from low-income households. So in a sense, financial literacy essentially implies developing the demand side of financial inclusion. Thus, financial literacy has an important bearing on achieving the financial inclusion outcomes. Now let's come to who all need to be made financially literate and on what aspects. Financial literacy is required by all sections of the society, including the so-called educated groups. However, there are certain sections which are deprived of information even about the basic services. We need to prioritize financial literacy for such sections of the population in particular. It is often said, when a woman grows, the entire family grows, and also ensures the well-being of future generations. So it is very crucial to financially educate the women to fuel the engines of growth by providing opportunities to women to contribute to economic growth. Then only we will be able to translate the vision of women empowerment into reality. Though the inputs on financial literacy need to be tailored to the requirements of each group, there are a few common aspects which need to be emphasized, albeit differing in scale and complexity. A, importance of financial planning at both individual and household level. B, credit, interest rates and repayment. C, financial products to mitigate life and occupational risks. D, investment for future, particularly old age. For the resource-poor section, which operates at the margin, vulnerability can be acute due to constant financial pressures. Household cash management can be daunting under difficult circumstances with few fallback options. Financial literacy efforts in case of such population groups essentially involves educating them about the benefits of being part of the formal financial system and managing short-term volatility in incomes and meeting unexpected emergencies without getting trapped in unnecessary debt. The process of educating these excluded sections also requires a deep understanding of their behavioral and psychological factors that often deter them from participating in the formal financial system. Now let's come to the question of how to spread financial literacy. Given the magnitude of the task, all stakeholders, regulators, banks, and other financial service providers, technical agencies, academic institutions, training agencies, community representatives, etc., all need to converge resources and efforts to achieve the desired outcomes. As you are aware, MORD works closely with over 8.7 crore women mobilized into SHGs. In order to address the gaps in financial knowledge and inculcate among them appropriate attitude and financial behavior, the ministry has conceptualized a comprehensive strategy on financial literacy. Our soldiers, the financial literacy community resource persons, the FLCRPs as we call them, are a key link in this entire chain. Each one of them thoroughly trained and equipped with resource kits is able to not only impart crucial knowledge in local language on various aspects of money and money management, but is also able to ensure actual delivery of products by linking them to banks or business correspondents. The FLCRPs, being local persons, already enjoying trust and rapport with the women and community at large, have emerged as key points for financial knowledge and service delivery. A few FLCRPs from across the country are also participating in this conclave, and we would like them to share their experiences. Due to the intervention and motivation of the FLCRPs, a large number of women SHG members now understand basic concepts of money, interest rates on loans, initiated savings in their bank accounts, take loans after due consideration, maintain timely repayment, have opted for insurance products, and subscribe to pension products. However, these outcomes are only a part of the long journey ahead. In this context, it is important to re-emphasize a few important points. First, financial literacy efforts should not be limited to just awareness creation or spreading of messages, but should also link up individuals with desired services through appropriately facilitating access to the required services. It is important to make financial literacy an outcome-driven program. Second, there is a need to take advantage of technology to make financial literacy efforts more precise, directed, and cost-effective. Third, many actors are working in this domain, but the strategies and at times even priorities differ. It is necessary for all stakeholders to converge and channelize efforts guided by an accepted common framework, achieving the stated outcomes. I, therefore, exhort all the stakeholders present in this conclave today to converge efforts to provide financial education and access to appropriate financial services to the rural poor with a view to improve the quality of their lives and reduce poverty. I congratulate the organizers for today's conclave being organized as part of Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. It is an attempt to bring all stakeholders together to showcase the good work being done in this domain and hope that some meaningful and credible
I think, can you unmute the mic, please? Please unmute.
Thank you, sir. It would have been a pleasure to have you here physically, but thank you. We are really grateful to you for joining on video and sharing your thoughts. And you've delved into all the major aspects of financial literacy. Today afternoon, in the presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, we'll be launching almost 6 months campaign on financial literacy under NRLM. And we hope that with the support of all our partner organizations, we'll really be able to make a big headway in this direction in the rural areas. So thank you, sir, for joining today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. And with this, we conclude the inaugural session for this event. May I request the panel members to kindly take their seat. Prakash Bakshi, sir, if you could kindly remain seated on the dais, please. May I now request, going forward to the technical sessions of the day, we are running slightly late on this. So we'll go forward to the technical sessions. For this, may I request the dignitaries on dais. May I invite Mr. Santanu Pense, Chief General Manager, State Bank of India, to come on the dais, please. I would request Umanath Mishra, Director, CRISIL Foundation, on the dais, please. May I invite Ms. Nishre Mahesh, Harmony Talks. Madam, if you could come on the dais, please. So this is a session where we would like to showcase the different interventions on financial literacy being pursued by various agencies, starting with NRLM. So on this, I would request my colleague, Mr. Anil Singh. Mr. Anil, if you could kindly take us through on the initiatives taken by NRLM on promoting financial literacy and thereby effectively doing financial inclusion. Anil.
Good morning, everyone. So till they sort out the technical issues, so respected dignitary on dais, senior bankers, JS ma'ams, SRLM officials, senior experts, or FLCRP के दीदियों. So I'll seek the permission of the dais and also authority to be my deliberation in the both of mixed Hindi and English, so that हमारी जो FLCRP दीदियाँ 17-18 राज्यों से आई हूँ, they can also understand और वो भी अपनी प्रतिक्रिया दे सके. So I'll try to be both in English and Hindi, so that both participants who understand English can be deliberate on that one. और जो हमारी फूड सोल्जर्स है, जिनके भरोसे हम पूरा ये प्रोग्राम चला रहे हैं, वो भी इसको समझ पाए और अपनी प्रतिक्रिया और इसमें प्रतिभागी बन पाए. Thank you. ओके हालांकि बड़ा डिफिकल्ट टास्क है सीनियर बैंकर्स हैं सेक्टर एक्सपर्ट्स हैं सेक्रेटरी साहब ने इनफैक्ट हैव गिवन आउटलाइन ऑफ फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी अब इस टॉपिक पर बात करना आई थिंक सेशन आई थिंक विल बी ए लिटिल डिफिकल्ट बट मैं थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपेक्ट में आई विल ट्राई टू बी देयर्स की इनफैक्ट व्हाई द मिशन स्टार्टेड एंड हाउ वी आर डूइंग एंड व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू सो उस पर थोड़ा सा इनफैक्ट फोकस करना चाहूँगा इसमें यहाँ पर So, few days back I was reading this book. Probably most of you will be well aware this author, Orrin Woodward. So he rightly said, if you don't manage our finances, don't discipline our finances, finances will discipline us. और इसके उदाहरण एग्जाम्पल्स across globe हम देख सकते हैं, across sector देख सकते हैं कि जिन्होंने फाइनेंसेस को सही से मैनेज नहीं किया फाइनेंसनेस ने उनको मैनेज कर दिया और ये सारे सेक्टर्स में हमारे पास भरपूर एग्जांपल्स हैं राइट सो प्रोबेबली इन फैक्ट अंडर एनआरएलएम प्रोबेबली अदर सेक्टर आल्सो अदर प्लेयर्स आल्सो हु वर्क्स इन द डोमेन ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी प्रोबेबली इन फैक्ट आवर होल इनिशिएटिव और होल मोटिव्स ट्राई टू रिवॉल्व अराउंड दिस लाइन्स कि हाउ टू इफेक्टिवली मैनेज द अवेलेबल फाइनेंसेस So there are some key elements of financial inclusions. All of us sitting in this hall would agree. If we try to write down those elements, probably we will classify into these four. Product and services, the service provider, the required policy, enabling policies, and of course, the awareness and willingness of the customer for which this is designed. इसको अगर दूसरे पर्सपेक्टिव में इन तीनों चारों चीजों को देखें तो प्रोबेबली विल बी एबल टू क्लासिफाई दैट वन कैन बी टर्म्ड एज सप्लाई हु आर द मेन प्लेयर फ्रॉम द सप्लाई साइड्स और उस पर्सपेक्टिव से अगर देखें तो प्रोबेबली जो तीन की एलिमेंट्स हैं प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज जो उसमें आएंगे कौन से सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं पॉलिसीज इनफैक्ट इनेबलिंग्स क्या है और दूसरे पर्सपेक्टिव में वो डिमांड साइड का ये दिस फोर एलिमेंट्स अगर दूसरे पर्सपेक्टिव से देखें तो ये दो पार्ट में हम इनको फॉर इजी अंडरस्टैंडिंग इसको हम डिवाइड कर सकते हैं थोड़ा और इसको डीप में जाके देखें इनफैक्ट सो इन कंट्री लाइक इंडिया इनफैक्ट इन द inaugural session we have seen many statistics given by DMD SBI Madam CGM NABARD and Secretary and Joint Secretary also. So there, it seems that there, if not enough, seems to be adequate service provider in terms of banks, in terms of insurance company, fintech, NBFC, etc. So adequate service provider is there. If we talk about the services and product, sufficient services and product for available for all type of peoples. Here we just named few because we are talking about this section of society. Rural, women, SHGs, we just named few. But if we try to enlist this one, probably sufficient numbers of product and services are available. Madam CG also mentioned that for the past some years, there has been really thirst to push the agenda of financial inclusions. And there has been enabling policies by all the regulators, central government, state government, और भी जो दूसरे इसमें प्रतिभागी हैं ये कुछ आंकड़े हैं इनफैक्ट आई विल नॉट रीड आउट ये आंकड़ों से ये इनफैक्ट चीजें पता चलती है कि देश में जो सप्लाई साइड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है जिसके कंधे पर फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन करने का जिम्मा है वो ठीक ठाक है देयर आर सम गैप्स इनफैक्ट 22% स्टिल नॉट हैव अ बैंक अकाउंट एंड एटसेट्रा बट सप्लाई साइड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हम देखें यहां पर तो इट सीम्स की ओके सो लार्ज पॉपुलेशन को कैटर करने के लिए देयर आर एनफ स्पेस बट ऑन द अदर हैंड अगर व्हाट अबाउट द डिमांड साइड सो सप्लाई साइड सीम्स टू बी ओके इन टर्म्स ऑफ द सर्विस प्रोवाइडर इन टर्म्स ऑफ द adequate product and services in terms of the various enabling policies. So by virtue of this one, it should have reached to the last miles. बट जो अभी कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक्स सेक्रेटरी सर ने शेयर किया, कुछ दबाड़ ने अभी शेयर किया, I'll just like to return, the statistics does not indicate in spite of having sufficient product, services and all that, probably the same is not reaching to the last mile. Right? So I'll not repeat the data. It's on the screen. It clearly indicates that it's not reaching due to one or other reasons, it's not reaching to everyone for HED designs. And in fact, these statistics have been rightly quoted by NABARD also, Azadi also. So in India, we are reaching close to 77-78% literacy rate. So 2/3 से ज़्यादा जो adult है लोग साक्षर हैं, बेसिक पढ़ना लिखना इनफैक्ट जानते हैं, बट उसी चीज को अगर हम फाइनेंशियली लिटरेट में लेकर आए तो वो 1/3 से भी कम हो जाता है. And as she rightly pointed out, many of us sitting here, all of us sitting here are literate, but probably all of us sitting here may not be financially literate. Right? और ये आंकड़े उसी चीज को कुछ दिखाता है यहाँ पर. So in fact, मात्र 21% महिलाएं ही हम कह सकते हैं कि जो अपने फाइनेंसेस को ठीक से समझती हैं, ठीक से मैनेज करती हैं और ठीक से फ्यूचर फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग कर सकती है. मेल के लिए भी कोई आंकड़ा बहुत नहीं है कि महिलाओं के लिए 21 से है तो पुरुषों के लिए ये 60 है 70, वो भी 30% से कम ही है. रूरल अर्बन में भी देखिए तो बहुत डिफरेंस नहीं मिलेगा कि इनफैक्ट हम शहरों में रहते हैं, मेट्रोपॉलिटन में रहते हैं तो वहां 70-80% है, वो भी नहीं है. राइट? और दूसरा इनफैक्ट एक रिमार्क करने की चीज है, 2013-2019 का 2 आंकड़े इसमें इनफैक्ट दर्शाए हैं यहां पर, ये तो 6 सालों में 5 सालों में बहुत सब्सटेंशियल जंप इसमें नहीं हुआ. राइट? इट मींस दैट द स्ट्रैटेजी और द एक्शन, द player in this sectors जो अब कर रहे हैं probably need to revisit it. Otherwise in 6 years, if you see the in fact domain in terms of the service provider, in terms of the services and the product, there is a plethora of services that come into the picture. In spite of all that, the rate of financially literate population in the country is not up to that required levels. उसी चीज को इनफैक्ट इनकम ग्रुप में हम देखें तो ये तो पता था कि जिनके लो इनकम है प्रोबेबली फाइनेंशियल लिटरेट कम है और वो हमें देख भी सकते हैं, बट इवन फॉर हायर इनकम पीपल बहुत सब्सटेंशियली इंक्रीज नहीं है. राइट? सो इट रीइंफोर्सेस the statement given by the CGM NABARD that many of us sitting here probably may not be considered financially literate. So disconnect कहां है? So एक तरफ सर्विस प्रोवाइडर है, सर्विसेज हैं, प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, इनेबलिंग पॉलिसी है, पुश है, बट जो लेने वाले हैं जिनके लिए बनी हुई है सब तक नहीं ले पा रहे हैं या नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं. So based on our experience, based on the NRLM experience, we have find some reasons. So पहला तो इनफैक्ट हमने देखा कि there is a disconnect between awareness and the service providers. So there are players which were working on providing awareness कि these are the product, these are services, these are good, one should take it. गए, शहरों में गए, गांवों में गए, बताया, लोग समझ भी गए, बट व्हाट आफ्टर दैट? दे डोंट हैव द सप्लाई चैनल. तो अगर मुझे किसी ने प्रोडक्ट को या गांव में बताया, समझ गया, बहुत बढ़िया है, मुझे लेना है, बट माई रोल इज लिमिटेड टू द अवेयरनेस. सो इवन इफ आई अंडरस्टूड इट करेक्टली, I won't be able to take that services. On the other hand, there are service providers who are just pushing the services. कि ये लोन का प्रोडक्ट है, इंश्योरेंस का प्रोडक्ट है, आप ले लो, इनफैक्ट यहां पर ये, एंड दे आर सेलिंग इट.
but the community of the larger people being not aware about those products and services. Push selling thoda to time kaam karta hai, but not aware. So awareness and service delivery in most of the cases is not going hand in hand. Second, isolated efforts. और ये quite in fact most of you would agree with me that there are many players, the banks, the governments, the civil society organizations, there are many players working in the domain of financial inclusion, financial literacy, but largely, I will not say 100%, but largely it's in isolated efforts. So probably we are reaching to the same client, same rural folk, same semi-urban folks, but by different agencies. So 1 + 1 + 1 is not becoming 3, it becomes 1.5 here. So the quantum of resources we are putting is not translating into the behaviors. Awareness, और सुबह से बात हो रही थी, SRD ने भी कहा, one-time input, in fact, most of the financial literacy players, one-time input will not work, especially for the people we are talking about. It has to be a regular, continuous. दूसरा, trust on the input provider. And its best example in NRLM. Say in my prior instinct, in fact, NRLM colleagues जो है in the banks are also aware, NRLM started with a resource block model. So in every state, we started with 5 blocks, 10 blocks. I was particularly in Rajasthan. We started with 10 blocks. Say in 2013-14, Hardeep ji was also there. And we have been told that in 5 years, all the 300 plus blocks will be saturated. We were not ready to believe. But as the things progress, so those 10 blocks, those 10 resource blocks, the way it has been developed, it's acted as a role model for the other blocks. So we have taken resources from theirs and deployed in the other blocks. So within 5 year times, all 300 blocks has been covered with the SAG. And same for all the states. I'm just giving one example, same with the other state. Why? Two factors. One, the resources that we carved from the 10 blocks, that were local resources, trust because they come from the same community, almost same backgrounds. For the other blocks member, it's very easy to believe them. Second, they acted as a role model, being themselves as a part of SHG when they're going to the other blocks and district and saying how to form SHG, why to form SHG. It's very easy for the rural community और महिलाओं के लिए कि ये जो बात कर रही है अपने अनुभव से बात कर रही है, ये खुद SHG में साल 2 साल रही हुई है, इसका बेनिफिट लिया हुआ है, तब ये हमें बता रही है कि SHG क्यों और कैसे बनाना चाहिए. So, in financial literacy sectors, we don't find much role models. Right? And last one, but not the least, generally it's very difficult to measure the impact of the training and awareness. अब चूंकि ये systems में नहीं है, so inputs बहुत जा रहे हैं, बहुत लोग काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत मेहनत से काम कर रहे हैं, but whether that effort is translating into the service or the access to service, nobody knows. So there could be other disconnect, but based on our experience, we find there are some disconnect due to which, in spite of availability of adequate service provider, products, enabling policies, why the same is not reaching to the last miles. And based on these ones, we have designed a very simple and easy to implement models. 3-tier model है. District, or we have these master trainers. These master trainers being drawn from the existing pool of RCTs, FLCs, जो already इस sector में काम कर रहे हैं, and our SRLM staffs. इनकी 6 दिन की training on the given modules being done by the NAR, our training partners here. ये जब training लेकर आते हैं, तो हमारे foot soldier जो FLCRP जो काफी 17-18 राज्यों से आई हुई हैं, उनको वो ट्रेन करते हैं on the given modules, और ये फिर जो हमारी दीदियां हैं SHG और गांव में जाकर, mind it, not a classroom. So they go to the NREGA site, they go to the where women working, or in the SHG meetings, they provide the training and awareness. Right? On these given 7 modules, and this is also important, many people ask why these 7 modules? आपने इसमें ये क्यों नहीं लिया, agriculture loan क्यों नहीं लिया, ये क्यों नहीं लिया, that's important. But as I said in the beginning, one of the disconnect is that awareness and service delivery should go hand in hand. We have chosen only these 7 modules because we have the service line delivery of these 7 themes. When you talk about the credit, we have a mechanism कि credit के बारे में बताने के लिए we have a cadre which will go and help the SHG to fill the application form, take to the branches. When you talk about the insurance, क्यों है, कौन सा product है, क्या important है, so we have systems in the field which will help our SHG or the rural poor कि उनका फॉर्म भर के बैंक्स में जाकर या इंश्योरेंस कंपनी में जाकर वो इंश्योरेंस दिलाने में भी मदद करें. Right? So we have this service delivery channel of this 7 modules, so that's why these included under MBIT. And probably it is sufficing the need of the people with whom we are working. Simple model, working for the last 4 or 5 years. One of the important features, now we'll talk about 2-3 important features. One of the important features of this model is that from day 1, we know that there exists a mainstream channel of the banks. Our DMD Sahab was also mentioning FLCs. So our channel should not compete, rather both the channels should supplement each other. Right? So there is a bank-led channel, FLCs at the district level, somewhere now it's coming at the block level also, 1-2 personals, and they being given the task to manage these ones to cap FL camps in the rural semi-urban areas. Right? Our channel will be described. So, but in the bank-led channel, one issue that to find based on the practical, so 1 man, 2 man at the district or the block level, given the entire district and block to manage, conducting camps, many times it seems difficult. So what we did, we put our maximum resources where the gap is there. Now in coordination, in most of these things, coordination with the banks, while we are working with the FLCC, we are suggesting that हमारे जो foot soldier जो trained हुए हैं, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इनफैक्ट एक ब्लॉक्स में 6 से 8 होते हैं, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में करीब 40-50 ऐसे मिल जाएंगे. So what we are working in coordination with the banks and FLC, आप इन foot soldier को लेकर कैंप कीजिए, ऑर्गेनाइज कीजिए. How it will benefit banks? It will benefit banks so that they got an army of trained pool cadres जो localized हैं, वहीं के हैं, वहीं की भाषा समझते हैं, so for easy for them to train. What benefit we will get, SRLM and NRLM will get guidance of an experienced banker like FLCCNO who will continuously guide our FLCRPs. और फील्ड में ट्रेनिंग को इंप्रूव कर लेंगे. So it win-win situations. So the FLC and the banks is getting a trained pool, local trained pool with all the resource kit. We are getting an experienced banker who is guiding our resource pool and all that. So I'll just stop here for minutes. We have one FLC, Mr. Lakshmikanji hai yahan par, from Kandhamal, Odisha. So I'll request sir, can you briefly share the experience कि कैसे काम कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर? You can come out here, sir. So Lakshmidhar in fact is from FLC from Kandhamal, Odisha. He is an FLC. He has been RUDSETI director also. So he is working. In fact, probably he will throw some light whatever I said theoretically just now, convergence with the FLC and banks. He will say practically how it is working into the field.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, and my friends from different parts of the country, I express my sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak or to share my experiences as FLC, Kandhamal district of Odisha. Very good morning to all. Before that, I was working as a director of RUDSETI at Kendrapada RUDSETI, SBI RUDSETI, and also SBI Balangiri RUDSETI. And I also undergone TTP training at NAR, Bangalore, and trainers training program of FLCRPs, and also refresher training program. I have also conducted FLCRP training 2 batches when I was working as director at RUDSETI. I am retired from SBI in 2021, and after that I joined as FLC Center, Kandhamal. Before that, I had a doubt whether I will organize my job or give full efforts up to the expectation of organization and also myself. But when I saw there tremendous cooperation and support of FLCRPs and OLM officials and FICs and MBKs, we are doing camps in convergence with these people, these resource persons. They have very good bondage and also developed trust of the SHG members. So it is very easy to conduct the FLC programs. And also, we are also, I have also suggested them to call me when you are conducting the FLCRP's trainings and giving training, imparting training to SHG members. I will help you. And also, I am giving them update informations of recent banking changes. So in this way, we are a team. We are a team to impart financial literacy among the people. So it is a mission. We are going to a mission mode to eradicate the illiteracy on financial literacy. What Mr. Anil Kumar sir told, literacy is something different. It is a subject. It is a subject. Illiterate people may be illiterate in financial literacy.
Okay, sir, due to a paucity of time, I'll have to intervene here. Thank you. Anil, would you continue with the discussions?
Sir? Okay, thank you, sir. And in conducting the financial literacy program, we are also inviting the sarpanchs of the sarpanch and local leaders of the area. Where I was working, actually 70% of the area, geographical area is covered under forest. So there are 171 GPs. Having seen the interest of FLCRPs, I and LDM are decided to conduct at least one FLC camp in all GPs, so that they will not victimized by the fraudsters. And we are also during the FLC program, we are also sensitize them to inculcate savings habits.
Sir, I'll again intervene. I'm sorry to cut you short. Because of paucity of time, I'll request you to, if you could kindly close it here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we can see the effort of FLC यहाँ पर. So similar in coordination, we are working with many FLC. The second, in fact, simplicity of this model that from day one we are working with awareness and service delivery. So awareness has been important, but until unless is backed by the service delivery यहाँ पर. और इसको कैसे करते हैं हमारे पास in fact एक FLCRP जी हैं रीना कार्तिक और महाराष्ट्र से, मैं उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि वो फील्ड में कैसे काम करती हैं, ब्रीफली वो बताएं।
थैंक यू सर। रिस्पेक्टेड व्यासपीठ और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी को मेरा वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग। मेरा नाम रीना कार्तिक सरकार, मेरे एसएसजी का नाम है जीजामाता स्वयं सहायता समूह सुंदरनगर। मेरा जिला है गढ़चिरौली और राज्य है महाराष्ट्र राज्य। मैं महाराष्ट्र राज्य ग्रामीण जीवन नीति अभियान से आर्थिक साक्षरता सखी की काम करती हूँ और मेरा जिला है गढ़चिरौली जिला, जो कि बहुत ही पिछड़ा हुआ जिला है, जहाँ पे शिक्षा की बहुत ही अभाव है, रोजगार की अभाव है और स्पेशली महिलाओं में शिक्षा की जागृति की बहुत ही अभाव है। तो हम उस एरिया में जाके काम करते हैं। तो किस तरह से जो गरीब महिलाएं हैं जिनमें शिक्षा और रोजगार इस चीज की अभाव है, उनके अंदर हम लोग आर्थिक साक्षरता पहले उनको हम इकट्ठा बिठाते हैं गांव-गांव में जाके, जहाँ पे ऐसे एरिया में जाके कुछ काम करते हैं जहाँ पे जो शासकीय अधिकारी लोग जाने से भी डरते हैं, हम उस एरिया में जाके काम करते हैं। उस एरिया में जाके हमको पहले उनको नियोजन करवा के समझाना पड़ता है कि जो इनकम आपको आती है उस इनकम आपको किस तरह से खर्च करना है, कौन सी आवश्यक खर्च है या फिर कौन सी अनावश्यक खर्च है। जो आवश्यक खर्च है वो करे और जो अनावश्यक खर्च है उससे बचत कैसे करते हैं। फिर बचत करने के बाद उसका वैयक्तिक बैंक खाता खोलने के बाद वही उनको आदत डाल दी जाती है कि आप नियमित बैंक में जाके आपका जो बचत है वो लेन देन आप खुद करें, सक्षम रहें। उसके साथ ही उनको बीमा योजना जो है, हम उनको बीमा योजना बैंक तक लेके जाते हैं, फॉर्म भर के उनको बीमा योजना उपलब्ध भी करवा के देते हैं। साथ ही अटल पेंशन योजना के बारे में भी उनमें अभी भी जनजागृति कम है। उन लोग सोचते हैं कि क्या है, तो हम उन्हीं विषय पर उनको बहुत ही टप जाता है हमको जो अटल पेंशन योजना है उनको करवाने के लिए। फिर भी अभी कुछ हद तक हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया है और कुछ महिलाएं आगे आती है और खुद होके अभी बताते हैं कि हमारे घर के जो बाकी सदस्य हैं उनका भी अटल पेंशन योजना खोलना है या फिर जीवन बीमा खोलना है। उसके साथ ही जो एसएसजी में हम लोग बैंक लिंकेज करवाते हैं, जो जिनको व्यवसाय के लिए मतलब इंटरेस्टेड है, जो महिलाएं हैं उनको हम लोग बैंक लिंकेज एसएसजी के द्वारा करवाते हैं और उनको नियमित परतफेर किस तरह से करना है उनका भी नियोजन हम लोग देते हैं। तथा जो व्यक्तिगत रूप से व्यवसाय के लिए महिलाएं आगे आती है उनको हम मुद्रा लोन भी उपलब्ध करवा के देते हैं, बैंक प्रस्ताव भर के देते हैं। साथ ही मेरे जो कार्य क्षेत्र है वहाँ पे मैं खुद 9 गांव में काम करती हूँ जहाँ पे 2 जीपी इंक्लूडिंग है। तो उस एरिया में जाके काम करना बहुत ही टफ जाता है कभी कभी, जहाँ पे रास्ते भी ठीक तरह से नहीं होते हैं, लोगों की भाषा का भी प्रॉब्लम होती है, जो हिंदी नहीं समझती, कुछ मराठी भी नहीं समझती है। उस एरिया में जाके हम लोग इस तरह से काम करते हैं। थैंक यू।
ऐसे रीना जी जैसे करीब 37,000 साढ़े 37,000 ऐसी FLCRPs हैं जो बिल्कुल, एंड दिस इज अ पिक्चर जो आप स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं, दिस इज नॉट एन आर्टिफिशियल, ये बिल्कुल छत्तीसगढ़ के गांव से लिया गया है। जो पहला दिन आप देखिए तो कैसे रीना जी से जैसे FLCRP जाकर अवेयरनेस करती हैं, बताया लोगों के बारे में, भाई नरेगा के वर्कर हैं, आपको अगर पेमेंट निकालना है तो आपको बैंक में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। एंड सेम डे दूसरे दिन जाकर हमारी BC सखी दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग द उनको पेमेंट सर्विसेज। So that's why we say that awareness coupled with the service delivery. इसका एक छोटा सा ये है, जब से हमने ये शुरू किया फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी 2018 से 2017-18 से और अभी तक में, ये कुछ है जिसमें एसएसजी बैंक लिंकेज एंड ऑल दैट, अमाउंट कितना बड़ा, तो इट्स नॉट दैट कि ओनली फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इज द रीजन फॉर टू इंक्रीज ओवर द लास्ट 4 years ऑफ दिस सर्विसेज एंड प्रोडक्ट, बट इसका एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। कि लोगों को सर्विसेज को सही जानकारी देना, सर्विसेज उनको पहुंचाना एंड ऑल दैट. सो एक बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूटर है फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का रीना जी जैसे कैडर का, कि जाकर प्रोडक्ट और सर्विसेज के बारे में बताकर वो जानकारी देना, जो पिछले 4-5 सालों में देखी कि NRLM में डिफरेंट जो सर्विसेज हम प्रोवाइड करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लिंकेज करने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो आपके स्क्रीन के सामने है. यहाँ पर ये कुछ ट्रेनिंग से हैं. लोकल वर्ना लैंग्वेज जैसे इन्होंने बताया, ये महाराष्ट्र में काम करती है तो मराठी में है. ऐसे करीब 12-13 लैंग्वेजेस में ये जो चार्ट्स हैं, बैनर्स हैं अवेलेबल हैं, सो दैट लोकल लोग अपने आप को रिलेट कर पाए उससे चीजों से. तीसरा जो मॉडल का है, जो हमने पहले भी इनफैक्ट बताया कि अवेयरनेस को, ट्रेनिंग को मेजर करना बड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है, बट एक हम अटेम्प्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. एक स्मॉल ऐप और वेब बेस्ड सिस्टम है. 3 काम बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट करने में मदद है. एक तो है कि जिस गांव में, जिस SHG में जाती हैं, दे मेजर द स्टेटस ऑफ आउटरीच ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, कि कितने लोग सेविंग्स, कितने लोग क्रेडिट, कितने लोग इंश्योरेंस, दे मेजर ऑन द फिक्स्ड 15 पैरामीटर्स. अकॉर्डिंगली दे डिसाइड कि इस गांव में या इस SHG में व्हाट ट्रेनिंग इनपुट नीड टू बी गिवन. सो इट विल नॉट बी इन जनरल कि हम गए और जो 6 और 7 मॉड्यूल था सबको एक साथ बता दिया. So based on the status, they decide the training input, and third, it captures the concurrent evaluations. So उसी गांव में जाकर status पता चल गया, training दे दिया, 1 महीने के बाद और 3 महीने के बाद they measure की पहले जो status थी, has it increased or not. So all 3 being captured under this application, and this is helping us to know कि किस area में movement up हो रहा है, किस में stagnant है, so that we can refine our strategies. चौथा एंड प्रॉब्ली लास्ट इनफैक्ट ये करना चाहूंगा, somebody asking कि कब तक करेंगे, how long it is, और what is the sustainability models, right? So जो fourth and the most important जो systems का और financial literacy architecture का यहाँ हमारे पास, this is a localized and kind of permanent or semi-permanent architecture. Why? ये structure इनफैक्ट JS के presentation में आप लोगों ने सुबह देखा, and this is the backbone of whole NRLM initiative. SHG member उसके ऊपर SHG, FinView and cluster level federations. So this financial literacy architecture is not an standalone. It's being anchored by this cluster level federations. So FLCRP का चयन करना, उनको RCT training में भेजना, उनको monitor करना, this all being done by cluster level federation. And शायद आप लोगों को पता होगा, this cluster level federation is in registered organizations under trust or society or some acts. So it's going to stay in the field for some times, right? So it's a localized, वहीं से resources चुन के आते हैं, उन्हीं को service provide करना है और वही monitor करते हैं. So it's not like कि, and that's why I say it's a regular inputs. It's not a one-time input, it's a regular input. So that's why this is localized, cost-effective, and kind of permanent architecture of financial literacy under NRLM. So there are some distinguishing feature already reserved. अब इस पूरे काम को जो अभी हमने 15-20 मिनट में डिस्कस किया, एक आर्किटेक्चर देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और एक सेंटर के रूप में सक्षम सेंटर्स. ये जो वही है कि इनफैक्ट क्या काम करेगा सक्षम सेंटर. सो SHG एंड विलेज वाइज फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन प्लान बनाएंगे बेस्ड ऑन द स्टेटस की व्हाट इज द आउटरीच, क्या कमी है. अकॉर्डिंगली हमारे CRP को गाइड करेंगे कि इस गांव में कौन सी ट्रेनिंग देनी है, कौन से विषय पर ट्रेनिंग देनी है एंड कौन सी सर्विसेज देनी. So these are the some services providing, and this centers is not other. This center is being managed and anchored by the cluster level federation. 179 such centers is already working across 15 states, and this Amrit Kal we are going to open more, but we have piloted these ones and really working well into the. Right. So this was the in fact a brief. This is the macro pictures of what is our outreach. Yeah. So thank you everyone for the patience hearing. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Anil, for taking us through the interventions on financial literacy under NRLM. Now, I would invite Mr. Prakash Bakshi. Sir, you have been patiently listening to the speakers. You yourself have been a pioneer, in fact, in the SHG movement right since the beginning of the movement. You have deep understanding of the financial sector and the rural context. Sir, we would like to have your guidance and your thoughts on today's subject for deliberation. Sir.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। एसएचजी मूवमेंट जब हमने शुरू किया था 1987 में, और मैं डायरेक्टली रिस्पॉन्सिबल था उसको करीब 3 मिलियन एसएचजीज तक ले जाने में। आज बहुत खुशी होती है देख करके कि हम कहाँ पहुँच गए हैं। 8 मिलियन एसएचजीज एक बहुत बड़ा नंबर है, और जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स हो रहे हैं, जो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के इनिशिएटिव्स हो रहे हैं, दिस गिव्स great satisfaction to me as someone who has been with the movement right from its inception. यदि मेरा वर्क एक्सपीरियंस 50 साल का माना जाए तो it is less than 1% of the collective experience in this hall. And therefore ये मत सोचिए कि मैं जो कुछ कहूँगा वो बहुत नया होगा। आप लोग इतने ये अगस्त गैदरिंग जो है बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड है, बहुत नॉलेजेबल है, और जैसा कि पहले वक्ताओं ने बताया क्या क्या प्रयास हो चुके हैं अब तक, और अनिल ने अभी अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में बताया कि क्या कार्यक्रम है। मैं उसके बारे में नहीं बोलना चाहूँगा क्योंकि आप लोग मुझसे ज़्यादा जानते हैं उसके बारे में। लेकिन जब हमने कार्यक्रम शुरू किया था, या जब हम फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन या फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी की बात करते हैं, तो अनिल ने एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ कही कि एक कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स और सर्विसेज हैं जो प्रोवाइडर्स दे रहे हैं, एंड देयर इज़ अ गैप बिटवीन द प्रोवाइडर्स एंड द रेसिपिएंट्स, जिनकी अवेयरनेस एंड डिज़ायर टू एक्सेस दोज प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज इज लिमिटेड। नाउ दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव डिजाइन्ड एंड प्रोवाइडेड टू देम। हम ये क्यों कर रहे हैं, मतलब हमने पूरा कार्यक्रम क्यों शुरू किया था? उनकी जिंदगी के आज को सुधारने के लिए नहीं, उनके आने वाले दिनों को सुधारने के लिए किया था, कि भविष्य में अगले 8, 10, 15 साल में उनकी लाइफ जो है वो, उनकी जिंदगी जो है ज़्यादा खुशनुमा बने। हम सबका ये प्रयास है, और इसके लिए ही हम एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं। जब मैं जो शायद 7 साल का कितना टाइम है, मैं उस हिसाब से बोलूँगा। Can I speak for about 8-10 minutes or? Yeah. Thank you. I think I was in class 7. My father was a professor of education, and he said something which has remained with me all my life. He said the essence of life is earn as much as you can, spend as much as you can, save as much as you can. जितना कमा सकते हो कमाओ, जितना खर्च कर सकते हो करो, जितना बचा सकते हो बचाओ। इन तीनों के बीच सामंजस्य कहीं लाना है। यदि बहुत ज्यादा बचा लिया तो जिंदगी बड़ी दुखी रहेगी, और बहुत ज्यादा ऐश कर ली तो शायद भविष्य के लिए कुछ नहीं बचेगा। ये सामंजस्य लाना बहुत जरूरी है। सर ये शायद फाइनेंशियल, उस समय जब 7th स्टैंडर्ड में था मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आया था, अब शायद धीरे धीरे समझ में आने लगा। जब हम गांव की बात करते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है गांव मतलब एग्रीकल्चर, फार्मिंग। इज इट सो? एग्रीकल्चर में क्या हो रहा है? हम बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स के वर्ल्ड के लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर हैं, दूध के शायद सबसे बड़े प्रोड्यूसर हैं, गेहूं चावल वगैरह शायद नंबर 2 के प्रोड्यूसर हैं, लेकिन हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी जो है वो प्लेटू होती जा रही है, और वो वर्ल्ड के हाईएस्ट प्रोडक्शन का 30-35% ही। उससे ज्यादा बड़ी चीज हो रही है हमारा जो नेट सोन एरिया नॉट नेट। मैं थोड़ा सा डाइग्रेस कर रहा हूं सो कॉल्ड फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी से, और जानबूझ के कर रहा हूं कि हमारा नेट सोन एरिया जो है वो करीब 1970-71 से पिछले 40-50 साल में 141 मिलियन हेक्टेयर के आसपास रहा है। 1-2% कम ज्यादा हो जाता है बारिश के हिसाब से। ग्रॉस सोन एरिया थोड़ा सा बढ़ा है, लेकिन 1970 में ये 141 मिलियन हेक्टेयर 70 मिलियन फार्म्स में बटा हुआ था। आज की तारीख में वही 141 मिलियन हेक्टेयर 145 मिलियन फार्म्स में बटा हुआ है। मतलब खेत छोटे होते जा रहे हैं। एवरेज साइज ऑफ होल्डिंग जो है वो 1 हेक्टेयर है आज की तारीख में। 1 हेक्टेयर से थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है, और 90% लोग 70% से 80% के किसान जो हैं वो 1 हेक्टेयर वाले हैं। हमें ये डिस्कस करना है हमारे फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी में कि आपके पास आज 1 हेक्टेयर है जिसमें आप थोड़ा बहुत कमा पा रहे हो, आपके 3 बेटे हैं और 10-15 साल में इनके पास 0.33 हेक्टेयर होने वाला है, क्या उनकी जिंदगी इससे चलेगी? क्या उसकी तैयारी हमें अभी से नहीं करनी चाहिए कि आपके ये 3 बच्चे 10 साल बाद क्या करेंगे? वो 0.33 हेक्टेयर उनको कहीं नहीं ले जाने वाला, वो इतनी इनकम नहीं देने वाला है कि आप कुछ भी कर लें कि वो अपनी आजीविका चला सके। तो वी विल हैव टू प्रिपेयर देम फॉर दैट फ्यूचर विच इज कमिंग टू देम एंड यू कांट स्टॉप इट। आप इस डिवीजन ऑफ लैंड को रोक नहीं सकते हैं, शायद कोई लीगल लेजिस्लेशन आ जाएगा और जो भी लेके आएगा वो 3 फार्म लॉस जैसे वापस लिए गए उसको वापस लेना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इतना आसान नहीं होगा ये। तो हमें फैमिलीज को आगे आने वाले दिनों के लिए तैयार करना है। मेरा ख्याल है फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट होगा। एक तो ये है कि जो प्रोडक्ट्स अवेलेबल हैं उसको अच्छी तरह से आप उसका उपयोग करें। दूसरा ये तैयार करें उनको कि आगे आपके पास जो समस्याएं आने वाली हैं उनके बारे में उनको जागरूक करें और उनके लिए उपाय ढूंढें। हमने एक प्रेजेंटेशन में अभी बीच में नॉन फार्म सेक्टर का वर्ड यूज हुआ था। नॉन फार्म सेक्टर में हम एसएचजीज में कितने सालों से काम कर रहे हैं, वो अगरबत्ती बनाना, पापड़ बनाना, हम ये सब सोचते रहते थे, विच इज प्रोडक्शन, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के सेगमेंट में आ जाएगा, विच इज ओनली 14% ऑफ द रूरल ग्रॉस वैल्यू एडेड, ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल टू द ग्रॉस वैल्यू एडेड ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर इज सर्विसेज सेक्टर। सर्विसेज सेक्टर बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है और हम में से कोई उसके ऊपर ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है। यदि हम सब, मेरा ख्याल है यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं उनकी उम्र, एवरेज उम्र मेरा ख्याल है 45-50 साल होगी। अब 20 साल पहले के गांव को याद करें और आज के गांव को याद करें। पहले गांव कैसा दिखता था और आज गांव कैसा दिखता है, कैसी दुकानें खुली हैं वहां पे, कितने ब्यूटी पार्लर खुले हैं, कितने मोबाइल रिपेयरिंग शॉप खुली हैं, कितने मोटरसाइकिल की रिपेयरिंग शॉप है। हमने कुछ नहीं किया। ये सर्विसेज सेक्टर अपने आप बढ़ रहा है एंड दैट इज द फ्यूचर ऑफ एनी इकोनॉमी। इवन इन अर्बन एरियाज द इकोनॉमी इज ग्रोइंग टू ग्रो इन सर्विसेज सेक्टर। हम उसके ऊपर कितना ध्यान दे रहे हैं और अपने प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज को उसकी तरफ कहां ले जा रहे हैं, अपने एसएचजी मेंबर्स को और उनके परिवारों को इसके लिए कैसे तैयार कर रहे हैं। मेरा ख्याल है ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट हमारे फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन और फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का होना चाहिए। इसलिए ट्रेनर्स को मेरा ख्याल है ये देखना पड़ेगा कि अलग अलग ज्योग्राफीज में अलग अलग तरह के सर्विसेज बढ़ेंगे, वो कौन से सर्विसेज होंगे और उनके लिए हम अपने एसएचजी मेंबर्स को और उनके परिवारों को कैसे तैयार कर सकें, कैसे उनको आगाह कर सकें कि आप ये भी कर सकते हैं। मेरा ख्याल है हमारे फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन या फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का ये एक कंपोनेंट होना चाहिए। पहले के वक्ताओं में भी और राघवेंद्र जी ने भी जैसा मेंशन किया, आज की तारीख में माइक्रो क्रेडिट जो एसएचजीज के द्वारा दिया गया है, करीब मेरा ख्याल है 1.5 लाख करोड़ के करीब लोन आउटस्टैंडिंग है। लेकिन जैसा राघवेंद्र जी ने बताया कि माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस भी माइक्रो क्रेडिट दे रहे हैं और उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन करीब करीब 3 लाख करोड़ है। तो करीब करीब 64-70% माइक्रो क्रेडिट जो है वो एमएफआई माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस के द्वारा दिया जा रहा है, जिनका बहुत ज्यादा जिक्र हमारे फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी और फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम्स में नहीं होता है। मेरा ख्याल है हमें वो लाने की जरूरत है और इसलिए जरूरत है क्योंकि जैसे जैसे एसएचजी में जब हमने शुरू किया था तो करीब 20 सदस्य होते थे, फिर वो घटते घटते 16-15 हो गए और अब मैं डेटा देख रहा हूँ, अनिल ने जो प्रेजेंट किया कि एवरेज नंबर एक एसएचजी का 10-11 मेंबर रह गया है। अब ये सबकी इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट यूनिफॉर्म नहीं होती है, कुछ लोग थोड़ा ज्यादा बढ़ते हैं और उनकी लोन रिक्वायरमेंट ज्यादा बढ़ने लगती है, तो उस 10 में से 4-5 लोगों की लोन रिक्वायरमेंट थोड़ी ज्यादा होती है और उसके लिए एक नया हमने कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू किया था कि इंस्टेड ऑफ एसएचजी इट विल बी कॉल्ड जॉइंट लायबिलिटी ग्रुप, व्हिच वाज ए स्मॉलर ग्रुप रिक्वायरिंग स्लाइटली हायर लेवल ऑफ फाइनेंस। इज आवर फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी और एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम गाइडिंग देम टुवर्ड्स दिस, दैट नाउ यू आर रेडी टू मूव फ्रॉम SHG to GLG level and from there perhaps to individual loan level if some people go beyond that. I think this should become a major component of our financial education and literacy. Drivers of microfinance, I think Raghuvenji ji ne bhi mention kiya, Anil ne bhi mention kiya, technology. मैंने लिटरेचर जो आप लोगों ने दिया था वो मैंने देखा, हम उसमें रुपए क्रेडिट कार्ड वगैरह की बात कर रहे हैं। टुडे आई थिंक यूपीआई हैज बिकम ए कॉमन फैक्टर। गांव में अभी भी घूमता हूं और मतलब मेरा ख्याल है महीने में 20 दिन तो मैं गांव में ही रहता हूं। छोटी छोटी दुकानों में QR कोड लगे हुए हैं। Now even the technology has got developed where you don't need a smartphone to make UPI payment, although it has not been integrated in NPCI so far. But I think in the coming 3-4 months that will happen. जहां वो पुराने 300 रुपए वाले फीचर फोन से भी बिना इंटरनेट के UPI पेमेंट कर पाएंगे। I think it is time now for us to start educating people that this is the future. This is how हमने अभी तक बात की है कि इतने बैंक अकाउंट खुल गए, 48 करोड़ बैंक अकाउंट खुल गए, उसमें से इतने डॉर्मेंट हैं। और आपने ये भी बताया अनिल ने कि 80% महिलाएं प्रेफर करती हैं कि वो कैश रखें, बैंक अकाउंट में पैसा नहीं रखें। ये सब इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि हमने अभी उनको मीडियम नहीं दिया है ट्रांजैक्ट करने का। I think transmitting money from one pocket to another pocket using the digital platform is going to be the future, and we must guide people to start using these platforms. जैसे जैसे स्मार्टफोन का पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ रहा है, करीब करीब 30-40% रूरल पॉपुलेशन के पास परिवार में कम से कम एक स्मार्टफोन है। और पेंडेमिक के समय जब स्कूल कॉलेज सब बंद हो गए थे तो स्मार्टफोन की बिक्री काफी बढ़ी क्योंकि बच्चों की क्लासेस जो हैं वो स्मार्टफोन पे हो रही थी। I think our financial literacy programs also should include teaching not only SHG members but their family members how to use different apps that have come in. Not necessarily just the banking app, लेकिन उनके जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे apps develop हो रहे हैं और हम उनके बारे में बात नहीं करते हैं। I think if we start doing this, we will be doing a great service to financial inclusion and using digital payments and digital platforms. हम लोन्स की बात करते हैं, जनरली हम लोन्स में लाइवलीहुड्स की बात करते हैं, एसेट क्रिएशन की बात करते हैं। Even when we started SHGs long ago, the first loans हम चाहते थे कि वो इनकम जनरेटिंग एक्टिविटी के लिए हों, और बैंकिंग पार्लेंस में मेरे बैंकर कोलीग्स बताएंगे, हम उसको मिस यूटिलाइजेशन कहते हैं कि नाम तो लिया उसने कि मुझे गाय खरीदने के लिए पैसे चाहिए और बैंक ने दे भी दिया, लेकिन उसको जरूरत थी उस पैसे की, एक्चुअली कोई बीमार था उसको अस्पताल ले जाने के लिए। तो बैंकिंग पार्लेंस में तो वो मिस यूटिलाइजेशन है। बट दिस इज हैपनिंग बिकॉज वी आर नॉट प्रोवाइडिंग लोन्स फॉर द पर्पस फॉर विच दे एक्चुअली रिक्वायर द लोन। हेल्थ लोन्स एंड एजुकेशन लोन्स आर एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट। हम आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड की बात कर रहे हैं। प्रोग्राम शुरू होने के पहले नीता जी ने भी मुझसे कहा कि आयुष्मान भारत का क्या हो रहा है। आयुष्मान भारत इज ओनली हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन। It's a great service that has been provided by the government. लेकिन उसके पहले क्या हम चाहते हैं कि वो इतने बीमार पड़े कि उनको अस्पताल में भर्ती होने की नौबत आ जाए? क्या उनका प्राइमरी लेवल पे ट्रीटमेंट नहीं हो सकता ताकि वो प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी केयर में ही ठीक हो जाए और उनको अस्पताल जाने की जरूरत ना पड़े? अब यहाँ एक बड़ी समस्या है कि 70% लोग गांव में रहते हैं, लेकिन 80% मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मैन पावर जो है वो टाउन्स में है, और 80% प्राइवेट सेक्टर में है, गवर्नमेंट में नहीं है। I have been part of the government for 40 years, so I know what government can do, wants to do, but also the limitations of the government. आप हर गांव में अस्पताल नहीं बना सकते। प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर हमने बनाया, सर्विसेज नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, it is limited. But people fall sick beyond childbirth also. आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर और आशा वर्कर जो है वो चाइल्ड बर्थ तक तो उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, but there are so many other diseases for which people need treatment. How do we take care of this so that they do not get to that situation where they have to get hospitalized and then get the benefit of Ayushman Bharat? I think this is a very critical factor. I'm just giving one example here of health because this is part of the services sector which is growing very fast. We have started an initiative in Uttar Pradesh. We are working in 5 districts. जहां हमने SHG members को जैसे बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट होते हैं वैसे हेल्थ करेस्पॉन्डेंट बनाने की कोशिश, and they link the rural people to the urban healthcare facilities, just like the bank correspondents links them to the banks who are elsewhere. This is an exhaustive training program of about 360 hours approved by the Healthcare Sector Skill Council of NSDC. तो इस तरह के कार्यक्रम हमको कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच से जब करेंगे तो सर्विसेज सेक्टर बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा, और उन्हीं लोगों के लिए, वही उन्हीं SHG मेंबर्स के लिए हर गांव में हम एक हेल्थ करेस्पॉन्डेंट बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इन द नेक्स्ट 2 years वी वांट टू बी इन अबाउट 200 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स we will require about 40,000 health correspondents. And therefore, request to all NRLM leader and especially the SLRM head of Uttar Pradesh, I would like to discuss with him. How can we create such different types of livelihoods where services available elsewhere are brought to the access points of villages? I think this is going to be a huge change, and I request NRLM to inculcate or incorporate that in their training programs. So these are some ideas I am giving you for how the financial literacy has to move from just connecting products and services which have been designed to what will be required in future for the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think it was a pleasure listening to you. I think you also have introduced or in fact given new dimensions to the whole thought process, how we think financial literacy would be. And I think the futuristic perspective was, I think, a lot more important and innovative. Thank you, sir. I think we will continue to seek your inputs in the further deliberations also. Here now I would like to invite Mr. Santanu Pense, Chief General Manager, State Bank of India. Sir, you are a banker, so your thoughts on what the banks are doing and how this arrangement with banks can be more collaborative so that we are able to accelerate the impact. Yeah, I'll just.
It's not getting projected. I hope these slides I can move from here only. Right. Very good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am, Joint Secretary. Our DMDs are here. All the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. Very good afternoon to you, and great to be here with engaged or engaging discussions which are happening. I will not take much time, sir. Saurav sir, I know I have been allotted 10 minutes. I will try to rush and finish as early as possible. So this is, I have made a presentation so that everybody is engaged. Before start, I would request your attention to, there are certain keywords in this presentation which convey so much meaning. And the presentation makes everybody engaged. That's why I have made this. First of all, let's, we bow down to almost 9 crore women who are under NRLM. And if we take entire country, SHG movement, 14 crore women of this country who have actually survived 3 deadly waves of corona, who are actually sitting at the last mile of the benefit. And with this kind of portfolio, almost 1.72 lakh crores credit they are having the lowest NPA percentage in this country, which even the industry doesn't have. We must clap for them, that the kind of work they are doing in this country for many years, that they are having absorbed credit, understood credit, which is the ultimate aim of financial literacy, and having a portfolio of 1.72 trillion, not even 2% NPS, is really a great work which is done by this country, and we seldom or very hardly notice this in the media. So that's why I started remembering the great work done by women of this country. Yeah, there is a thought that one is not born with the capacity to make sound financial decisions. It comes through education, reading the right material, and also the training. And some of the earlier speakers have said the same thing. I would just request 2 essentials. One is literacy and one is access. All the speakers who spoke earlier also dwelled on the same thing, so that there are informed choices made by the people, or particularly the women, leading to their financial well-being.
One of the speakers said earlier that when you educate a woman, you educate a family, you educate the future generation. So I repeat that again here. I still remember I had gone to Rajasthan few days back along with my MD, and somebody told a story that one of the sarpanchas in Rajasthan had invited our bank's digital team in a very small village, and the sarpanch requested, sir आप आइए और आपका जो योनो ऐप है ये हमारी गांव की महिलाओं को सिखाएं, पुरुषों को नहीं, क्योंकि जब आप महिलाओं को सिखाएंगे तो पूरा घर डिजिटल हो जाएगा. I mean, I was moved by this emotion or the expectation of the sarpanch deep down in a village in Rajasthan who requested, and we actually went and did it, and they were so happy. So coming back to this slide, we have a gender gap in usage of bank account. It was also highlighted earlier. And the physical banking spaces are often male dominated. And that is why the financial literacy, from financial literacy to financial inclusion to digital literacy, digital education is very much required and particularly directed at women. And that is why I request the FLC friends here and the grassroots workers to understand this, perhaps. Women actually manage the household budget, and they are often eager to start the home-based businesses. And that is how I will keep coming on the concept of MORD and particularly the Joint Secretary Madam, that how we actually create entrepreneurs from the SHG group members. Because for years together, they have been doing great work in SHG, but now is the time when we have to give wings to their aspirations. So I'll come to that in the further slides. Vittya Saksharta Pragati Ka Rasta. That is how the mantra is. So we see we started, maybe the country started this Jan Dhan in a very strong manner in 2014. So we have got Janadhana, we have got Aadhaar, we have got mobile. So we have got almost 47.84 crores Jan Dhan account, and the bank, State Bank has 13.68 out of it. Janadhana se Janasuraksha, which means that as a country we have got 10.92 crores PM JJBY enrollment, out of which 33% is contributed by State Bank, 28 crores PMSBY enrollments, and 4.81 crores Atal Pension Yojana subscriber. This indicates how we are moving from Janadhana to Janasuraksha. Then Janadhana se Atmanirbharta. So the country has got more than 3.31 lakh crores, that is 3.31 trillions of mudra, 16,729 crores Stand-Up India, and 4,600 crores PM Swanidhi disbursements, which have gone to the needy sectors of this economy. Then Janadhana says Swayam Sahayata. So as rightly said by earlier speakers, we have got 81 lakh SHGs which are working. 37 lakh SHGs are credit linked, out of which State Bank has got 12 lakh SHG credit linked with a portfolio of 30,000 crores as of now. Now, let's go back to NRLM. You see the keywords that DAY-NRLM has been one of the pillars of financial literacy program in this country. In fact, if I may allow to be add, that it's not in the country, in the world, it is the biggest program. And that's how we should be proud to be associated with NRLM and the MORD initiatives. Now, NRLM works towards achieving universal financial inclusion in all the poor households, and SHG is a medium to do it. As earlier said, NRLM works on the demand side as well as the supply sides. NRLM has been able to successfully establish the largest community-based women-led architecture. Again, not only India, I have written India, but it's the world. And the last line says focus on individual entrepreneurship for SHG women. वित्तीय साक्षरता प्रगति का रास्ता. That is the theme which I suppose we will take forward from now onwards. Now you see, we have got 13.68 crores of Janadhan accounts. Now these are the slides where we have got the SBI in picture. But out of 13.68 crores, more than 50% are women accounts in Janadhan. Similarly, 13.68 crore Janadhan accounts, 7.6 crore Janadhan accounts for women, more than 15%, 2 crore women out of 3.57 crores, 4.65 crore women out of 8.96 crores, and 54.22 lakh women out of 1.06 crores have enrolled under PMJJBY, PMSBY, and APY schemes respectively. This shows that the women are now engaged in the social security schemes, which is ultimate aim of financial literacy. We also promote savings in formal banking systems with 8.8 lakh SHG savings account with us. We have a robust grievance redressal mechanism in place. As earlier said, 54 lakh women have enrolled for Atal Pension Yojana in the bank. And again, coming back, the quality of credit portfolio of the banks is superb with the women who are actually at the end of benefits, at the end of education, at the end of health, and the last mile recipient of whatever the family earns, and still they are having this kind of credit discipline is impeccable. I mean, we don't have any parallel in the economy with the kind of credit portfolio this SHG, and thanks to the whosoever have actually started in 87, this SHG movement, in fact, wouldn't have imagined that this SHG movement will grow to this stature and it will be a developmental pillar of this country. So SBI also boosts digital transactions. SBI is one of the front runners for POC with RBI Innovation Hub, which was earlier said by our DMD. And the technology reaches today, out of almost 42 crores customers in SBI, 6 crores are actually the users of YONO. And 6 crores is not a small number. So this is a part of Digital India who is actually transacting through the YONO app of State Bank of India. And the financial literacy can also include the digital literacy basically. I will again go back to just numbers, that presence of 23,000 branches, but 67,000 BC CSP outlets is the real reach of the bank in the rural India. And I have seen in 3 deadly waves of COVID, and even during the floods, the CSP is going across all the parts of the country and actually doing yeoman service for the people of this country. We have conducted in last 3 years 73,217 financial literacy camps where 33 lakh people have actually attended, and we have got 235 CFLs, and we further propose to take it forward. We have got 152 RUDSETIs across the states and union territories, and since inception, we have trained 10.21 lakh candidates, out of which 7.33 lakhs have set up their own ventures. Now there is the way forward. One is to digital financial literacy, which is leveraging the increased reach of technology with different channels. Now, rural women generally hesitate to visit physical bank branches because they are more male-dominated, and therefore making women and the SHG members and the general women population at large digitally literate will solve their problems. We also have got women banking correspondents. which impart financial and digital literacy and can also include training rural women as the banking correspondents. The matured SHGs can be a participant in the financial inclusion initiatives, including being agents of providing direct banking services to the poor at their doorsteps. Now, training and capacity building, we have been speaking throughout the day, so I won't dwell upon that much. But leveraging the SHG ecosystem is very, very important pillar, because when you educate an SHG, you actually educate 10, 20 women, and it ultimately translates to educating 200 to 300 people, because in a family there are, say, maybe 4, 5, 6, 8 people. And we can do through NGO, which we are presently doing. And BC Sakhis or bank Sakhis, they are the powerful medium to do this. Now, coming back to the, again, giving way to the aspirations of SHG women, particularly for the foot soldiers, I would dwell upon some of the government schemes where the SHG members who are there for more than 2, 3, 4 years engaged in the SHG activities or the livelihood. I request each one of you, including my banking friends, we have done some pilots also earlier in this. So these are the schemes. Although these schemes are there available on the sites of the government or it's in public domain, but I would just request that there are 4, 5, 6 beautiful schemes, one of which is Mudra Yojana, where we should promote these women of SHGs to set up their own enterprises, micro enterprises, so that we actually take them to the next level. Instead of doing or continuing as a SHG member, they should continue as a SHG member. However, we must give them wings to fly for their aspirations. So Mudra Yojana is a collateral-free scheme for last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and all the banks together, we should do this. Second is Stand Up India, is also aimed at women. In addition to the SC/ST beneficiaries, the women are also the focus point, and we must give wings. And as a part of our bank's journey, this year, Ma'am Kejriwal, we have actually funded 11,000 Stand Up India beneficiaries in the 9 months which ended, which is a departure from our earlier numbers. We can also engage them in Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program. All these schemes are basically having 2, 3, 4 benefits. One is the subvented interest rate. Second is collateral free because it is guaranteed by the government. Third, there is a policy support, and the government also sponsors or supports in every way the bankers can take this forwards.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. If you could kindly close it in one, looking at the time.
Next 2 minutes. Yeah, these are my almost concluding slides. One is Agri Infra Fund. There also we have got a lot of potential because we are actually, the wastages are 1.5 trillion rupees in a year. So, because we don't have storage capabilities. So, it is actually said that India wastes, which actually our neighbors don't produce also. So, Agri Infra Fund, where we have a policy support of 1 trillion rupees from the government, if we can encourage women, it will be a banker's duty to do this. And PMFME, that scheme is also wonderful. So, thank you. But I would end this, if Mr. Saurabh permits, for 2 minutes. Everybody of us is actually working at their bit. But there is a short story. I will end in 1 minute. Please give me time. Sadhguru says what the MORD is trying, or what the SHG movement is trying, that it's a small story that when Sadhguru was passing by a point, he said some stone cutters are cutting the stones. So he asked one person that, what are you doing? He said, I don't know, sir. I need money, so I come here. They give me some work, I cut the stones, and that's it. I'm okay, I get money, my family is happy, I get food. He went ahead and asked the second person, what are you doing? He said, I really don't know, but they are doing something. So, but I'm okay with whatever they are doing. I come here, I cut the stones, and I get money, so I'm happy, and I'm doing this for 2-3 years. Sadhguru went to a third person, asked, what are you doing? The moment Sadhguru asked that person, he stood up. He was very ecstatic. He said, Sadhguru, we are building a temple here. And I can see when the temple is built, I'll be the person who is actually putting up the stones for this step. And I'm so glad, part of this journey, that we are building a temple. So the purpose of telling this story was, we are all actually building this nation in an inclusive growth. And we should be happy when we look at the big picture, we actually become happy by doing what we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for bringing in your thoughts, particularly guiding the way forward using technology, and I think most importantly, giving wings to the aspirations of SHG members. Thank you once again. I would now request Mr. Umanath Mishra, Director, CRISIL Foundation. Mr. Mishra, CRISIL Foundation has been working in coordination with several banks across multiple states on financial literacy. Would like to know your insights and experiences from your efforts, and what would you like to share with this gathering so that the objectives of today's workshop on creating a strategy is more formed up. Can we have the presentation? Mr. Mishra, looking at the time, if you could conclude in about 6 minutes' time, would appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Dignitaries on the dais and the hall, Madam J.S. Kejriwal, and all the participants. The financial inclusion journey, the entire landscape has been very colorful and evolving in the country. And there are many milestones which we have discussed. Couple of milestones which has been noteworthy in the journey is the SHG bank linkage program, especially the paradigm shift in which we see the development domain, that is the NRLM. And here I will be sharing some of the initiatives from CRISIL Foundation, especially the My Pragati program, which is a small experiment or pilot that we created, and now it is defining the convergence that we have brought through this program. So I will quickly go through one of my interactions with one of the BIDOs in Assam. I'll directly come to some of the interactions that we have under the My Pragati. So in last November, I was visiting Assam, and I had interaction with this BIDO. And she was talking about her earlier life, prior to 2017, when she was doing the household chores and the other regular, the field activities in terms of the agricultural activities. But after 2017, she joined My Pragati, and the kind of the community recognition that is brought to her in terms of her work and the importance I can see the, confidence beaming in her face, the pride that was beaming. So because she has become now the torch bearer of the community, one of the important member of the community and bringing the, efforts on the financial inclusion side. So talking about CRISIL Foundation is the CSR arm of CRISIL, and we conceptualize the program of My Pragati basis our insights from the Inclusives report, which is a kind of analytics and the indexing on which we do the listing of districts on financial inclusion index. And it was found that there are certain districts which are performing low on the financial inclusion index, and especially the northeastern states. So we designed our this financial inclusion through My Pragati intervention. Basically, it is a capacity building program, and under which we focus on building the capabilities of the community. So the My Pragati model, the way it stands today, is a result of the series of experiments or pilot to figure out what works and what next. It was constantly evolved, and perhaps that is the reason why I believe it has been able to deliver result, and the model is also replicable. Under My Pragati, we have created a field force of trained women who work at the grassroots, a robust community cadre of Sakhis who proactively drive financial inclusion and behavior change at the community level. The program has not only unlocked social value to the communities, right from the awareness to changing attitudes and positive financial behavior, but also created a steady source of revenue for our Sakhis. Our Sakhis do paid work by charging service fee for every services they offer. So in this course, we try to bring convergence with the other institutional structures like BC, CSPs, and other institutional mechanism, apart from the mutual understanding between the Sakhis and the beneficiaries. So there are basically 3 phases in the My Pragati program. We are right now in the 3rd phase of the program. I will just quickly try to cover these 3 phases. So during the first phase, which started in 2015 and 17, it was a large outreach program in which we directly try to reach the communities through a well-trained cadre or CRISIL Mitras, and we try to provide the financial literacies and also do the linkages, establish linkages and personalized health cards, and the community level melas with key service providers. This resulted in creating very strong awareness and drove linkages. However, the midline and the endline assessment that we did clearly indicated the fact that behavioral change was still not visible and needed sustained and hand-holding support. So that was the key. So during the first phase of intervention, we identified that large-scale outreach program that we were targeting had some lacuna, and that was probably the hand-holding support that was required in between these beneficiaries and the implementing organizations. So this resulted in creating a very strong awareness and drove linkages. That formed the basis for the phase 2. Phase 2 focused on various experiments to solve for the need of ongoing hand-holding support to drive long-term behavior change. This resulted in Sakhi cadre, and the unique feature in this phase is financial self-sustenance of the Sakhis. We have not only built the Sakhi capacity to carry out financial awareness inclusion work, but we have also made them financially self-sustainable through service fee-based revenue model. Our initial 2 cohorts of Sakhi across Assam and Rajasthan showed a very strong track record of serving and supporting the community and earn revenues. This gave us the confidence to take this model to scale, thus creating the base for the phase 3. So now in the phase 3, what we are trying to do is the Sakhi cadres. We started with a number of like in 2015 with 390 numbers. Now it has reached to 3,600 plus Sakhis working across Rajasthan and Assam. But now in phase 3, we are trying to replicate this model and scale it up through our application, where we are taking forward a Gram Shakti app, where we are doing the certification of Sakhis. And this is the kind of hub-spoke model where these Sakhi leaders will act as spoke, and they will enroll more and more Sakhis into this platform. So basically, Sakhis are the backbones of our program. they are the core of our entire intervention. So you can see some of the numbers that we have achieved through this program. The villages that we have covered is around 3,800 plus villages. The cumulative beneficiaries that we have reached through Sakhi program is 11 lakhs. And around total Sakhi cadre right now we have is 3,600 plus. And the cumulative linkages facilitated is 9 lakh plus. And the monthly average income is around 2,500 to 3,000 for the Sakhis. And the cumulative earning for the Sakhis is around 7 crore. So now I'll come to the main impact part. Impact part has two aspects, and these are all done by the independent agencies. So there are two aspects. One is the qualitative impact assessment and the quantitative impact assessment. On the quantitative impact assessment, as we shared in terms of the numbers, that's Sakhi outreach and the impact. And also on the acceptability of the Sakhi cadre, 100% of the community responsible who availed Sakhi services and the end-line sample were satisfied with their services. Over 85% of the community respondents also reported paying fees for the Sakhi services, hereby indicating willingness to pay for the services they avail. And this is basically a kind of environment where these Sakhi cadres are, working on a trust-based model, where they have developed such, and also this is a kind of demand-driven approach where they are from the community and they understand the requirements, and that kind of trust is between the community and the Sakhis. And there is a long-term sustainability on the impact side also. 96% of the Sakhis showed willingness to continue as Sakhis in the long term. Over 81% Sakhis are also satisfied with their revenue earned, and 75% believe this would increase in future. And some of the qualitative parameters are the relevance of the program for Sakhi cadre. This is very highly relevant, effective, and well accepted by the community. There has been an increase in the community access to banking, financial services, and government schemes due to Sakhi cadre. Between 2018 to 2020, we have been able to track this progress. And this is especially high for products like health and life insurance, as well as enrollment for certain government schemes like Atal Amrit Abhiyan. Apart from access, Sakhi acts as effective aggregators at the demand and thereby enabling convergence of interventions across various financial and government institutions. The beneficiaries have shown impact, ability, and confidence while conducting bank and financial transactions. And these kind of feedback we are getting from the stakeholders also, like banks, SRLM, have indicated better sensitivity and acceptance toward the saving and maintaining good credit history, and reduced cases of people falling into fraudulent practices.
Mr. Mishra, if you could conclude in a minute's time.
So I'll just briefly mention the scale-up part of the program, that how this My Pragati has led to the convergence. So the learnings from this My Pragati program, we partnered with Reserve Bank of India in a program called Center for Financial Literacy program, where we have set up around now 429 CFLs across 14 states and 4 union territories, and has covered around 1,200 blocks under this program. And we are sharing the best practices of My Pragati into the CFL program. And this is a kind of, example or the case study for the CSR initiatives in India, that how the CSR projects can be, leveraged for scaling up the large-scale programs, and also with the aligning with the national priorities also. So again, the concluding remark, and also one noteworthy thing will be our efforts has been recognized at the national level also. The CRISIL Foundation has won the National CSR Award not just once, but twice for this initiative. And these are the 3 key words, or the summing up word for this presentation would be like empower, enable, and inspire. Empower means this is the core of the program, I just said, the Sakhi. So our objective is to empower the Sakhis and then enable them to reach to the beneficiaries. And inspire will be a stage where these all beneficiaries, or the last mile, their wealth chart or their financial wing can be envisaged. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you for your insights, and it would be interesting probably to deliberate upon how some of these initiatives can converge with the efforts under NRLM. Thank you. May I now call upon Ms. Nisra Mahesh. Just to introduce Ms. Nisra, she has been a career banker. She has taken up the mandate of actually helping women understand money and manage money better. Her Money Talks is a startup which she has founded with other colleagues and which actually pursues this mandate. So, Nisha, I think we look forward to some interesting insights from you, and not easy to be the last speaker before lunch, so I'm sure you'll bring some interesting topics to put people together. Yeah, over to you.
Waiting for lunch. Honorable dignitaries present here, the stakeholders and representatives of Livelihood Mission, and all the stakeholders of this noble initiative of financial literacy. A very good afternoon. I know all of you are waiting for lunch, so I would try to conclude my speech in very short time. First of all, thank you for this opportunity, for getting an opportunity to interact with the stakeholders from various geographies. Pan-India itself is a privilege because it is giving a first-hand experience on trying to understand what are the problems in the ground level. And just a brief about myself. I'm an ex-banker. I quit the banking field in 2009 to start something my own. And my first venture is a content firm which is helping financial institutions in their content and digital strategy. I started Her Money Talks in 2019 to fill up the gap between women and finance. As we all know that when it comes to finance, there is a wide gap is coming between women and finance. So financial institutions and many initiatives like this are always trying to bridge this gap through various initiatives. So that's exactly we are doing. We are doing programs, workshops, awareness programs, hand-holding, advisory for women to take charge of their finances. Another thing which we are doing is that we are promoting women entrepreneurship through mentorship, guidance, and financial modeling. So this is a brief about what we do. We have done about 500 plus programs pan-India. And now the topic for today is an overview about the financial literacy space and how technology can make a change in this field. So as rightly, I know the other speakers have already mentioned here the financial literacy rate of India. As per a SEBI survey, it is about 7 to 27%, whereas the other advanced population or the other advanced countries are having 65% and above. So India, at the same time, it is a very interesting fact that our financial inclusion initiative like this Pradhan Mantri Dhan Yojana scheme is the world's largest initiative, having empowered 450 million bank accounts, having opened 450 million new bank accounts. Being in this country where the largest financial inclusion initiative is taken care of or having happened, but out of that, if you are looking at the history, like out of that, about 80 million accounts are dormant. So this means that on the one side, government is doing a commendable job in financial inclusion. On the other side, somewhere we are failing to fill up the gaps, like to create the demand or that interest, or maybe the service is available, something is missing in between where we can trigger that interest and bring people closer to the services or the products that are available. So that space is, the financial literacy is filling up that space. Because if you are aware of what is happening, if you are aware of the benefits you are getting, if you are aware of how to enrich your life through managing your money well, definitely we will be thinking about using these services. So financial literacy, when we talk about it, currently the government is doing a commendable job with multiple stakeholders, like the RBI, SEBI, the PFRDA, IRDA, all these are implementing financial awareness programs and literacy programs. And like we're under the aegis of various government departments. But what is happening is, this is a multi-stakeholder approach, which means various departments are doing their own initiatives, which is really commendable and is really reaching the ground level. But somewhere the gap is coming because if we have to implement something on a national level also, it is taking a lot of time. So there are few challenges which, in my previous and having worked within financial institutions, in the content space where we were advising financial institutions on their digital strategies, and having got the opportunity to work with a lot of startups, I'm just adding my few cents in how we can address the current challenges in the market. So the first thing is the current challenge is the high cost of execution. If you're thinking the population of India is about 140 crore, and the rural population is 506 million, which means if we have to do an outreach to this ground level to talk to people and create any campaign, it requires a lot of fleet on street and a lot of hard work and a lot of legwork, which is very difficult to implement and to execute. And we have done it beautifully, like we have divided it into state-wise, district-wise, zone-wise, village-wise, self-help groups. Everything is there, but imagine the time and effort we are taking for implementing this, but not strategizing this. So that is one of the major challenges. Second thing is, the challenge is the delay in implementation. Just like I mentioned, there are multiple stakeholders are involved in this, and each are having their own programs, initiatives. Think about the time it is taking for the penetration or getting approvals, implementing, and even brainstorming. If somebody is having a good idea, getting multiple approvals and compliance layers to go through and implement it itself taking a lot of time. Thirdly, we all are in that execution mode, like X number of programs have completed, so many so new initiatives have come. While we are all thinking about implementing or executing various programs, the gap coming is there where we are missing to measure the impact. Or even if we are measuring the impact, after one follow-up, we are losing the thread. So I'll tell a simple example of how this is, the regulator SEBI. For example, if we are taking, SEBI has, engaging stockbroking firms and all other entities to initiate financial literacy programs. They in turn engage various agents, agencies, and trainers, a fleet of people to execute this program. So what happens is that it is a massive execution program where a lot of people are going and doing a lot of initiatives. And end of the day, we are all talking about how many programs have been done, what are the new initiatives have been taken, but what happens after that? How many people have impacted out of that? It's very difficult to measure. And the next thing is, just because we have to go through a lot of regulatory and compliance measures or restrictions for this, what happens is that the content we are using for the program is kind of outdated. Because once the content is created, it is distributed among all the stakeholders and they are going and implementing it. But the financial or the fintech space, financial services or the fintech space is growing very aggressively. Every other day, changes are happening in the industry. And based on that, there is no particular team or somebody is working on how we can improve the content so that it creates an impact. How we can think different on this is not happening, because it's more of the number of initiatives we are doing rather than fixing up the challenges. Now here is where the role of technology coming in, which means we spend less time on execution and focus more on strategy, and it is more faster and real time. Now coming to technology, it is not just the fintech space. We have edtech, fintech, and information and communication technologies in place, where actually we can collaborate. We can take ideas from this space and try and implement many things here, which actually lessens our effort and more time in thinking and strategizing more innovative programs. So I'll just try to brief a few technology which we can actually, which we may already using, but on a smaller scale, but which we can think of using on a larger scale to create an impact or create a change in this field. First one is the broadcast, which is coming under information and communication technology, because we always talk about the lower internet penetration in the rural areas. So one thing which we can do is that when COVID came, what we've done is we have used broadcasting platforms. There are platforms or technology which is using mobile numbers-based broadcasting, which makes communication more faster. So, for example, if we have analytics to track X number of people in a village or a panchayat is not opening or operating or not using their bank accounts, if some kind of trigger can be broadcasted through their mobile phones, it would have been much easier for them. At least it nudges them to take some action or visit the bank. This way, a small nudge can change a little bit of difference, can make a little bit of difference in the way we take up financial services. Or suppose a new product, a new scheme, or some event is happening. All this can be broadcasted using broadcasting techniques. Next is AI transcript. I remember one of the speaker previously spoken was talking, one of the reasons why women are hesitant to visit the branch is that, of course, that stigma is there, it's a man's job. And the other thing is that many people are hesitant because if you have a small doubt about what is my balance in my account or how I can avail this product, you have to visit a branch. So it is, many people, they postpone it. They don't actually do it. So what we can do is that if we have AI transcript, like voice dictation, say, imagine where you have a phone where it dictates your voice, you can ask what is my bank balance, and immediately you're getting an answer for that. If that kind of technology is used, many people start using digital platforms for enhancing their knowledge and even availing the products and services. Third is experiential learning, which is actually using worldwide. So like I mentioned, most of the programs which we are delivering are PPT based. We are talking over Zoom or in person. It's the same old things which we are talking. But in technology, actually, we can use augmented reality, virtual reality, simulations, videos. All this requires a little bit of, not much of legwork, but can increase the experience of the learners. As we all know that the more we're getting advice, we won't listen to it. So instead of that, if you are, for example, if you're using storytelling as a method for delivering the content, many people can relate to it. Or if we are talking about educating them based on their life goals or based on their, the future, people can relate to it. So all this without human intervention, we can leverage technology for creating content which has having more impact. Next is personalized insight. Just like we all discussed about the impact creation, what's happening is that we are doing manual checking of the impact. Instead of that, there are analytics, there are artificial intelligence, which actually can bring, give all these insights to us without human intervention. So this is something that can be a game changer. And other is, like I mentioned, it is much faster, real time, and requires less time and effort. So having said this, we don't need to create anything new. You may be thinking like how we can implement it. But actually the answer is within us only. There are certain game changers in our country only. Within us only we are actually not using. For example, I mentioned about the digital content and curriculum development. During the COVID time, the government has created all these TV channels, digital platforms for a hybrid learning. But many states, what happens is that after COVID, it's not being used in the proper manner, or it may be using for the usual curriculum only. So how about if we create digital content? We can use private players in this. There are startups, there are service providers who are doing this. Actually, government can collaborate with them to create more experiential learning content and which can be broadcasted to the existing platforms which we have already created. So that we don't need to again spend money and time and all creating a new channel, or we don't need to worry about the lower mobile penetration in the country. Second is that procurement from startups.
If you could conclude in 2 minutes.
If you can procure from edtech startup platforms, if there are some kind of open platforms where the startups, especially in the edtech space, there are developing hybrid learning systems. Fintech platforms are coming with a lot of options for content. If there is an open platform where government is calling or sourcing services or products from these kind of organization, or even an open platform where these kind of startups can discuss about their products or present their products to government and it can be implemented. That can be a game changer in the industry. And lastly, we all know that there are 1 lakh plus post offices in the country. We all can relate nostalgia. We all are nostalgic about post offices. And post office is a place where everybody in the village or any space would trust. Post offices are today payment banks. But if we use the space, use the space and even the postmen who have not lost their job or not currently active as financial literacy agents, or this space can be used for various educative programs where people trust more than a private player coming and talking about finance or talking about new products and services. Current challenges in implementation, like I mentioned, having told all this, the landscape is so fragmented. So even if there are good ideas, there are products and services, taking a decision on a higher level and implementing this is not easy. There are regulatory hurdles which we have to go through. There are layers of decision making, and there are gaps, like the implementation partners. For example, the implementation partners have to be digitally literate to implement digital literacy in this space. So these are the 4 gaps which actually we need to think of, fill up, and try to make a change in the field. And coming to the examples around the world, few countries like China, Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, US, UK, all are financially literate countries with over 80% of financial literacy. And 4 things which I want to just highlight what these people are doing. One is that they are implementing financial literacy right from schools, which we are not. Second is that they emphasis on interactive learning, not classroom sessions. Third is that they educate people based on their life goals, not theories, like how to plan your savings, how to buy a house, how to think of your retirement. That is how they are educating the people. And fourth is that public-private partnerships are very much active in these countries. So hope at least conclaves like this, even though it is not making a change, but at least it sets us think different, which can trigger action in the coming future or in the near future. So once again, thanking all of you and for this opportunity to have this open interaction here. Hope we can do a lot in the space, and especially in the digital financial literacy in the coming years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nishya. I think it was really hard to stop you because you added an interesting domain to this whole space. I would love to listen more to you, probably during the subsequent sessions. Thank you so much. We'll probably break for lunch now. We are running almost 30 minutes late, but before we break for lunch, we have a small memento for all the dignitaries and the speakers. So may I request to be volunteers, if you could hand over the mementos to the speakers, both on and off the dais, please. Off the dais, please, first. A small token of appreciation for all the speakers. Thank you so much. We will now break for lunch. The lunch break is till 2 p.m. I'll request volunteers to kindly organize all participants at the lunch counter. So please be back by 2. Please try to be back by 2. I understand it's less time, but please try to be back by 2. We would have the Honorable Minister of State, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj coming to the venue at about 3. So we have to be here before that. We have a session. Thank you so much. We are going to start the session shortly. May I request everyone to kindly settle down. Those who are outside, may I request everyone to come inside the hall, please.
एक बार मूवी का और ऑडियो चेक कर लेते हैं अभी, एक चलाते हैं, ठीक है? ऑडियो ठीक है, चेक करते हैं। May I request everyone to please take their seats. We are starting the next sessions. And please call your friends and colleagues if they are outside. सीआरपी दीदी अगर आपके बाहर है ना कोई तो उनको बुला लीजिए. पॉसिबल, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हिंदी हिंदी हिंदी, बिल्कुल हिंदी में थोड़ी. Please settle down fast. एसआरएलएम के साथ ही जो लोग बाहर हैं उनको भी बुला ले अंदर, हॉल के अंदर. कविता रानी है यहाँ एफएलसीआरपी चूरू राजस्थान से. कविता रानी, राजस्थान टीम. राजस्थान टीम प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड. वहाँ बैठे आप वहाँ बैठे ये हैं सब लोग प्लीज सेटल डाउन फास्ट बाहर जो साथी है उनको बुला लीजिए इनफैक्ट अभी लेट हो रहा है 3 बजे एग्जैक्टली मंत्री जी आ जाएंगे उससे पहले हमें सेशन खत्म करना है ओके सो गुड आफ्टरनून नमस्कार लंच के बाद फिर हम ये सेशन स्टार्ट करेंगे और आप सबका फिर से स्वागत है भोजन के बाद लंच के बाद इस सेशन में और अभी विल हैव आई रिक्वेस्ट पार्टिसिपेंट प्लीज सेटल डाउन प्लीज टेक योर सीट रेडी सर प्लीज टेक योर सीट so we'll have in fact moderated panel discussion before lunch we have seen the एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑफ फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी जैसे NRLM कैसे काम कर रहे हैं, दूसरे सेक्टर में लोग कैसे काम कर रहे हैं वो देखा. अभी इनफैक्ट हम उसी टॉपिक पर इनफैक्ट एक छोटा पैनल डिस्कशन देखेंगे. So let me allow in fact to invite the distinguished panelists, and the first I would like to invite Dr. Leela Bhartiya, our Mission Director, Karnataka SRLM. Ma'am, please come on the dais. Sri Jagannath Sethi, General Manager, Union Bank of India. Ms. Sharon, Executive Director, IFMR Lead. Sri Prabhat Love, Chief Executive, Grameen Foundation. और कम्युनिटी की तरफ से हमारे साथ रहेंगी कविता रानी जो FLCRP है चूरू राजस्थान से. सो उनसे भी मैं आग्रह करूंगा आए और अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. और इस सेशन को मॉडरेट करने के लिए आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट माय कलीग श्री सौरव रेप टू टेक अस थ्रू. सौरव प्लीज.
Okay, thank you, Anil. For this panel discussion, we have a very distinguished panelists. So the introduction has already been given. I will not take time to introduce the panelists here. So straight away, we will go into the discussion. So essentially, right from the morning, we have been discussing on financial literacy. We have heard the deliberations, we have seen the presentations and heard the presentations, heard the speakers. Taking cues from that, I think one of the agenda for this panel discussion would be to farm up some of the strategies, some of the thoughts which has been presented in the earlier sessions. So I'll start off with you, Sharon. So you have heard many speakers speak on financial literacy, but I think, how do you still define it? Technical definitions, there are many, but how do you think we'll still define it functionally? Is it about access? Is it about education? Where do we draw the equilibrium? So there are people sitting at the back, essentially representatives of the community. So if we are to explain them what is financial literacy in that functional sense, what would be that?
Thank you, Surajji, and thank you for all the panelists before me. And Surajji, always a pleasure to be at these events. So this is actually a full-loaded question, and to start and break the ice with it, thank you, Surajji. So I think I would, by and large, agree with some of the definitions where you need knowledge, skills, access, and all of this. I would add a few things that are not there and that I noted that was missing from the panel is the dynamic nature of financial literacy. I think at different points in time, for the same person at different periods, you need a different level of financial literacy. It's not the same if you are in a stable portion. It's not the same as if you're in a crisis mode. It's not the same as well in many of the cases, since a lot of India is an agriculture economy. When you're a farmer and your crop cycle is most of the year and you get money once a year, what does financial literacy mean at what point in time? I think that's critical. The other aspect as well is looking at the portions for women. One would believe, and I think one important component that was missing is women's agency. So on top of knowledge, access, skill, I would say, I would integrate agency, because without the ability for women to even, get on the bandwagon of finance, they need to, understand that they can have empowerment over their own decisions. They need even to have access to mobile phones. They need to have the permission to use them. And it's not only the permission, I would say, even in households, because, by the way, I'll just say, I've been 15 years in India, working in a lot of villages. So, because sometimes at the end of the events, I would get these, dear Sharon, nice to you to help India. But a lot of the things I observe is that while there's some patriarchal norms and social norms, the ability for women to reach out, and we call lean in, is still not there. So there's an awareness and a capability, and this word empower has many dimensions. I think it has to be there. And I think there's a lot of these messaging. If you look at how much credit women get compared to men, especially I was looking at the microenterprise data, for the same type of turnover, same type of profit level, women get half the credit. And when I asked someone, a banker who was on a panel with me, he simply said that women said it's enough. Who told to women say it's enough for a business? What business person would say, I have enough credit? So I think there's a messaging problem where women are often told in villages they're not educated enough, or they're educated and they would say silent. They will be like, okay, I'm told by my mother-in-law, by my family, by my peers saying, you don't need all of this money. Why would you take all this effort? We will take care of you. This is enough loan. And yet that impedes their business growth. So there's a huge messaging there. So I maybe gave a bigger definition. I allowed my other panels to win, but these, by and large, are my insights on that. Yeah.
No, at times, I think, taking from you at times, I feel that this whole financial literacy definition, we tend to, from the supplier side, we tend to define that. I think, as you said, the agency of the women is also very important, and at times, women also should be given that space to define it for themselves. And in their context, and appreciate the dynamic nature of this.
I just have one other thing. While you're thinking, one of the most interesting insights that I got, this was like maybe 8 years ago, I was at an event, maybe one of those SAKSHAM events, and this, I think it was also someone, a farmer that was invited in the crowd, and he asked the question to a banker. He said, you want me to trust you with my money, but you don't trust me with yours. So that says everything, I think. So that's a two-way thing I think that adds to it.
Right. Sir, coming to you, you have been a banker throughout, and banker, not just Union Bank of India, I see you as a representative of the banking fraternity here. Now, sir, this whole financial literacy effort, if you see, it has been, I think, going on since 2009, if I may say, when the RBI mandated establishment of the FLCs in the districts, and I think banks started it. It started much before that. I think in a more structured fashion, it started since 2009, and banks have done a tremendous job. But again, when we see in terms of the access figures, I think some of those has been quoted in the earlier discussions and the presentations. So how do you see this whole financial literacy effort of the banks faring, and where do you see the disconnect?
Yeah, financial literacy as such, we are having so many FLCC centers. Apart from that, CFL also doing well. If you see, I personally, I will tell, I joined as an RDO, 1989 in a bank. Of course, where we used to work in the rural areas. The RBI's measures of whether it is lead bank measures or service area villages or so many things they have come in. If you compare to that, I think we are doing tremendously well. But having said that, see, I am heading a financial inclusion department of a bank. My day starts with financial inclusion and day ends with financial inclusion. But if you see that our scheme, PMJGY, PMSPY, APY, these are highly subsidized, about 20 rupees, we are giving 2 lakh insurance. But I always feel that whether we are doing a justice here. See, looking at our population, good number of people have had to be covered with this one. Of course, I see if I come to Union Bank, we have got 77 FLCCs and 97 CFL. These 77 FLCCs have conducted 3,000 camps so far in the financial year. Of course, other day I was interacting with my friend also, they are actually doing a good thing. But having said that, but I feel that still we need to do much more. Of course, looking backward and forward, backward I said 34 years back when it was there, compared to that, really bankers have done a wonderful job, all my bankers have done a wonderful job, but we have a long, long way to go. That is my perception as well, sir.
Okay. So I think to get a cue for this, I think let's hear from the community representative. दीदी अगर आप बता सकती हैं, आप राजस्थान से हैं, चूरू से हैं शायद, अभी भी देखते हैं कि महिलाओं के पास बचत खाता होने के बावजूद भी कई महिलाएं जो है बचत खाते में रेगुलर बचत नहीं करती है, या बीमा लेने में अभी भी उनको लगता है कि तो पैसे की बर्बादी है, हिचकिचाते हैं. दूसरे जो चीज़ें हैं, जो इवन कभी-कभी तो इवन समूह में जो महिलाएं जुड़ी हुई है, कुछ महिलाएं तो लेती है, ऋण लेती है, लेकिन सारे लोग नहीं लेते हैं. अभी भी कई सारे महिलाएं हैं जो ऋण लेने में डरती हैं, बड़े ऋण लेने में डरती है. आई थिंक जो दीदी ने बताई, खासतौर पे जो व्यवसाय के लिए ऋण लेने में जो थोड़ा सा बड़ा रकम का है वो लेने में डरती है. तो आपके अनुभव से, क्योंकि आप ऑलरेडी गांव में काम कर रही हैं, महिलाओं के साथ काम कर रही हैं, FLCRP के रूप में काम कर रही हैं, आपका क्या अनुभव है, आपने क्या देखा, इस तरह की व्यवहार का क्या कारण है?
यहाँ पे आए हुए सभी का
बोलिए।
यहाँ पे आए हुए सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। यहाँ पे आए हुए सभी का मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा नाम कविता है और मैं राजस्थान से आई हूँ। चूरू जिले के ब्लॉक राजगढ़ में लंबोर बड्डी गांव से आई हूँ और मैं समूह में 3 साल से जुड़ी हुई हूँ और 2 साल से FLCRP और बैंक सखी का कार्य कर रही हूँ। तो मैं FLCRP की ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए जब गांव में महिलाओं से मिलती हूँ, वहाँ जाती हूँ, तो वहाँ पे महिलाओं की बहुत सारी दिक्कतें हैं। सबसे पहले क्योंकि अभी तक महिलाएं साक्षर नहीं हुई है, गांव में उन्हें बाहर जाने की इजाज़त नहीं दी जाती है, क्योंकि गांव में जॉइंट फैमिली रहती है तो उनका कारोबार सिर्फ वहाँ के आदमी संभालते हैं, इसलिए वो बाहर नहीं जाती, उनको इस चीज़ का कोई नॉलेज नहीं है। जब से ये राजीविका की तरफ से हमारे गांव में SHG बने हैं आसपास में पूरे ब्लॉक में, तो वो महिलाएं SHG में जुड़ने के बाद जब हम वहाँ पे जाते हैं, उनको बोलते हैं कि आप बचत खाता खुलवाओ जिसका नहीं है, और ये जो हमें लोन वगैरह देते हैं, ये जो प्रधानमंत्री बीमा योजना है, तो आप उनका लाभ लो। पहली बात तो उन्हें इस बात का ध्यान ही नहीं है, क्योंकि वो बैंकों तक जाती नहीं है, घर पे उन्हें कोई बताता नहीं है। तो उनको बताने के बाद कई घर में तो बोलते हैं कि आप जाओ बाहर, कई बोलते हैं कि नहीं जाओ, पर SHG में जब हम उनको समझाने के लिए वहाँ पे जाते हैं तो वो खुल के अपनी बात रखती है कि हमारे भाई जाने की दिक्कत होती है, गांव में कई बार साधन भी नहीं होते, कई गांव तो ऐसे हैं तो पर्सनल किसी के पास नहीं हो तो उन्हें वहाँ पे शहर जाने की भी दिक्कत होती है। तो वो सारी दिक्कतें होने के कारण जब हम SAKSHAM ऐप पे वहाँ उनको ट्रेनिंग लेने की जो बेसिक लाइन लेते, तो हमें वहाँ पे उनसे क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं ना कि आपने बीमा क्यों नहीं किया या आपने बचत खाता नहीं खुलवाया, तो वो हमें समस्या बताती हैं। तो उनकी समस्याओं को देखते हुए जो हमारे कैडर लगे हुए हैं, जैसे BC, बीमा सखी, DGP सखी, तो जहाँ पे जो भी दिक्कत होती है तो हमें वहाँ पे उनको ले जाके, जैसे कि खाता खुलवाने के लिए नहीं ले जा रहे तो वहाँ पे हम BC को ले जाके उनका अकाउंट खुलवा रहे हैं, और जिसकी बीमा नहीं है तो बीमा सखी को ले जाके वहाँ पे बीमा के कैंप भी करवाते हैं। तो इस SAKSHAM ऐप के कारण वहाँ पे बहुत जागरूकता आई है, लेकिन अभी भी कम है, क्योंकि वो एक चीज़, इस चीज़ का नॉलेज ना होने को और विश्वास ना होने के कारण वो इस चीज़ में जुड़ना नहीं चाहती। जैसे कि सर ने बोला कि वो ऋण क्यों नहीं ले रही है, क्योंकि ऋण का पता है कि हम जैसे बैंक से लेंगे तो उसका हमें महीने के दिन EMI चुकानी पड़ती है, और वो जैसे साहूकारों से लेती है तो वहाँ पे उनको टाइम दिया जाता है कि उनके पास हो साल में 6 महीने में, तो वो इसलिए ये लोन लेने के लिए मना कर देती हैं, क्योंकि वो खुद का कोई रोजगार नहीं कर पा रही हैं, तो महीने से वो किस्त कैसे चुकाएंगी। तो इसलिए उनको इस बात के लिए समझाया जा रहा है कि आप ऋण लो, खुद ऐसा काम करो कि जिससे आपके घर परिवार में भी कुछ आमदनी हो, खर्चा चले, और आप अपने ये किस्त टाइम पे जमा कर सकती। क्योंकि हम बैंक से ऋण लेकर जब कोई काम शुरू करेंगे तो हम सबको पता है कि बैंक का ऋण, इस पे ब्याज बहुत कम होता है, और ये किस्तों में चुकता करते हैं तो वो महीने में हम उसकी बचत कर सकते हैं। तो उसका प्रशिक्षण हम दे रहे हैं, पर अभी तक ज़्यादा उनमें बदलाव नहीं आया है। पर 1-2 मान लो कि SHG में 10-12 महिला हैं, तो उनको ये बात समझाते हैं, लोन दिलवाते हैं, तो उनमें से 1-2 महिला जरूर आती हैं आगे कि चलो ठीक है दीदी हमें दिलवा दो कि हम ये काम कर लेंगे। तो उनको देखते हुए वो, मुझे लगता है कि ये SAKSHAM ऐप जब तक हम महिलाओं तक इसकी जानकारी पहुंचाएंगे, इसमें कोई ज़्यादातर मान लो जैसे कि हम BC की सुविधा, DGP की जो हम उस गांव में जाकर उनको जो सुविधा दे सकते हैं, तो वो जैसे कि गांव में BC को ले जाकर हम बीमा करवा देते, खाता खुलवा देते हैं, उनको वो सुविधा मिल जाती है ना, तो उसके बाद वो उसमें आगे आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सर,
तो आपसे जो मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि एक तो महिलाओं को अगर बारंबार जाके समझाए, उसको एक चीज के ऊपर विश्वास अगर दिला सके तो वो करती है।
हाँ, करती
और वो उसी चीज की अभी शायद जो जहां तक नहीं पहुंच पाई है, वो उसी चीज की शायद वो कमी रही है,
की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है।
ओके, बहुत बढ़िया। मैडम Ragapriya madam, you have been leading this mission so similarly in other places also. Now, how do you see this whole the self-help group platform or even their federations. How do you see these platforms emerging as a platform for converging all the efforts? So we have seen multiple actors in this space. So how can all the actors actually take advantage of this platform to converge the effort and actually achieve what we are out here to achieve? Your thoughts, please.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I thank MORD for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this particular topic. So before we go into how the SHGs and the other stakeholders can converge together, we'd have to look about where are we standing right now. So where are we standing right now as far as financial literacy is concerned? I think in the morning sessions, it was covered quite comprehensively that our financial literacy rate is somewhere around 25%. That is a major population of our Mahilao, they are financially illiterate. So to bridge this gap through banks, FLCC, and through our NRLM, FLCRPs, we have been trying to bridge this gap. So FLCRPs have been doing very comprehensive work in every aspect of it. There are 6 modules which they are covering for each self-help groups, and they are inculcating a savings habit and credit and basic information regarding insurance. But in spite of giving this kind of information to the public, to our self-help group women, is it sufficient to do that? That is number one question, because most of what we see in the field is the savings habit is something which is traditionally inculcated in the family. So if the family is traditionally not saving, and if they are not traditionally, they don't have the savings habit, just 1 or 2 sessions of outreach through FLCRP will not help, because this is something which, there are 2 aspects to it. One is the cultural upbringing of the particular person, and the second is the entrenched gender roles which are in our society. So vis-a-vis male and female decision making is concerned, the question would remain that how much decision making power the female has in the family to take financial decisions. So first would be that these entrenched socio-cultural norms, there has to be a change in that, and that can happen only, as you said, proper FLCRP monitoring of the SHGs through GPLF every month. So just 1 or 2 days of session would not suffice. Maybe every month, if the DGPA Saki or the BC Saki interacts with the GPLF and talks about these savings habits, investment habits to the SHG members regularly, then there may be some sort of a change in the mentality. And the second would be the gender role, whether the woman has the power to make the decision in the family. So that is another very, very important thing, because ultimately the information may be there, the education may be there, but whether the woman can take the decisions regarding the financial decisions in the family. So this is also something that in this aspect, we would have to sensitize both the male and the female members of the family. So that is something that I think we will have to look in the future. And thirdly, what I would like to say is now our DGP Sakis in Karnataka, almost 3,500 of them we have trained, and 1,000 to 1,800 are working in the field. And they are our core people who will be interacting with the FLCRPs and disseminating this kind of a knowledge to our SHG women. So once this knowledge reaches the SHG women, then they may be able to implement something. And fourthly, as she also mentioned, it's not just information. Unless you have some sort of a disposable income which you can invest, you will not even think of this, because most people will be thinking of a day-to-day basis. They will not be thinking of saving and investment. So we have to convert the women into entrepreneurs. Once they are entrepreneurs, or at least they have some sort of an income generating activity, then they can think of investment and saving and further investment in the next activity. So all these things are interrelated, and I think that NRLM and banks and all of us together, I think we are making steps forward. And one more request to banks I would say here is, I worked for 2 years as collector in Yadgiri district of Karnataka. So we implement many loan schemes in, as a DC. So what I have seen is the extreme difficulty which people face when getting any kind of loan sanctioned in any scheme. I'm not talking about any 1 or 2 schemes, say for example, Honorable Prime Minister's One District, One Product. It was one of the key schemes of Government of Karnataka, and I think all the governments. So the real difficulty which people face in getting the loan sanctioned, you know, the kind of difficulties that common public face. So I think that is something that banking sector can think about. How can you ease the
way in which the loans can be sanctioned to the public. It could be a mudra loan, it could be any kind of loan. So once we make that ease of sanctioning the loans and the ease of, because otherwise the women feel intimidated to even go to a bank manager and ask for a loan. So I think all of this is interrelated, and I would, since most of the banking sector people are here, I would really request them that if they really facilitate availability of loans to the women, really the financial literacy program will really take off. Thank you.
I think you added a very, very important aspect, this whole ease of access. Not only the processes, but also even the point at which the access of products and services are here. I think very, very important point. We'll come back to you, ma'am, once again. So Mr. Prabhat, coming to you, I think I have a very different question for you. See, in the financial literacy domain, so financial servicing is one thing, but financial literacy domain, I think, impartiality in the advice, impartiality in the inputs being provided is key. Now, if you look at this whole space, a large number of financial literacy providers are also financial institutions or financial service providers themselves. So, in such a scenario, do you think that the impartiality of the inputs are being maintained, or you see there are some conflict of interest here?
Well, that's a good point, I think. But we have to, keep in mind that, let's say you talk about the BC Sakhi network or the banks. Of course, if the mandate of doing financial literacy lies with, their direct representatives, then of course there will be a, bias that, okay, you take, open this account in this bank or take loan from this bank. But I think the larger problem is not about whether, it is Canara Bank or SBI or Bank of Baroda. The larger problem is that the category level awareness needs to be built first, right? Not the specific product choice. And I think, over there, whoever is doing that category awareness, I think is playing an important role. One of the problems that I see in across the board in the financial literacy, the way it is approached is that we start with that this is a savings account, this is how you open the account, this is how you do the transaction, UPI, BHIM, whatever APS. Before you talk about the purpose, how a savings bank account can help you manage your finances, how an insurance product can help you manage your risks, become resilient, or whatever, take care of healthcare expenditure. So I think there's a fundamental, first step that is missing from our financial literacy endeavor, which establishes the purpose. Once you have established the purpose, the why question, why I should do this, then the adoption becomes much more easier. So I think there's that fundamental shift that is needed. The other thing is that, I think at the, larger policy level, there's some fundamental flaws we have. For example, all these, FLCs and, all of that centers is, RBI has a huge fund for, these financial literacy centers and all of that. But all of that is, earmarked for the banks. Whereas we see that there are a large number of actors who are involved in the, mission of financial literacy. So why those kind of funds are not opened up for this larger ecosystem of players and only excluded for the banks? And I, specifically coming from, say, an independent organization like Grameen Foundation would, absolutely advocate for that. There's one more thing. Here we are talking about in this forum about, say, the exemplary role being played by, say, BC Sakhis, and very, good to see somebody like Kavita ji, present here. And there's something we must learn from, that. Kavita ji spoke about कि जब उनको पैसे की जरूरत पड़ती है तो वो साहूकार से लेती हैं, बैंक से लेने में झिझकती हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ EMI उनको आज देना पड़ता है, साहूकार 6 महीने वेट करने को तैयार है. Now, there is some very profound learning out there which we refuse to learn, which is कि product जो आपका है वो कस्टमर की नीड के हिसाब से डिजाइन होना पड़ेगा. हमारे पास जो प्रोडक्ट हम वो सेल करने जाएंगे तो कस्टमर खरीदेगा नहीं खरीदेगा, बिकॉज उसकी नीड को सर्व नहीं कर रहा है, उसकी कैश फ्लो को सर्व नहीं कर रहा है शायद. सो आई थिंक in addition to doing the financial literacy, हमको हमारे product adaptation, customization पे भी थोड़ा ध्यान देखना चाहिए, which is more customer centric. एक last point बोलूँगा, I'll come, which is कि सुबह मैं डेटा देख रहा था, 1,06,000 कुछ BC सखी हैं हमारे देश में NRLM के अंडर में आज की डेट. पूरे देश में 20 लाख से ज़्यादा BC एजेंट्स हैं. Some of which are dedicated bank agent, वो Canara Bank के होंगे, BOB के होंगे, SBI के होंगे, but actually a significant majority are independent agents. Right? जो APS या NPCI systems को use करके, they can serve the customers of any bank. So if you look at that larger universe, तो वहाँ पे impartiality वाला question वाला will not become a problem because they can serve the customers of any bank. So ये सब कुछ basic चीजें which we pay attention to. Then I think the purpose of financial literacy, which is adoption and uptake of various financial products so that people can improve their life, that can be better accomplished.
So what I get from you is you are saying that we are still not addressing the very basics. It's still about categories and not specific products. So the impartiality question, at least for now, doesn't arise. And I think one more thing, what you are saying is, I think there is still a lot to do in terms of adaptation of the products and services so that this can be tailored and customized to the need of the people who are out there.
Actually, मैं थोड़ा अपने statement को थोड़ा और contract भी करूँगा. वो चीज़ की, when you talk about savings bank account, how does it matter कि आपको account Canara में है, SBI में है, BOB में है या HDFC में है? सभी कोई 3.5% देगा, 3.5 देगा, 4 देगा. It doesn't matter. So we shouldn't actually even worry about so much कि impartiality है या नहीं है, right? And no matter which bank you put in a deposit, it is guaranteed by the RBI through the Deposit Protection Act, right? So इसलिए impartiality is actually not that huge challenge. अगर हम category adoption पे focus करें, linking it to the purpose.
So I think that's a important perspective. So category adoption, I think that's the key to focus upon right now. And I think another important thing which you also stressed upon is also opening up those resources. I think particularly mentioned about Reserve Bank of India having resources. I think currently it's more for the banks to take advantage of. But what you are saying is in the sectors there are now players, matured players, who can actually collaborate, converge with banks, and then put these resources to good use to furthering this whole agenda. I think that's a very, very pertinent and important.
इसमें just एक छोटा सा point बोलना चाहूँगा कि ये पूरा जो model, especially bank agency banking की जो model 2006 में RBI ने introduce किया, तो उसका दो purpose था. एक stated purpose तो of course ये है कि to take banking closer to the people. But also the unstated purpose is, and very relevant so, कि to make banking viable, to make rural banking viable. क्योंकि हर गांव में आप bank branch नहीं खोल सकते, it will be unviable, right? So it's also a very important method of cost reduction for the banks. But cost reduction जो है आप इतना कम नहीं कर सकते हैं कि वो zero हो जाए. You still have to spend resources on marketing, customer awareness, customer research, developing insights, all of that. तो ये पूरा काम हमने जो है BC Sakhi and BC agents के ऊपर छोड़ दिया है. And banks are barely providing them the kind of marketing support and training support. तो training support जब नहीं है तो इतने सारे BC agents हैं उसमें से 1/3 या even 40-50% become dormant. तो जितना investment उनको खड़ा करने में गया वो सब becomes infructuous.
So they should not be left alone. So a little more backstopping is required there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sir, taking some points from here, I think apart from this impartiality thing which Mr. Prabhat clarified on, I think another important aspect is of financial literacy is also how we address grievances. That's an important aspect of this whole financial literacy. Now the current grievance redressal architecture, whatever we have placed, not specific to your bank, but the larger what is available to the customers. Do you think this grievance redressal architecture is people friendly? When I'm saying people friendly, people of all segments, all groups, all maybe income groups, education groups. Do you see some changes which are required there?
Sir, once again, including all the banks, if I compare my 34 years back service and now, all the banks are having a robust grievance redressal system. Now we are having online grievance redressal system. That is 3 days. It has to be completed within 3 days. Maximum is 7 days. That is the internal, all the banks, not only Union Bank, I'm telling, all the banks are having the grievance redressal system. And we are having monitoring system also. If for example, I am dealing with the financial inclusion. If somebody complains about PMJD any accounts, I will also knowing that somebody has complained. Immediately I will say, what is this? You have to see that it is sorted out. That much level of importance all the banks are giving. This is online redressal system. Here, we cannot say that I have not received a complaint. No. Those who are having the online wala. Those who are not having also, they can write also. That is also there. Now SMS also, facilities also available. Apart from that, we are having DFS angle also, CPGRM, the online module is there. Then RBI angle, banking ombudsman scheme is a lot of measures has been taken care. And of course, it is monitored by all the banks as far as customer complaint is concerned, none other than MD and CEO of particular bank. That much importance is given. Of course, always there is a wish and the actual thing, there will be a gap. I don't say that 100%, but lot many things has been taken care of. They can even simply they can send an email. So yeah, for example, customer care at Union Bank of India, same, almost all banks are having same email ID. Simply one email, you might be thinking I am sending a simple email. It is not a simple email, it goes to everybody, compliance officer, MD and CEO, concerned vertical. Everybody is starting asking what happened to this. And you might be thinking at government bank, because I am working for a government bank for the last 34 years. We think that the minute it comes to me, it is my department, it is my prestige, you should see that it's sorted out. Of course, that is always there. So issues are, I am not telling that 100% solve over there. If it is possible, definitely we will try to resolve it. It is the miracle. According to me, this robust system is there. Of course, he might be having think that either nahi, or bhi ho sakta hai. I am not telling that. Dil mange more, always will be there.
No, so Dil Mange More is always there. What prompted me to ask this question is, since morning we have been discussing on financial literacy, we have talked about contents, but I hardly saw anything on grievance being talked about. So I often sometimes see some in some media, some ombudsmen and all discussions, but those are far and few, I'll tell you. So that's prompted me to ask this question.
Even we have customer grievances committee once in 15 days, actually mandatory, 15th of every month is a mandatory, either the branch, or regional head, or circle head, or zonal head, everybody will meet the customer. These are all.
Pranav has something to add.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I beg to disagree a little bit and actually, raise an important concern here. You mentioned that, we have, a portal, we have an email, people can. Now I would like to actually know what percentage of your customers can write and has access to write an email. Have we considered that question? Number one. Number two, under the, BC Sakhi model, Bank Mitra model, and, BC agent model, half of your customers are now being served by the agents, not by the bank officials. And there's a significant problem that when customers go to the BC Sakhis, they don't know if transaction failure hua, kiske paas jaye, kab wo paisa wapis aayega, right? So just by saying that we have these systems, it's a necessary first step. But, my submission is that there's more that needs to be done, looking at the needs and challenges that our customers face. And there we would like to see, and this is not about one bank, this is about the banking system in general, where I would like to see, how the banks, can kind of move forward.
Yeah, I think once again here, financial literacy comes into picture. As you already discussed, although illiterate percentage is only 22%, but if you see financial literacy is concerned, only 27 people are financially literate. That means among 300 people here, in nutshell, around 78 people are financially literate. That is the one issue. Second issue is that even, of course, Madam was telling about Mudra loan or PM Sumani. Banks, believe it or not, as a banker I know, we will be reviewing each branch or on a regular basis. If something is pending, it is taken seriously. Here issue is that it is not with the product, because some people still feel that, for example, lower income still feel that banking is not a cup of my tea. They still are dependent on the informal way of lending. See, whatever about PM's only 10,000, nothing, no document we are obtaining, only the certificate from the district administration that they are a registered vendor. But of course, having said that, people might feel that their application not issued. Of course, we are dealing with the public money. We have got certain norms, KYC, something is there. There, the knowledge gap is lacking. Here, financial literacy is coming into picture. That is why I said we have a long way to go. Because I have seen all the area. I have worked as a branch head for a kind information. I say 18 years in a different location, starting from a rural to metro. And also I headed the region and zone as well. I know this one, but what we do, a banker, we do wherever we go, wherever top level executives, we do interact with the people. Of course, I have got around 17,000 PCs. Wherever I go to this one, we will interact with the customer, whether they are doing rightly, whether they are giving, and also interacting with the customer, whether they are giving receipt. Of course, here, gap is there. I am not telling the gap is not there, but here, that is where our role come into picture.
Okay. So, Mr. Shetty, will come back to you once more. Changing gears, Sharon, I think different aspects of financial literacy we are talking about. One thing which I think probably gets least attention, if I can say, is how we measure it. You represent an institution which probably does a lot of research in the field of financial inclusion and all. I don't see too many authoritative documents on financial literacy. Once in a while there are, yes, authoritative documents that way, but these are maybe once in 2 years, once in 3 years, one index comes out or one survey report comes out. But from a implementer point of view, from an agency point of view, how do I see my interventions yielding result or not? So what would your take be on this? How can we better this whole thing?
Thanks, Raj. Those are also still very loaded questions, so thank you. I think there is no simple answer. I think I'll give one that would say, A, you need to take a holistic approach. Obviously, the problem is complex. There's intersectionality on many things. One cascades to another. I think there was a discussion on several levels, like one important aspects that I would actually measure is that to be able to have financial literacy, you need to have money. So for women to have money, like Madam just beside me just mentioned, you need to have economic activity. So some of the lag indicators that I would actually measure if I was an organization is looking at women's labor force participation. Are there enough jobs? I would also look at things like ease of doing business, because these are lag indicators that in the future will tell you what will going on. There's no point of doing a lot of financial literacy if you don't understand how people earn their money, how they earn their money, and at what frequency they earn their money. So I think it's critical to understand the flow, because the ideal is to be able to manage that. The other aspects I would also probably look at is managing health costs. I think Sir in the front had mentioned an important component, and I would say every survey I've done from 10 years ago, health expenditure is the one that derails people. I don't understand how it's a sudden shock, because if you're a certain age, you could be expected to have a heart attack if you don't take care of yourself, and the diabetes is high here, and blood pressure and things like that. So I think because the healthcare system does not provide adequate prevention, people work until they burst, in a sense. So then becomes an economic shock. So I would actually, in addition, I would say all of these lag variables, because usually we tend to measure lead, like how many trainings you do, how many people, how many women. Those are important indicators. But to get to the crux of the intersectionality of the problem, I think you would need to understand health. You need to understand ease of doing business. You also need to understand the digital platform that was mentioning. So while digital is great, and I think a lot of people had said development happens at the speed of trust. I think the pandemic has accelerated the trust with digital, but that also means that you need to accelerate financial literacy, because digital can go very bad very quickly. And I know for a fact that it's very easy to swipe out. So I know a lot of people there's this EKYC scam where they just call. And I think they target a few people elderly. Even my office, they would say my mother-in-law got swiped 2 lakhs because some person called them and say, I'm from SBI or something like that. This is actually the case. And they said, well, we need your number. And I don't think it's the bank's fault per se. I'm not putting it, but I think the speed of digital also means the speed of fraud. So then we need to accelerate that. We need to understand how quickly that goes. And these women need stage awakening.
I think that also has to be nimble-footed, the grievance.
Yeah. So then grievance. So I think educating people about digital, and I think I see, even I get some messages, don't share your PIN, don't share your emails. But the next thing is trust digital, but don't trust too much in a sense. Be educated about it. Understand where your data goes. I think people don't have I think the huge thing of digital is people getting people's phone numbers and things like that. I think, so people understanding, having consent over the information they're giving, I think that's critical.
So what I get from you, what you are saying is don't measure the inputs, measure proxy indicators which actually can tell
I would
us
say
about.
that, yeah, because it says a lot. And if you measure by inputs, you will have sort of like a little bit of a pulse. So people are getting pulse, but they're not getting to the crux of the problem. So there's no point of getting a lot of pulse if here you're all like together, like you don't understand where money is gained, how things are working as well.
And these proxy indicators can actually be customized to a particular geography or to a segment of people.
Very much
whom-
so. And one thing I would say in general as well, it's very important to have gender disaggregated data. It's not just the buzzwords, it's when you look at data, women consistently get less loans size than men. That could be as well. Another indicator I would say as well, so to get loans, you need to accumulate capital and assets. So even to come to what the secretary mentioned this morning, it's a good thing to invest in women because they invest in their family. But because they invest in their family, they don't invest in themselves. Men tend to accumulate things. So it's a double-edged sword. So I think financial literacy is also about that. So educate, because if you don't accumulate assets, then you get less loan. Even if there's credit guarantee schemes, I think they get into this cycle as well. So understanding these proxies are quite critical to be able to make a huge dent, I would say, yeah.
Thank you, I think great. I think I'm already getting signals from my colleague to close the session. I'll probably just take 2 points or comments from the audience. Anyone, any questions, any comments anyone would like to make? If you could have the mics, please, there. Please be brief, whosoever is making the comment. Introduce yourself first before making the comment. Yeah, please, can we have the mic here?
Yeah, I'm Sharmaso Hunur, Director, RUDSETI Bagalkot. So, by going through the interaction, if you conduct many number of FLCs also, doing many things, it's only number sake. Unless and until the person who is a person or he or she, so should have some income generating activity. For that, the skill and entrepreneurship is very important. So such cases, so we have to impart a training for them also. So post going training, the credit linkage is the biggest role. So where we will sensitize the beneficiaries in terms of social security schemes. This is lacking in the RCT linkage with the credit linkage. So if you look at the other prospective angle also, even for the small loans also, the project report is very compulsion made in the even Mudra, Shishu, Tarun, Kishore also. Of course, I'll agree with the Kishore and Tarun. Even Mudra, small, Shishu also, they are asking for the project report. If you look at the Janab Samarthas portal also, where there is invariably asking for the project report. So this kind of system should be avoided. So that ease way of credit linkage should be required so that they will automatically come for the social security scheme. No need of any campaigns are not at all required. This is my request. And also one more thing, sir, and every possibility way of in any banks also, there should be one vertical where this kind of dealing should be taken in a separate way, then only this will be happen, the credit linkage. Secondly, why I'm saying is because the manager or in charge will be overburdened with their core banking system, targets everything. So that is the greatest lacuna in the banking system also. Because I put across 18 years in banking service as in a private sector, I know the
Got your
pinch.
point. Yeah, I think thank you. Very important points. I think one, apart from financial literacy, augmenting incomes of people through enterprises is important. And the second part, you said that some adaptation in the processes. Everyone asking for a project report for even for small loans, deter people to access those kinds. I think very, very important points. Anyone else? Any questions? Any suggestions? दीदियों को भी कुछ बोलना है अगर in fact I don't know, probably today a good part of the discussion happened in English. I don't know how much
Myself,
they could follow.
Taposh Kumar Sen, banking consultant from West Bengal.
Please go ahead.
मैं हिंदी ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं पाते हैं, फिर भी मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ जो सौरभ सर बोल रहे थे कि हमारा बहुत सारे दीदियों ने आए हैं गांव से FLCRP, इसलिए मैंने हिंदी बोलना चाहता हूँ. मैं एक पॉइंट बोलना चाहता हूँ कि जो हमने कलेक्ट किया है, जो इंफॉर्मेशन और इनपुट कलेक्ट किया है हमारा दीदियों से, कि मेरा लग रहा है कि बैंकर्स, यहाँ हमारा यूनियन बैंक का एग्जीक्यूटिव है, तो बैंकर्स जो है ग्राउंड लेवल में उन लोगों को भी FLC आई मीन फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इनपुट देना चाहिए, कि सेंसिटाइज करना चाहिए. क्योंकि 2-3 हमें बोले हैं कि मेरा हिंदी अच्छा नहीं है, फिर भी क्षमा कर दीजिए. जब वो सेविंग्स अकाउंट खुलना जाते हैं, हर एक महिलाओं को इंसिस्ट करते हैं कि इनिशियल मिनिमम डिपॉजिट 500 to 1500 करना पड़ेगा और डोंट अलाउ टू विथड्रॉ देयर मनी फ्रॉम देयर सेविंग्स अकाउंट। ये सभी नहीं है, फिर भी होता है और एक मैंडेटरी कर देते हैं।
Friend, if you could be brief, please.
हाँ, मैं 3 पॉइंट बोलना चाहता हूं जो मैं कलेक्ट किया है FLCRP से।
Yeah, go ahead.
Should I say?
Yeah, make your last point, yeah.
Okay, and last point is that they insist on social security schemes, insist on to आपको लेना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो आपको SHG credit linkage नहीं होगा।
Okay, got you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think panelists, thank you for your time. I will not try to again repeat what has been said. I think key points is let's make use of the platform which we have created. I think SHG offers a great platform. There are some adaptations required in production services, as you said. I think challenges are still there. There are already work which has been done in terms of product designing and all. But I think some more improvement in these processes will be required. Grievance redressal is there, but again, we really need to look at how every segment can take advantages of it. And I think as you rightly mentioned, the research part, I think let's look at proxy indicators which can keep on throwing up and guiding this whole initiative throughout. Thank you, panelists, once again. It was wonderful. Thank you for joining us. We'll close this discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to hand over memento to our distinguished panelists. May I request our colleague to please. Thank you. So I also request my colleague to hand over memento to Project Director Rajasthan Sri Hardeep Chopra ji and CEO Mizoram. Thank you everyone. So Honorable Minister will be here in few minutes. So I request all of you to please be patient. In next few minutes, she will be here. We would also like to welcome Principal Secretary, Skill and Entrepreneurship Development, Dr. Silva Kumar. Welcome, sir. Welcome to this conference. And I'd like to share with you that Karnataka SRLMs has put a lot of effort, help both NAR and MORD in organizing this one. So thank you, sir. Your, in fact, team has supported us. So this session will be doing mostly in Hindi. Excuse me if language is a barrier. So I'm sure आप लोगों ने, in fact, at the back end we have put it on map. You have noticed it. So discussed in the morning also, and so that is one important aspect. So all the states of the country, bearing few, in fact, Union Territory where NRLM is not working, is working on this initiative at a scale. So an outreach is also, you can see. So up to this year, in fact, through this initiative, we have been reaching close to 1.4 crore every year. Coming financial year is, in fact, through which this Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, we are planning that from next financial year, 22-23 से करीब 2.5 से 3 करोड़ महिलाओं एंड ग्रामीणों को हर साल इस इनिशिएटिव से टच करें. एंड व्हेन आई से टच करें, मतलब उनको साक्षरता, वित्तीय साक्षरता के साथ साथ वित्तीय सेवाओं भी इनफैक्ट दिलाने में मदद करें. सो इस स्केल पर इनफैक्ट ये काम होगा. और इनफैक्ट इसके चैंपियन हमारे इनफैक्ट 18 राज्यों से आई FLCRP इनफैक्ट दीदियां हैं. मैं इनफैक्ट आग्रह करना चाहूंगा, कोई दीदी इनफैक्ट अभी है महाराष्ट्र से, ओडिशा से कोई दीदी है यहां पर अभी? हाँ, आप हिंदी बोल सकती है? आई. अभी देखा आपने कि इनफैक्ट सुबह में खाने से पहले हम शेयर कर रहे थे, एक दीदी ने बताया आप कैसे काम करती हैं गांव में, वो थोड़ा बताएंगी लोगों को. हाँ.
जय जगन्नाथ. सभी को मेरी तरफ से नमस्कार. मैं ओडिशा से आई हूँ, खोर्धा जिला से. मेरी नाम उत्तरा राउतराय है और मेरे जीपी के 58 के समूह के साथ काम करती हूँ. मैं FLCRP का ट्रेनिंग लिया था रूडसेट पे 2021 को. उसके बाद हमारा जीपी में आए और उनको FLCRP की फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के बारे में बातचीत किए और उनको डाटा कलेक्शन करने के लिए बोला. और जो डाटा वो कलेक्शन किए वो उनके मंथली मीटिंग में गए और मंथली मीटिंग में उनके साथ फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के बारे में बताया. कुछ लोग तो समझने आया और कुछ लोग ने हमसे आर्गुमेंट किए. इसके बाद हमने क्या किया, उनको एग्जाम्पल के माध्यम से, वो सांप सीढ़ी के गेम के माध्यम से और ग्रुप बनाकर उनको समझाया. उसके बाद हमारा जीपी में क्या हुआ कि एसके केंद्र के साथ साथ सक्षम आम का लॉन्च हुआ, जिससे कि हमारा ब्लॉक लेवल के BPM और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल के DPM आए और स्टेट लेवल के FISR और FLCSR आए और उन लोगों को समझाए, ट्रेनिंग दिए. और उन्होंने धीरे धीरे हमारे जीपी में क्या हुआ कि सभी लोगों ने जिनके अकाउंट नहीं थे उन्होंने अकाउंट खोला और इंश्योरेंस भी PMSBI PMJJY किया जिन्होंने एलिजिबल थे और API भी किए. धन्यवाद. जय जगन्नाथ.
धन्यवाद दीदी. और जैसा हमने सुबह में भी देखा और यहाँ पर तो ऐसे हजारों दीदियां हैं जो FLCRP के रूप में इनफैक्ट NRLM में कार्यरत थे और ये काम साक्षरता को कर रही. नाउ इनफैक्ट अभी इनफैक्ट कर्नाटका SRLM ने जो होस्ट भी हैं, को होस्ट भी हैं, एक पूरे जो काम है फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के ऊपर एक छोटी डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई है. आई रिक्वेस्ट माई टेक्निकल टीम टू प्लीज प्ले इट. एक 3 मिनट की इनफैक्ट बहुत ही सुंदर, which captures all the processes and all that. So I'll request to play it. Yeah.
But any issue? Rabi, can we play it?
ಒಂದು ಮಡಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ನೀರು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಅದು ಸೋರೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತೂತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Financial independence is the key to women empowerment, especially in the rural pockets of India, and this accentuates the need to drive financial literacy programs. The Financial Literacy Program, initiated by MORD along with National Academy of RUDSETI, imparts training to FLCRPs at the village level to in turn provide training to SHG women. That's where financial literacy community resource persons come in. These trained professionals work within the communities to provide financial education and support people living in rural areas.
ತಾಲೂಕು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಲೂಕು ಅಭಿಯಾನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು, ಹಣಕಾಸು ಸಾಕ್ಷರತರವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಮತ್ತು ತಾಲೂಕು ಸಂಜೀವನಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣಾ ಘಟಕ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು ತರಬೇತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಓವರಾಲ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅನುಸರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
Financial literacy community resource persons or FLCRPs lead workshops and training sessions to help people understand financial concepts such as budgeting, saving and borrowing. They also provide one-on-one assistance to help people develop financial plans and assess resources such as bank accounts and loans. The goal of the Financial Literacy Community Resource Person program is to empower people living in rural areas to take control of their financial future and build sustainable livelihoods. FLCRPs visit the village for 3 days in a week and teach financial literacy to around 30 SHG women.
ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 5 ಸಂಘದವರು ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
SAKSHAM app is a very important tool to an FLCRP.
SAKSHAM app ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು 4 ಹಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಬೇಸ್ ಲೈನ್ ಅಂತ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 15 ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸಹಿ ಹಾಕೋದ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ವಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈ ತರ 15 ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಅದು ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು 20 ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ.
The 4 steps of SAKSHAM app includes baseline, training, evaluation, reports. Throughout the financial literacy program, SHG women participate in interactive workshops, group discussions, and hands-on activities on financial concepts and principles. This way, their journey to financial literacy is definitely colorful. Financial literacy program covers 6 modules. Women thus lend a helping hand to each other and celebrate the spirit of womanhood by getting financially empowered.
Thank you, Karnataka SRLM, for making this a beautiful small video on the processes. So, Honorable Minister will be here in some time, just bear with us. Okay, so it's just 5 minutes we have, so let's utilize the times, and in fact we can have more experience sharing by FLCRP. So may I request the host state Karnataka, in fact some FLCRP come and share their experience. Yeah, Lakshmi ji.
ರೂಟ್ಸೆಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಈ FLCRP ಆಗಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ 6 ಡೇಸು. ಬಟ್ ಸಾರಿ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ 75% ಕನ್ನಡ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂಚೆ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಚಯ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ರೂಟ್ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂದ FLCRP ಆಗಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡ ನಂತರ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಇದರಿಂದ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ.
ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಜನಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆನೇ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಇದೇ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಜನಗಳು. ನಾವು ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಘಟನೆ, ಒಂದು ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಎಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಮನೆಗೆ, ನೀವೇನು ತಲೆ ತಿಂತೀರಾ ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಿ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಪೋಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಆ ಎಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಹುಷಾರಿಲ್ದಂಗಾಗಿ ಡೆತ್ ಆದರು. ಡೆತ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಲೆಟರ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಜನಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಂಬಿ ಈ PMJJY PMSBY ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಉಪಯೋಗ, ಆ ಎಮ್ಮಲಿಂದ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವಾಗ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ PMJJY PMSBY ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮುಂದಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 75% ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇನ್ನು 25% ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
So we also thankful the banks for giving quick and immediate feedback on our draft charter. So almost all the banks have given, almost all the banks have endorsed. There is some cosmetic valuable suggestion given by. So we have tried to incorporate one that will also be released by Honorable Minister today. So that charter, I am sure you have gone through that, will help us to give a direction, future directions in shaping and designing or refining our strategy in terms of financial inclusion and financial strategy. And second and most importantly, probably it will help us to converge. The important player of financial inclusion, financial literacy help us to converge for a common and given objectives. So again, I would like to thank all the bankers for endorsement, for giving the valuable feedback, including RBI and NABARD too at once. So that will also release today with the hands of the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister just entered the venue. बगल में रख दीजिएगा साइड में। हाँ वहीं पर। हाँ सर। माननीय मंत्री जी प्रांगण में पधार चुकी हैं। वो जो फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के डिफरेंट पोस्टर और मटेरियल रखे हुए हैं उनका अवलोकन कर रही हैं। कुछ ही मिनटों में वो हमारे सभागार में होंगी। इंतजार की घड़ी खत्म हुई और आज की मुख्य अतिथि, इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि परम आदरणीय साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री ग्रामीण विकास, उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण हमारे बीच पधार चुकी है। मैं सभी से आग्रह करूंगा कि करताल ध्वनियों से माननीय का स्वागत करें। माननीय मंत्री महोदय का करताल ध्वनि से जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें। बड़ा ही हर्ष का विषय है कि माननीय परम आदरणीय आज हमारे बीच हैं। आपके होने से ही सबका मनोबल काफी बढ़ गया है। मैं परम आदरणीय मंत्री महोदय से आग्रह करूंगा कि वो डायस पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। साथ ही में मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा श्रीमती नीता केजरीवाल, संयुक्त सचिव ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर ए सिल्वा कुमार, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी कर्नाटका सरकार। और मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा श्री अजय के खुराना, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा। सभी अतिथियों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन। और जैसा आप लोग सब लोग जानते हैं, भारतीय परंपरा के अनुसार हम अपने अतिथियों का स्वागत करते हैं। तो इसी क्रम में मैं हमारी दूर दराज से FLCRP दीदियां हैं, उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि सर्वप्रथम इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय परम आदरणीय साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री ग्रामीण विकास, उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण का पौधा और शॉल देकर स्वागत करें। नीलम बिहार से, FLCRP नीलम बिहार से आए और मंत्री जी का स्वागत करें। मैं सोनिका अधिकारी महाराष्ट्र FLCRP से आग्रह करूंगा कि वो डॉक्टर S सिल्वा कुमार, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी महोदय का स्वागत करें। मैं जूली नागालैंड से FLCRP से आग्रह करूंगा कि वो मंच पर आकर और अजय के खुराना साहब, कार्यकारी निदेशक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का स्वागत करें। और मैं आग्रह करूंगा रीना कार्तिक महाराष्ट्र से कि वो हमारे संयुक्त सचिव का स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद हमारी FLCRP दीदियों का स्वागत के लिए। माननीय मंत्री जी को और डायस पर बैठे अन्य गणमान्य अतिथियों को मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि वित्तीय साक्षरता का कार्यक्रम NRLM में 2017 में इनफैक्ट इसकी शुरुआत की गई थी और कुछ राज्यों से शुरुआत करके ये बड़ा हर्ष है कि हमें बताने में कि आज 25 राज्यों में इस कार्यक्रम को बढ़ाया जा रहा है। और सिर्फ ये ट्रेनिंग और अवेयरनेस का कार्यक्रम नहीं है, इसके चलते हमारे SHG बहनों को, उनके परिवारों को विभिन्न वित्तीय सुविधाएं लेने में, चाहे वो बैंक से लोन हो, चाहे वो बीमा हो, चाहे पेंशन हो, सो ट्रेनिंग के अलावा, अवेयरनेस के अलावा सर्विसेज लेने में भी काफी मदद मिल रही है। और हमें खाने से पहले लंच में इसका कुछ हमारे FLCRP दीदियों ने, माननीय मंत्री महोदय, अपना अनुभव भी शेयर किया। गढ़चिरौली की रीना जी ने अपना अनुभव शेयर किया। वो बता रही थी कि उन गांवों में काम करती हैं, 9 गांव में काम करती हैं जहां कोई शासकीय अधिकारी भी जाना पसंद नहीं करता, रोड नहीं है, वहां पर जाकर ये हमारी SHG को वित्तीय सेवाएं और उनकी साक्षरता वो प्रदान कर रही हैं। सो ये सबसे ज्यादा इनका जो श्रेय जाता है, ये हमारे 18 राज्यों से FLCRP दीदियां आई हैं, ये श्रेय आपको जाता है कि इस कार्यक्रम को वहां ले जाने के लिए। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा श्रीमती नीता केजरीवाल जी को, संयुक्त सचिव, स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए। और मैं ये भी आग्रह करूंगा कि आज दिन भर में जो कार्यक्रम यहाँ हुए हैं, जो चर्चाएं हुई, उसका ब्रीफ एक माननीय मंत्री जी को प्रस्तुत करें। नीता मैडम।
आदरणीय ग्रामीण विकास राज्य मंत्री साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, डॉक्टर S. सेल्वा कुमार, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी, मिस्टर अजय खुराना, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आज हमें बहुत खुशी है कि हमारे बीच आदरणीय साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति मैम आई हैं और इस पूरे जो कॉन्क्लेव हमारा हो रहा है, ये इसको बहुत बढ़ावा मिला है, हमें बहुत मोटिवेशन मिलेगा आपके आने से मैडम। तो ये जो हम आज कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हैं, जिसे हमने नाम दिया है सक्षम, ये वित्तीय साक्षरता के ऊपर कर रहे हैं और NRLM के अंदर हम वित्तीय साक्षरता पर कुछ सालों से काफ़ी कार्य कर रहे हैं। आपने जैसे अभी हमारे कलीग ने बताया, बहुत सारी हमारी फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, जो वित्तीय साक्षरता की जो कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स पर्सन्स हैं, वो भी आई हैं, आपने इंटरैक्ट भी किया उनसे। तो ये कोशिश करती हैं गांव में जाकर के कैंप कंडक्ट करती हैं और वित्तीय साक्षरता के बारे में हमारी जो SHG की बहनें हैं और जो गांव की और भी बहनें हैं उनको बताती हैं। तो इस तरह से हमारे करीब 37,000 से ज़्यादा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी CRPs हैं हमारे पास। और ये इस जो वित्तीय साक्षरता का जो कार्य है, इसमें बैंक्स भी काफ़ी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, NABARD और सारे जो हमारे बैंक्स हैं, पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स, ये भी वित्तीय साक्षरता में काफ़ी कार्य कर रहे हैं। तो इस कॉन्क्लेव का ये भी एक हमारा उद्देश्य था कि हम बताएं कि NRLM के अंदर किस तरह का कार्य हो रहा है, लेकिन हम साथ में किस तरह से बैंक्स और NRLM और सारे जो और फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, वो साथ में मिलकर किस तरह से इस कार्य को आगे ले जा सकते हैं, इसके लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज़ बनाने की ज़रूरत है, उसके बारे में भी हम बात करना चाहते थे। और साथ में हमारे आज काफ़ी अन्य ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, जैसे क्रिसिल फाउंडेशन है, ग्रामीण फाउंडेशन है, इन लोगों ने भी बहुत अच्छा कार्य किया है वित्तीय साक्षरता के अंदर। अलग अलग मॉडल्स इन लोगों ने बनाए हैं, तो उसके बारे में भी जो जानकारी सभी के सामने रखने की भी एक कोशिश की गई। कुछ डिस्कशंस भी हुए हैं कि किस तरह से फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी को आगे ले जाया जाए। तो इस तरह से आज दिन भर का ये कार्यक्रम रहा। बैंक से काफ़ी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स आज यहाँ आए हैं, हमारे सारे SRLM से भी ऑफिसर्स आए हैं। तो हमारा सेक्रेटरी साहब आ नहीं पाए क्योंकि कुछ मीटिंग हो गई थी प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस में, तो बट VC के जरिए उन्होंने एड्रेस किया था यहाँ सुबह में, तो उन्होंने भी अपनी आइडियाज़ दिए थे और बताया था कि किस तरह इसको हमें आगे ले जाना है। तो आज दिन भर हमने ये कार्यक्रम किया है मैम, और अब हम आपको ज्ञात होगा कि ये आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के अंदर अब 6 महीने का हम एक कैंपेन करने वाले हैं NRLM के अंदर वित्तीय साक्षरता के ऊपर। तो उसका आज हम शुरुआत आपके हाथों से करवाना चाहते हैं, और साथ में एक फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी पर एक हमने चार्टर बनाया है जो सारे बैंक से भी हमने कंसल्ट किया है, RBI NABARD सबसे कंसल्ट किया है, और सभी के कंसेंसस से के साथ हम ये एक चार्टर भी आज अडॉप्ट करना चाहते हैं। तो ये आज का हमारा कार्यक्रम और आज का हमारा ये उद्देश्य है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मैडम, ब्रीफ संक्षिप्त प्रस्तुत करने के लिए और माननीय को बताने के लिए कि क्या क्या कार्यक्रम किया और क्या उपलब्धि रही। माननीय, आपकी आज्ञा से जो NRLM में पिछले 4 सालों में वित्तीय साक्षरता के ऊपर ये कार्यक्रम हुआ है, उसको एक शॉर्ट डॉक्यूमेंट्री हमने बनाने की कोशिश की है, वो आपके सामने हम प्रस्तुत करना चाहेंगे।
आज देश की आर्थिक उन्नति में विभिन्न वित्तीय प्रणालियों का अहम योगदान है। भारत सरकार के निरंतर प्रयासों से अब बैंकों और अन्य वित्तीय संस्थानों द्वारा वित्तीय समावेशन को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। इसी के चलते शहरों के साथ साथ ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में भी वित्तीय साक्षरता एक प्रमुख आवश्यकता बन रही है। ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत दीनदयाल अंत्योदय योजना राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन अब वित्तीय साक्षरता को नए मुकाम दे रहा है। साल 2017 में शुरू हुई ये प्रणाली आज लाखों ग्रामीण परिवारों और स्वयं सहायता समूहों को वित्तीय रूप से साक्षर बनाकर उनके आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण में अहम भूमिका निभा रही है।
पैसा किस तरह रखना है, सब रखते थे, उससे कोई फायदा नहीं होता था। बैंक से मतलब में कतराते थे जाने के लिए, लेकिन दीदी लोग के सहयोग से हम लोग लीडर होकर के आगे बढ़े हैं।
DAY-NRLM एवं SRLM की इस वित्तीय साक्षरता मुहिम को मजबूत बनाया है 3 टायर प्रणाली ने। इसमें RUDSETI राष्ट्रीय अकादमी द्वारा प्रशिक्षित मास्टर ट्रेनर ब्लॉक लेवल पर वित्तीय साक्षरता वाली कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स पर्सन यानी FLCRP को प्रशिक्षित करते हैं। स्वयं सहायता समूहों में से चुनी गई ये FLCRP ट्रेनिंग के बाद गांव में जाकर SHG की महिलाओं को वित्तीय प्रशिक्षण देती है। पहले जागरूकता फैलाने तक सीमित रहने वाली FLCRP अब सुचारू ढंग से वित्तीय सेवाएं भी मुहैया करवा रही है।
ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 5 ಸಂಘದವರು ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್।
केंद्र एवं राज्य सरकार के सहयोग से देश के प्रमुख बैंक ग्रामीण आबादी के लिए समय समय पर नई लाभकारी योजनाएं, नीतियां और वित्तीय उत्पाद लेकर आते हैं।
बैंकों को यह मैंडेट है कि वित्तीय साक्षरता केंद्र जिसे हम FLC भी कहते हैं, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी सेंटर, उसके माध्यम से इसका विकास करें। और अभी तक बैंकों ने लाखों लोगों को वित्तीय रूप से साक्षर बनाया है। यह कहते हुए मुझे बड़ा हर्ष है कि NRLM जो नेशनल रूरल लिवलीहुड के अंदर है, इसने एक बहुत ही नए तरीके का एक प्रोग्राम डिजाइन किया है जो कम्युनिटी लेड होगा, या यूँ कहें कि समूह के नेतृत्व में यह काम किया जाएगा। यह ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी वित्तीय साक्षरता को बढ़ाने के लिए बड़ा प्रभावी है और बैंकों के साथ मिलकर के यह काम किया जाएगा।
बैंक प्रतिनिधियों के सहयोग से गांव में मौजूद FLCRP इन बैंकिंग सेवाओं की जानकारी समूह की महिलाओं तक पहुंचाने का काम करती हैं। एक तरह से बैंकिंग व्यवस्था और FLCRP एक दूसरे के पूरक बनकर वित्तीय साक्षरता में भागीदारी निभा रहे हैं। वित्तीय साक्षरता की बढ़ती सफलता की एक मुख्य कड़ी है सक्षम सेंटर। इन सेंटरों पर FLCRP, BC सखी, बीमा सखी जैसी सभी प्रशिक्षित प्रतिनिधियों के काम के आपसी समन्वय का लेखा जोखा मिलता है।
ये महिलाओं की बहुत सारी समस्या है, सेविंग में दिक्कत आ रही है या फिर बचत खाते में उन्हें दिक्कत आ रही है कि उनका ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं हो रहा। जितने भी FI के सारे कैडर हैं वो सक्षम सेंटर में आ जाते हैं। सक्षम सेंटर को महिलाओं के काम के लिए एक सक्षम सेंटर बनाया।
वहीं डिजिटल इंडिया की राह पर शुरू हुआ सक्षम ऐप अब इस प्रणाली को और भी सरल बना रहा है। SHG सदस्यों की ट्रेनिंग और उसके नतीजों का पूरा ब्यौरा और आंकड़े इसमें दर्ज किए जाते हैं।
जो ये डिजिटल है हम इसको पूरी तरह से अपना सकें और अपने काम को आसान करते हुए सक्षम ऐप के ऊपर ये सारी जानकारी आसानी से, ये जो हमने उनको साक्षरता दी थी उसका कितना इफेक्ट है और क्या वैल्यूएशन उसकी है, ऐप के थ्रू काम किया जा रहा है तो वो ज़्यादा बेहतर है।
आज देश के अलग अलग ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में वित्तीय साक्षरता के निरंतर प्रयासों का प्रगतिशील असर दिखने लगा है। इसमें 551 जिलों के 4176 ब्लॉक शामिल हो चुके हैं, 1776 मास्टर ट्रेनर जुड़ चुके हैं, 37,000 से अधिक FLCRP कार्यरत हैं, लगभग 1.4 करोड़ SHG सदस्यों को हर वर्ष लाभ मिलता है।
मिशन में महिलाओं पर केंद्रित एक सिस्टम बनाया है। महिलाओं के माध्यम से फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी तो फैले ही और साथ ही साथ जो फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज हैं वे सर्विसेज भी सभी लोगों को ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में उपलब्ध कराई जा सके। यह बहुत जरूरी है कि जितने इसके हितधारक हैं, जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, सभी एक साथ मिलकर सम्मिलित रूप से इसमें प्रयास करें।
दीनदयाल अंत्योदय योजना राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन, ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के अग्रणी प्रयासों से आज देश भर के गांवों में एक समुदाय आधारित वित्तीय साक्षरता पारितंत्र का निर्माण हो रहा है।
इस वित्तीय साक्षरता प्रणाली से पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में स्वयं सहायता समूह सदस्य महिलाओं तक विभिन्न सेवाओं की पहुंच बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। इसके अन्य प्रभावों में NPA में कमी आना, प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा बीमा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री जीवन ज्योति योजना, अटल पेंशन योजना इत्यादि में नामांकन बढ़ाना शामिल है।
ग्रामीण महिलाओं को आर्थिक रूप से स्वतंत्र और सशक्त बनाकर ये मुहिम आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में अनूठा कदम है।
तो माननीय हमने पूरी प्रणाली में 3 बातों का खास ध्यान रखा है। एक तो जो बैंक का ऑलरेडी फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसके साथ मिलकर काम करें, ना कि उसके साथ compete करें। दूसरा, हम अवेयरनेस और के साथ साथ सर्विस डिलीवरी पर भी काम करें, सिर्फ अवेयरनेस से बात नहीं बनेगी। सो जागरूकता करना और जागरूक करके वो सर्विसेज प्रोडक्ट उन तक पहुंचाना, ये दूसरी। और तीसरा, इस पूरी चीज को एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल आर्किटेक्चर में डालने की कोशिश की है, जो सक्षम सेंटर के रूप में, जो हमारी FLCRP को समय समय पर गाइड करती रहे, कौन से गांव में जाकर ट्रेनिंग करनी है, कौन से जाकर कैंप करना है, ये टाइम पर। तो ये 3 बातों का हमने खास ख्याल रखा है माननीय महोदय, और इसके चलते पिछले 4-5 सालों में ये कार्यक्रम अपनी दिशा निर्देश पढ़ रहा है। धन्यवाद। पुनः मैं एक SRLM को भी देना चाहूंगा, जो काफी मेहनत से इसमें काम कर रहे हैं, ट्रेनिंग और FLCRA की मदद से इसके प्रचार प्रसार कर रहे हैं। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर S. सिल्वा कुमार फॉर हिज एड्रेस। सर।
सभी को नमस्कार। Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, Madam Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Ms. Neeta Kejriwal, Mr. Ajay Kurana, all the dignitaries from different banks and different SRLMs, and all the invitees. It's my pleasure to be here on this occasion of creating awareness and also the one-day workshop on financial literacy for the CRPs. As you are all aware, Karnataka is the only state which has SRLM under Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood Department. We have created this department in the year 2017 with the aim of bringing the livelihood onwards, upwards to a single platform. That is, first we start with livelihood, then we will do the training, skill training, and then either they will be employed or they will be given an entrepreneurship opportunities. So that is the scale in which we wanted to do it. So the state has started the department in 2017. Since then, SRLM is under skill development department. So since then, we have progressed a lot. 30 lakh SHG women are there in our SRLM, and around 2.5 lakh SHG groups are formed. So in Karnataka, we have trainings in different formats. Either it may be in the for solid waste management or for other arts and crafts training. We do it either through our SRLM or through our training providers empaneled in skill development department. So under this program, we have progressed very well for the last few years, and I'm happy to share that Karnataka is now improving its performance in NRLM in the country. Around 1,256 FL CRPs are already being trained for bringing in financial literacy to our SHG women, and we are now planning to have another addition of another 560 more women under as a financial literacy CRPs. They all are, as you are aware, already we have seen in the video, they are all doing their best in bringing awareness to the rural women in insurance products, loans, and also about their financial managements. If women become an independent in financial terms, then it brings a lot of pride in the family and the growth in the family. This vertical social mobility is very much possible quicker and faster. So that way, if we empower each woman in a family, that family gets their opportunity to come out of poverty line and out of their present status, and the vertical mobility is ensured. So that way we are trying our best. It gives them the confidence level to face the world and to stand equally with all other people who are already either literates or already financially sound. So this literacy also brings a lot of awareness among family members, and it gives them the confidence that they can teach their children, they can be a role model to their children and bring the next generation to a different level in terms of financial and social status. So I hope this one-day workshop will bring in a lot of traction to the whole program, and we need to create the awareness within this period of up to August 15th, which is the set period for our financial literacy. I hope all our members of the SRLMs will be active and be aware of what they are supposed to do during this period and bring in a lot of traction into the program. So it really gives me immense satisfaction to participate in this program. I thank the Ministry of Rural Development for inviting me to join on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, under your leadership, you can really see the remarkable progress in Karnataka SRLM. I would also like to thank you for supporting us. इस कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए the team is really supporting us for the last 2-3 days. So अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए माननीय मंत्री महोदय और गणमान्य अतिथियों को मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि बैंकों के आरबीआई और नाबार्ड के से कंसल्टेशन करके हमने एक 10 सूत्री चार्टर बनाने की कोशिश की है. वो चार्टर खासकर बैंक और जो भी मेजर प्लेयर्स हैं फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स में आगे के काम करने में उनको दिशा निर्देश निर्धारण करने में साथ में मिलकर कैसे काम किया जाता है उसमें इनफैक्ट स्ट्रैटेजी डिजाइन करने में मदद करेगी. मैं माननीय मंत्री महोदय से आग्रह करना चाहूंगा कि उस चार्टर का अनावरण करें. So मैडम ये 10 सूत्री कार्यक्रम जो सारे एस्पेक्ट्स पर, वो चाहे सेविंग सारे महिलाओं तक पहुंचाना हो, बीमा की सुविधाएं पहुंचाना हो, टाइम पर क्रेडिट पहुंचाना हो, वो सारे जो बेसिक सुविधाएं हमारे एसएचजी मेंबर और परिवारों तक पहुंचनी चाहिए, उनको लेकर एक 10 सूत्री कार्यक्रम इनफैक्ट सबके साथ मिलकर, खासकर बैंकों, आरबीआई और नाबार्ड के साथ मिलकर बनाने की हमने वो कोशिश किया यहाँ पर। और ये बड़ा ही हर्ष का है कि बहुत शॉर्ट टाइम में हमने 2 दिन पहले ही सारे बैंकों से उनके वैल्यूएबल फीडबैक के लिए शेयर किया था और करीब सारे बैंक्स ने इस पर पॉजिटिव रिस्पॉन्स दिया और कुछ बैंकों ने वैल्यूएबल फीडबैक दिया और सारे बैंकों ने इस चार्टर को इंडोर्स किया है। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये अच्छा है, ये फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन कार्यक्रम को साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ाने में काफी वो मदद मिलेगी। धन्यवाद महोदय। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा श्रीमान अजय के खुराना साहब को, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा, फॉर हिज रिमार्क्स।
माननीय ग्रामीण विकास राज्य मंत्री साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, डॉक्टर एस सेल्व कुमार, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी स्टेट कर्नाटका स्टेट, नीता केजरीवाल, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहूँगा और सबको कि इतना अच्छा कार्यक्रम फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, वित्तीय साक्षरता उन लोगों के लिए जहाँ पे साक्षरता की ही एक्चुअली कमी है, जिनको बेसिक नॉलेज भी नहीं है, उन वहाँ पे हम साक्षरता पहुँचा के उन महिलाओं को ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में इतना बड़े स्तर पर कार्यक्रम चला रहे हैं। 551 स्टेट्स जिसमें कवर कर ली, लगभग 1.5 करोड़ एसएचजी महिलाओं को ये साक्षरता पहुंचाई। ये आप सभी, सारा डिपार्टमेंट, रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, माननीय मंत्री जी, आप सभी इसके सच में बधाई के पात्र हैं कि इस लेवल पे आप कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं। और डेफिनेटली ये अगर हम अंत्योदय की बात करते हैं, सबसे नीचे तबके के उत्थान की बात करते हैं, तो उसके लिए जरूरी है कि वो अपने पैरों पे खड़े हों, उनको इस कम से कम इस वित्तीय साक्षरता की जो जरूरत मिनिमम बातें हैं वो वहाँ तक पहुँचें कि सोशल सिक्योरिटी क्या है, कैसे पैसा जो बैंक से लेना है उसको कहाँ प्रॉपरली लगा के उससे कैसे उसमें से इनकम जनरेट करनी है। तो और उसकी बुक मेंटेनेंस के बारे में बात करना, FLCRPs जो है जगह जगह पे जाके बता रहे हैं, मैंने देखा, कुछ वीडियोस देखी उसके बारे में, कुछ सखियां यहाँ पे आके भी बोला उन्होंने। तो ये एक आई एम वेरी श्योर जिस तरीके से इसको डिजिटल को भी ऐप का भी सहारा लिया जा रहा है, सक्षम ऐप डाटा कलेक्शन के लिए, और ये सच में बहुत ही सराहनीय कदम है। बैंकों का जहाँ तक सवाल है, बैंकों को इस कार्यक्रम में जितना कि महिलाओं का उत्थान, जितना कि इस देश की प्रगति के लिए जरूरत है, उतना ही बैंकों के लिए भी ये बहुत ही हेल्पफुल काम है। महिलाओं को बैंक पैसा देने के लिए है, सभी को लोन देने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन उस पैसे को प्रॉपर इस्तेमाल करना, उसकी जानकारी उन महिलाओं को हो जिनको ये पैसा पहुंच रहा है, और वो अच्छे से इस्तेमाल करके बैंक को पैसा वापस करें, ताकि वो और ज़्यादा पैसे के लिए भी और ज़्यादा बड़े काम कर चला सकें और प्रॉपर सर्कुलेशन से ज़्यादा लोगों तक पैसा पहुंच पाए। तो ये जरूरी है, बैंकों के बिजनेस के लिए जरूरी है। तो जहाँ तक हो बैंक डेफिनेटली, नीता केजरीवाल जी जैसे मैं पहले भी इस बारे में मिला हूँ, तो जहाँ भी इसकी ज़रूरत होगी, जिस जगह पे भी बैंकों की ज़रूरत है, वो ऑलरेडी RCT में इनके FLCRPs की ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, और जहाँ SHG ग्रुप्स को फाइनेंसिंग भी सारी बैंकों के थ्रू हो रही है। तो और इस फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी में जहाँ भी ज़रूरत होगी, बैंक हमेशा इसमें हमेशा साथ रहेंगे। और मैं कुछ बात और करना चाहूँगा कि जैसे डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस बढ़ रही हैं, यूपीआई के आने के बाद छोटी छोटी ट्रांजैक्शन हर गांव में ये पहुंच रही हैं, तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि महिलाओं को आपका जो टारगेट ग्रुप है वहाँ पे साक्षरता के अंदर हम उनको डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस के बारे में भी जानकारी अच्छे से दें, और साइबर सिक्योरिटी के बारे में आज एक पिछले कार्यक्रम में मैं सुन रहा था, पिछला जो डिस्कशन था कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी में इवन लिटरेसी जो है वो मुझे यहाँ पढ़े लिखे लोग जो है उनको भी नहीं है, और इन महिलाओं को जहाँ नॉर्मल पढ़ाई लिखाई नहीं है वहाँ पे ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि जब भी वो बैंक से जुड़ने जा रहे हैं तो इस किस्म का रिस्क जो जैसे ही डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन बढ़ेंगी तो ये इसका रिस्क भी बहुत बढ़ने वाला है। तो साइबर रिस्क के बारे में और नॉर्मल इस ट्रांजैक्शन से जो रिलेटेड रिस्क और इन्वॉल्व है, जो फ्रॉड रिस्क जो इसमें से इन्वॉल्व हैं, वो उसके बारे में भी इनको जानकारी दी जाए। तो आई एम वेरी श्योर कि जो FLCRPs हैं इनकी स्किल इम्प्रूवमेंट इनका वो रेगुलर स्तर पे होता ही होगा, और जहाँ जहाँ भी इसमें बैंकों की कोई ज़रूरत हो, कोई डिजिटल ऐप्स तैयार करने के लिए, छोटे छोटे वीडियोस तैयार करने के लिए ताकि इन महिलाओं को पहुँचाया जाए, तो आई एम वेरी श्योर मैं सभी बैंकों की तरफ से मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि बैंक इस मामले में ज़रूर आगे आएंगे। और रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का तो हमेशा इसमें वो बड़ा रोल रहता ही है, वो तो साथ में हमेशा करते ही रहते हैं, लेकिन बैंक भी अपने लेवल पे भी कर भी रहे हैं, और आगे भी अगर इसमें जहां भी इसकी जरूरत होगी हम उसमें आपका पूरा सहयोग देंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। और बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का NRLM और SRLM को बहुत इनफैक्ट सहयोग मिलता है और आई एम श्योर मिलता रहूँगा। और सर मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जैसे आपने कहा कि डिजिटल के बारे में बताएं, तो बिल्कुल सर ये हमने भी इसके महत्व समझी, और हमारे 6 कार्यक्रम में से 7 कार्यक्रम में से डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है जो हमारी FLCRP गांव में जाकर हमारी SHG मेंबर्स को बताती हैं। तो आगे बढ़ाते हुए महोदय मैं आपको यही बताना चाहूँगा कि जो चार्टर अभी हमने रिलीज किया आपके कर कमलों द्वारा, अभी हमने बैंक, RBI, NABARD से शेयर किया है, और हमारा लक्ष्य ये है कि जो अभियान हम 6 महीने चला रहे हैं आपके नेतृत्व में, इस चार्टर को हर एक SHG तक पहुंचाने का, और इसलिए इसका हिंदी अनुवाद, हिंदी के साथ साथ लोकल भाषाओं में भी अनुवाद करके हर एक SHG और VO ऑफिस तक हमारे पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य है महोदय। सो धन्यवाद सर आपके उद्बोधन के लिए। अब वो घड़ी आ गई है जिसके लिए हमने ये कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज किया है NAR की मदद से और SRLM की मदद से, कि जो इस अमृत काल में एक वृहद कैंपेन लॉन्च करने का है वित्तीय साक्षरता के ऊपर, वो उसका समय आ गया है। माननीय मंत्री महोदय से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि रिमोट बटन दबाकर नेशनल कैंपेन ऑन फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का शुभ आरंभ करें। ये कुछ माइलस्टोन्स थे महोदय जो अगले हम 6 महीने में करने वाले हैं। 500 जिलों में कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, इसको और बेहद रूप से और डीपर जाने की ये है। 2 करोड़ महिलाओं तक, जैसे अभी सालाना हम 1.4 करोड़ महिलाओं तक साल में पहुंच रहे थे, अब इस 6 महीनों में हमारा लक्ष्य है कि हम 2 करोड़ तक पहुंचे। अवेयरनेस के साथ साथ भी जो भारत सरकार की फ्लैगशिप स्कीम है प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा बीमा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री जीवन बीमा योजना, वो भी है कि 3 करोड़ महिलाओं तक इस दौरान इसकी भी सेवाएं उन तक पहुंचे। सक्षम सेंटर के बारे में जो आपको मैंने जानकारी दी, ये 15 राज्यों में 179 सेंटर ऑलरेडी चल रहा है महोदय, और बड़ा ही अच्छा इसका रिजल्ट आया। तो इस पर मंत्रालय ने निर्णय लिया कि इसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए इन 6 महीनों में कम से कम 750 ऐसे सेंटर और राज्यों में खोले जाएं। और जैसा सर ने भी बताया कि इस बृहद कार्यक्रम को करने के लिए डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का सहारा लेना पड़ेगा। सो जो हमारे 6-7 मॉड्यूल्स है जिसको आपने बाहर देखा होगा, उन सब का हम डिजिटल ट्रांसलेशन करके ऐप के माध्यम से भी एसएचजी मेंबर तक पहुंचाएंगे। सो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार आपका इनॉग्रेशन करने के लिए। आपके होने से ही इनफैक्ट ये काफी मनोबल बढ़ता है और मुझे पता है कि यहाँ जो ऑडियंस है वो आपको सुनने के लिए आतुर हो रही है। सो बिना समय गंवाए मैं आपको आग्रह करता हूं कि सभा को संबोधित करें। माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी।
ओम हरि ओम हरि ओम। आज के इस ग्रामीण विभाग मंत्रालय की तरफ से भारत के अंदर बहुत ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जहां अभी साक्षरता की आवश्यकता है। ऐसे इस राष्ट्रीय आजीविका मिशन के तहत जो हमारी बहनें काम कर रही हैं, जिनको एक क्षेत्र में लगाया गया, ऐसे इस कर्नाटक की पावन धरती बेंगलोर से, जहां आज हम सब लोग कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, इसे इस मंच में इस प्रदेश के सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय श्री शेरवा कुमार जी, प्रमुख सचिव, मेरे मंत्रालय में बहुत एक सरल, सहज और एक जुझारूपन से काम करने वाली आदरणीय नीता केजरीवाल जी, ईडीजी बैंक बड़ौदा जो एक गांव तक बैंक पहुंची है, उसके हमारे अजय खुराना जी, आरजी क्या हमारे निदेशक वित्तीय साक्षरता की जागरूकता के लिए आज के इस कार्यक्रम में पूरे देश से, पश्चिम से उत्तर, दक्षिण से पूरब तक के सभी लोग यहाँ हैं। ऐसे इस कार्यक्रम में मुझे आपके बीच में कुछ कहने का अवसर मिला, उसके लिए मैं मंत्रालय के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि आपके बीच में मंत्रालय की तरफ से मुझे कुछ कहने के लिए आपके बीच में अवसर प्रदान हुआ है। पहले तो मैं सबसे पहले 2023 की बहुत ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देती हूं। ये बात सही है कि सरकार की एक दृष्टि है, पंडित दीनदयाल जी की सोच, अंतिम पंक्ति पर बैठे हुए व्यक्ति तक, देश की केंद्र से या प्रदेश से चली हुई योजनाएं उनके पास तक पहुंचे। लेकिन कई बार जानकारियों का अभाव और कहीं ना कहीं समाज में निरक्षरता का भी एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। साक्षरता और सक्षम, ये दो एक ऐसे सार्थक शब्द हैं कि जो साक्षर होगा वही सक्षम हो सकता है। बैंक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मुझे याद है जब 2014 में हम लोग सरकार में आए, राष्ट्रीय आजीविका मिशन में काम करने वाली जो हमारी दीदियां थी, वो लोन अदा नहीं कर पाती थी। बहुत बड़ा अंतर आ गया था। आज जब मैं आपके बीच में 2023 में बोल रही हूं, बहुत अंतर घट गया जिसको हमारी दीदियों ने अदा किया और पैसा उठाने का काम किया। ये बात तो निश्चित है कि बैंक हमारे रोजगार के लिए है, हमारे साधन के लिए है, चाहे वो कृषि से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति हो, बागवानी से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति हो, ये बहुत बड़ा उद्योगपति हो। बैंक एक माध्यम है। भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की 50% की आबादी जो हमारी मातृ शक्ति है, उसको सक्षम कैसे बनाया जाए, उसी के तहत आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारी योजनाएं महिलाओं को लक्ष्य करके चलाया। सपोज अभी मैं उदाहरण के तौर पर एक बात रखना चाहती हूं। सरकार बनते ही माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जनधन खाते की घोषणा की। बहुत ऐसे परिवार थे, बहुत ऐसी बहनें थी जिनको बिना किसी गारंटर के खाता नहीं खुल सकता था। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि बैंक में खाता खोलने के लिए किसी भी गारंटर की जरूरत नहीं है, खाता खोलने वाला स्वयं अपने आप में वो गारंटी अपने ले रहा है। और आपने देखा कि जब कोविड आया, उस जनधन खाते में जो भारत सरकार की तरफ से 3 महीने तक 500 रुपए उनको भेजा गया, तब पता चला कि जनधन खाता क्या होता है। और मुझे लग रहा है कि जनधन खाते के माध्यम से बहुत सारी रकम बैंकों में आई। ऐसे ही आज ग्रामीण विभाग हमारा बैंक सखी, जल सखी, मनरेगा में मेट का काम करने वाली, यदि ये साक्षर नहीं होगी तो मेट का काम कैसे कर सकते हैं? घर घर बैंक कैसे पहुंचा सकते हैं? अभी हमने एक योजना और माननीय मंत्री जी के सामने मैंने विषय रखा था कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आगामी 2025 तक हर घर नल से जो पानी पहुंचाने की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए गांव का आदमी गांव के लोगों से जल कनेक्शन देने के बाद यदि वो उनसे पैसा मांगेगा, सरपंच हो या और कोई व्यक्ति हो, तो हो सकता है कि गांव के लोग दें नहीं। और बहुत सारे ऐसे अब गांव पड़े भी हैं कि जहां कनेक्शन लिया और बिल नहीं जमा किया तो वहां पानी जाने की स्थिति में नहीं है। तो मैंने मंत्री जी से कहा था कि इनको जल सखी नाम दे करके जो भी पानी का बिल उगाही करना हो हमारी समूह की बहनें करें। हमारे दूर दराज गांव में पानी तो पहुंच गया और उस एरिया में हमारी कोई साक्षर महिला नहीं है, हमारी बहन नहीं है, हमारी दीदी नहीं है, तो कैसे काम कर सकती है? आज मैं कह सकती हूं 2014 के बाद से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस तरह से महिलाओं को स्वावलंबी बनाने के लिए अटल पेंशन जीवन ज्योति, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना, बहुत सारी ऐसे अनगिनत योजनाएं चलाई जो सीधे महिलाओं से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक बात अभी आपके बीच में रखना चाहती हूं, बहुत सारी ऐसी योजनाएं हैं गांव में जाती हैं, लेकिन जानकारी का अभाव जानकारी न होना, उसके कारण से बहुत सारे लाभार्थी फंस जाते हैं, जबकि उनके डायरेक्ट खाते में पैसा जा रहा है। फिर वो बीच का बिचौलिया आता है कि आप हमें इतना रुपया दो और हम आपको मकान दिलवा देंगे, आपको शौचालय दिलवा देंगे। पहले ऐसे ही बैंक में होता था, बैंक के गेट के बाहर लोग बैठे होते थे कि आपको खाता खुलवाना है तो पहले इतना पैसा दो और हम आपका बैंक में खाता खुलवा देंगे। यह व्यवस्था माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने खत्म कर दिया। एक निवेदन जरूर करना चाहती हूं, क्योंकि हमारे बैंक के डायरेक्टर बैठे हुए हैं, अब उन्हें दिक्कत है। हमारी जो दीदियां बैंक में जाती हैं, एक आपकी तरफ से निर्देश जारी होना चाहिए कि यदि हमारी समूह की बहन या कोई भी बहन है यदि बैंक में जाती है तो बैंक के दीदी के बीच में कोई बिचौलिया नहीं होना चाहिए, यह कि कुछ सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए। मैं तो क्योंकि घूमती रहती हूँ, मुझे सब जगह सूचना मिलती रहती है कि हम काम तो करना चाहते हैं। सपोज मान लो पशुपालन के लिए है, या फल के लिए, सब्जी के लिए है, अभी उसके पास पैसा नहीं वो लेकर के अदा करे, लेकिन अभी वो शुरुआत ही नहीं कर पाई, तो हम उसके लिए भी, यद्यपि बैंकों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कहने पर बहुत सरलता की है, लेकिन फिर भी जो कमाने वाले होते हैं वो रास्ता कहीं ना कहीं से निकाल लेते हैं, उनका रास्ता निकल आता है। तो यह भी थोड़ा हमें, मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत सारी हमारी बहनें होंगी इस अनुभव से गुजरी भी होंगी। तो हमें जागरूकता, ये जो आज का कार्यक्रम है सिर्फ जागरूकता। मुझे याद है मेरे बचपन में प्रौढ़ शिक्षा चलाई जाती थी, जिसको हम आज साक्षरता अभियान कह रहे हैं। उस समय इंदिरा गांधी के समय प्रौढ़ शिक्षा चली थी कि हर गांव में व्यक्ति शिक्षित हो। यद्यपि आज हर जगह नहीं, हाई स्कूल पहुंचा तो प्राइमरी स्कूल तो पहुंच ही गया है, जो 5वीं तक की क्लास होती है। आज का ये नहीं कह सकते कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हम पिछड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन आप जब पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों में जाएंगे, बहुत दूर दूर घर बसे हुए हैं, फिर भी अभी साक्षरता की जरूरत है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिशा निर्देशन में ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय लगभग, नेताजी 10 करोड़ के लगभग महिला है ना, हाँ, एक तरह से हम बढ़ोतरी की तरफ जा रहे हैं, कम नहीं हो रहा है। और मैं भी किसी गांव में थी अपने क्षेत्र में, तो उन्होंने कहा दीदी हम राष्ट्रीय आजीविका मिशन में जुड़ना चाहते हैं, तो कैसे जुड़े? हमने कहा जुड़ने का बहुत सरल तरीका है, हमारे जो समूह चल रहे हैं आप उनके पास जाइए, आपको रास्ता बनाएंगे, बताएंगे, आप उनके साथ मिलकर काम करिए और एक दिन आप ऐसा आएगा कि हम स्वयं सक्षम हो जाएंगे और स्वयं समूह बना के नेतृत्व करने लगेंगे। आज बहुत सारे रास्ते सरकार ने खोले हैं। अब देखते हैं कि पूरे देश से जब कहीं सरस मेला लगता है, चाहे दिल्ली में, नोएडा में, गाजियाबाद में या प्रदेशों में कहीं भी लगता है, तो उसमें हमारी जो दीदियां आती हैं और जब जाती हैं तो बहुत खुश होकर जाती हैं, जो एक एक पैसे के लिए पति के सामने हाथ फैलाती थी, बच्चों के सामने हाथ फैलाती थी, आज वो लेने वाली नहीं, आज वो देने लायक बन रही है। ये भी हमारे मंत्रालय का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण अभियान है और माननीय मंत्री जी ने तो कहा है कि हमारी जो समूह की दीदियां हैं, हम उस दिन अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली मानेंगे जब एक हमारी दीदी खर्च निकालने के बाद 1 लाख रुपए साल में बचत करे, बैंक का लोन अदा करने के बाद वो मान करके चलिए कि भारत अपने आप सक्षम हो जाएगा। जहां भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना चाहते हैं, आत्मनिर्भर बने देश। मैं साथ अभी हमारे राष्ट्रीय उपभोक्ता दिवस के दिन मैंने एक शब्द बोला भी था। मैंने कहा प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते हैं कि हम आत्मनिर्भर बने, देश आत्मनिर्भर बने, लेकिन जब तक मेरे घर की महिला आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होगी तब तक हम देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं कर सकते। उस दिशा पर सरकार काम कर रही है और मेरा तो मानना यह है यदि 1 करोड़ महिला या 2 करोड़ महिला साक्षर होकर के समूह से जुड़ जाती है तो सिर्फ वो 2 करोड़ अकेले नहीं है, उसके परिवार के लोग उसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, उसके बेटे भी जुड़े हैं, उसकी बेटी भी जुड़ी है। और मैं तो एक बात कहा करते हूं, एक साक्षर बेटी वो अकेला एक परिवार नहीं चलाती, वो 2 परिवारों का नेतृत्व करती है, एक मैके वाला परिवार और एक ससुराल वाला परिवार। तो ये जो हमारा साक्षरता का अभियान है, और यदि भारत साक्षर नहीं होता तो मां मंदालसा अपने पुत्रों को बुद्धोसी शुद्धोसी निरंजनोसी को उपदेश देती है, तो मेरे भारत की मातृशक्ति कभी भी शिक्षा में पीछे नहीं रही है। यदि शिक्षा में पीछे रही होती तो राजा जनक और याज्ञवल्क्य के शास्त्रार्थ में एक नारी ही थी जो गार्गी के रूप में दोनों के बीच में जाकर के शास्त्रार्थ करती है। कौन कहता है? लोग कहते हैं भारत की नारी क्या करती है? भारत की नारी को चौका चूल्हा करना आता है। विदेशों में देखो नारी क्या कर रही है। मैंने उनको जवाब दिया, मैंने कहा एक बात याद रखिएगा, मेरे देश की नारी चौका चूल्हा भी करती है, गांव की महिला चारा काटती है, गोबर भी पाथती है, सब कुछ करती है, लेकिन जब देश के लिए जरूरत पड़ी तो महारानी लक्ष्मीबाई बनकर के पीठ में ममता को, बच्चे को पीठ में बांध करके मैदान में तलवार लेके भी उतरी है। कौन कहता है कि मेरे देश की नारी पीछे नहीं है? कौन कहता है कि मेरे देश की नारी साक्षर नहीं थी? हाँ, कुछ कालखंड ऐसा आया जिसमें विवश हो करके महिलाओं को पर्दे के अंदर रखना पड़ा। जब इस देश के अंदर हमारी बहू बेटियों को गुलामी के काल में उठा के ले जाने की प्रथा चल गई, उस कालखंड में महिलाओं को जरूर घर में कैद करके रखना पड़ा। नहीं तो यह देश है, चाहे युद्ध का क्षेत्र हो और चाहे शास्त्रार्थ का क्षेत्र हो, मंडन मिश्र और उभयवाद शंकराचार्य का शास्त्रार्थ होता है। अब विद्वान होगी तभी तो उसका फैसला कर पाएंगी ना। दोनों के शास्त्रार्थ में फैसला कौन करेगा? न्यायाधीश कौन बनेगा? किन दोनों से कौन हारा? उभय भारती ने कहा मैं करूंगी। पत्नी है, पक्षपात तो नहीं करेगी। उसने कहा शास्त्रार्थ में मैं पत्नी नहीं हूं, दोनों के बीच में फैसला करने वाली हूं। और जिस दिन शंकराचार्य जी से, आदि गुरु आचार्य शंकराचार्य जी से मंडन मिश्र हारे, उभय भारती ने दोनों के गले में माला पहनाती थी। मंडन मिश्र की माला सूख गई और ये तय हुआ था जिसके गले की माला सूखेगी वो हारा हुआ माना जाएगा। तो उस दिन उभय भारती ने दोनों को कहा स्वामी जी भोजन करने चलिए। मंडन मिश्र ने कहा देवी तुमने मुझे सन्यासी बना दिया क्या? स्वामी जी तो सन्यासी को बोला जाता है, तो मुझे स्वामी बोलती थी, आज स्वामी जी कैसे कह दिया? उन्होंने कहा मैं नहीं कह रही हूं, आप अपने गले में पड़ी हुई माला को देखो, तुम्हारे गले की माला मुरझा गई है, तुम शंकराचार्य जी से परास्त हो चुके हो। ये मेरे देश की नारी का इतिहास रहा है। आज हम पीछे कैसे हो गए? पीछे होने का कारण यह है कि कई बार सरकारों ने अभियान तो चलाया, लेकिन देश के अंतिम पंक्ति पर बैठे हुए व्यक्ति तक नहीं पहुंच पाए। यह वो विभाग हमारा, यह काम हमारा ग्रामीण विभाग कर रहा है। इसके लिए मैं ग्रामीण विभाग के सभी अधिकारियों का अभिनंदन करती हूं। हमारे मंत्रालय में रह करके आज सामने बैठे हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम करते रहे। मैं सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूं। ये काम एक तरह से सरल भी है और एक तरह से कठिन भी है। दोनों को लेकर के हम चलेंगे तो रामचरितमानस में कहा गया है, कौन सो काज कठिन जग माही, जो नहीं होत तात तुम पाही। कोई काम कठिन नहीं है, यदि तुम ठान लो तारे गगन के तोड़ सकते हो, यदि तुम ठान लो तूफान का पथ मोड़ सकते हो, और यदि तुम ठान लो तो विश्व के इतिहास में एक नया अध्याय भी जोड़ सकते हो। कौन कहता है? ये नहीं भारत है, ये अंतरराष्ट्रीय मंच में अपनी सदस्यता के लिए भीख मांगता रहा कि हमें भी सदस्य बना लिया जाए। ये वही भारत है कि आज सदस्य नहीं, लोगों देख रहे हैं J20 की अध्यक्षता भी कर रहा है, ये वो भारत है। हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, किसी काम में पीछे नहीं है। तो मैं आज के दिन सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामना देती हूँ। विनम्रता पूर्वक 2023 की भी शुभकामना देती हूँ कि आपका जीवन, आपका परिवार, आपका देश, आपका प्रदेश सभी स्वस्थ रहें, व्यस्त रहें। और वो नारा भी मेरा है कि कभी परेशान मत होइएगा, कैसी भी परिस्थिति आए तो स्वस्थ रहने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? व्यस्त रहना चाहिए। और स्वस्थ रहने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? खुश रहने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? तो मस्त रहना चाहिए। जब आप व्यस्त होंगे, स्वस्थ होंगे, तभी तो आप मस्त होंगे। तो कोई भी काम किसी के लिए नहीं, अपनी सेवा भावना के लिए करना चाहिए। हम जो काम कर रहे हैं ये अवसर दिया भगवान ने, बहुत सुनहरा अवसर दिया है कि कम से कम हमारे माध्यम से हमारी जो यहाँ महिलाएं, हमारे लोग आए, ये जाएंगे। एक व्यक्ति को आपने साक्षर बनाया, माने उसके पूरे परिवार को आपने बना दिया। तो इतना ही निवेदन करती हुई वाणी प्रणाम देती हूँ। आज देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने को देश का प्रधान सेवक बोलते हैं, तो आप जिस प्रदेश से आए हैं आप वहां के प्रधान सेवक हैं, ऐसा मान करके अपने प्रदेश में जा करके कोई ऐसा आदमी ना हो जो साक्षर ना हो, यह पहचान करते हुए मैं तो एक बात हमेशा कहा करते हूँ, ये सेवा भाव मुश्किल है, विचारों से नहीं होती, इसे तो शेर दिल करते सियारों से नहीं होती।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय महोदय जी, आपकी उद्बोधन में मैं देख सकता हूँ ऊर्जा, नई ऊर्जा शक्ति सब में, और खासकर हमारी FLCRP की जो दीदियां आई हैं उनमें अवर्दी। और दो बात आपकी मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा कि माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा कि सक्षम वही हो सकता है जो साक्षर है। तो हमने दोनों शब्द लेकर चल रहे हैं, साक्षर और सक्षम, और खासकर इसका महत्व और ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है जब हम वित्तीय साक्षरता की बात है। और दूसरी बात माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा कि भारत आत्मनिर्भर तब तक नहीं हो सकता जब तक आप महिलाएं हमारी आत्मनिर्भर नहीं हो सकती, और उस दिशा में भी हमारी SHG, हमारे CRP दीदिया मैडम प्रयास रहते हैं। बहुत बहुत पुनः धन्यवाद आपका समय निकालने के लिए, व्यस्तम समय निकालने के लिए, ये उद्बोधन देने के लिए और हमें नई ऊर्जा शक्ति भरने के लिए। अब
कुछ कर्नाटका के मिशन डायरेक्टर वो जो कुछ SAG द्वारा निर्मित कुछ भेंट देना चाहती है, तो मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि वो स्टेज पर आएं और माननीय मंत्री महोदया जी को भेंट प्रस्तुत करें। ये SAG द्वारा निर्मित है। धन्यवाद। अब हम कार्यक्रम के समापन पर हैं और इस अंतिम क्षण में मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा हमारे डायरेक्टर निदेशक श्री राघवेंद्र प्रताप सिंह जी का कि वो वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दें।
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। जैसे कि हम पूरे दिन बात कर रहे हैं तो मुझे ध्यान आता है कि पहले ये कहा जाता था कि साक्षर हो जाओ तो प्रगति हो जाएगी, मतलब आप पढ़ लिख लो, जो कहते थे कुछ काम आएगा। लेकिन अगर आज हमारी जो टैगलाइन अनिल ने लिखी है या जो थीम है कि अब जो बदला परिवेश है कि जो कहते हैं कि इकोनॉमिक चीजें हुई हैं तो उसमें जब तक वित्तीय साक्षर नहीं होंगे तब प्रगति नहीं मिली। तो यानी अब साक्षर होना ही नहीं प्रगति के पहुंच पाएंगे, वित्तीय साक्षरता भी होगी। और आज मैं माननीय मंत्री जी को बताना चाहूंगा कि जो हम कुछ आंकड़े लेके प्रस्तुत किए थे, उस आंकड़ों में ये भी आया कि जो बहुत पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं वो भी वित्तीय साक्षर नहीं है। तो ये समझना कि हम पढ़े लिखे हैं, हम वित्तीय साक्षर हैं, यानी तो ये भ्रांतियां हैं। इस हॉल में जो लोग बैठे हैं उनके पास भी भ्रांतियां होंगी। तो हम यही चाहेंगे कम से कम कि इस हॉल में जितने लोग आज आए हैं वो अपनी वित्तीय साक्षरता के बारे में बढ़ें, ताकि बहुत सारी चीजें आती हैं कि अपनी कमाई का कितना % तक लोन लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि आजकल लोन बहुत सस्ता है। तो खर्च भी नहीं रोकना है लेकिन बचत भी रखना है। तो वो समावेश बढ़ाने के लिए हम सबको करना चाहिए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हर आदमी उसके वजह से, अगर हमारा वित्त विभाग बिगड़ता है तो जैसे वित्त अगर बिगड़ता है तो देश की हालत खराब होती है, और हमारा पर्सनल अगर वित्त बिगड़ता है तो हम हमेशा टेंशन में रहते हैं कि बच्चे की फीस आ रही है, ये आ रही, कहाँ से करना है। तो वो सारी चीजें, एक तो प्रोडक्ट जानना है और प्लस वो सारी चीजें अगर हम करें तो हमें जरूर लगता है कि कहीं न कहीं इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से इस हाल में जितने लोग हैं वो इसके ओर अग्रसर होंगे। और अब मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं माननीय राज्य मंत्री साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय एवं फूड एंड कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स का, कि जो यहाँ पर आई वहाँ से, और मैडम पूरे दिन व्यस्त थी लेकिन पूरी एनर्जी के साथ हमें संबोधित किया। मैडम बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ डॉक्टर SL कुमार, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी कर्नाटका सरकार का, जो कि यहाँ आए और उनकी पूरी टीम ने हमें सहयोग दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ मैडम नीता केजरीवाल, संयुक्त सचिव ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय भारत सरकार का, जिनके पूरे देखरेख में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और इस कार्यक्रम को हमने किया। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ मिस्टर अजय खुराना, ED बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा, जो कि इनका हमेशा सहयोग बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का हमें मिलता रहता है, और ये यहाँ पर आए अपना विचार रखे, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऑल द बैंकर्स, जिनके मदद से, जिनके उससे हमारी बहनों को बहुत सारा जो है फायदा हो रहा है, बैंक मिल रहा है। और आप अब इस माध्यम से हम चाहते हैं कि जो हमारा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी है, वित्तीय साक्षरता है, हम सब मिल के एक शक्ति के साथ करें, ताकि जो हमारा लक्ष्य है 2 करोड़, और ये भी आज निकल के आई कि साक्षरता, वित्तीय साक्षरता एक बार से नहीं होती है, यानी हमें बार बार जाना पड़ता है, बताना पड़ता है। और जैसे अभी कुछ आज बताया गया कि किसी को उपदेश लोग सुनना नहीं चाहते, तो उससे पूछना है कि भाई आपको घर में क्या करना चाहते हैं, बच्चे को कहाँ पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, क्या करना है, तो उसके लिए आपको ये मेथड लेना है। तो वो भी एक चीज आज निकल के आई कि उस माध्यम से भी हमें करना है। तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं हमारे सारे स्टेट के एसएमडीज, एसपीएम और जो भी लोग आए इसमें, उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और हमारी जो एफएलसीआरपी है उनका विशेष धन्यवाद, क्योंकि वही हमारे फ्रंटलाइन सोल्जर हैं जो इस काम को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और मैं अंत में हमारी जो नार की टीम है उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि जो इस कार्यक्रम को हमें करने में बहुत मदद की। और एक बार कर्नाटक SRLM का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
धन्यवाद सर। सो इसी के साथ ये कार्यक्रम समाप्त हुआ। पुनः इनफैक्ट सब अतिथियों का, गणमान्य अतिथियों सबों का पुनः धन्यवाद। चाय रेडी है, मैं सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं चाय के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।